prison and has him arrested on a gun-running charge, but LaRue has too much clout. So you think LaRue released an excerpt, some small thing he had managed to read before he was arrested, to tell Sorbakov to back off? Stefan nodded. That's exactly what I think. That's why Sorbakov tried so hard to get to LaRue. He tried to get him moved to Russia, but France wouldn't let him go. He was afraid to kill LaRue outright because he didn't know where that microchip was, or if it would come to light later. So he sent me in to see if I could buddy up to him and find out where it was or who might be holding it for LaRue. No way is Judith doing that. Lev shook his head. I'm telling you, Stefan, I know this woman. I've only been here a few weeks, but these women are tight. They share a bond as strong as a blood bond. Judith would never be involved in gun running or selling secrets of countries. I agree. But Jean-Claude LaRue is very, very obsessed with her. It appears that you are as well, Lev said dryly, a hint of humor in his eyes. Stefan turned cool aqua eyes on him. Never think for 1 minute that what I feel has anything to do with what that bastard feels for her. Lev's eyebrow shot up. You really are serious about her. I told you I was. I'm going to hunt Ivanovo, and you're going to secure this farm. If I can remove the threat to you, it will give us time to prepare for the next one. You know I can't let you do that, Stefan. We'll hunt him together. And your wife? What do you plan on telling her? I tell Ricky the truth, always. I don't remember everything about my past, but when it comes back to me in bits and pieces, I tell her. That's the deal we have, and even over this, I won't lie to her. She's dealt with Ivanovo before, and she did fine. Stefan hesitated. I can't tell Judith I'm your brother until the business with the microchip is done, which means I have to walk a thin line of lying. When I'm with her, I give her whatever is real about me, but she knows me as Thomas Vincent, an American. I don't want to put you in the position of lying to your woman or to Judith, but I can't do anything until I know those defense plans can't possibly fall into the wrong hands. He didn't know if he was asking or demanding, but he knew he was placing Lev in an untenable position. If Judith fully belonged to him, he wouldn't want to lie to her about his past or about the danger surrounding them. There had to be trust, a bond between a man and a woman that was sacred, or what was the use? Lev shook his head. I can't lie to Ricky. I can tell her that something from my past has come up, and would she mind waiting a few days before I discussed it with her? I do want to tell her Ivanovo is in town. He might confront her again, and I want her prepared. The protective note in his brother's voice convinced Stefan once and for all that Love loved his wife, and marrying her wasn't part of an elaborate cover. No one could be that good of an actor. The fact that Lev would risk asking her to wait to hear information pertinent to their lives spoke volumes. Stefan wished for that kind of open relationship with Judith. He'd never shared any aspect of his life with anyone since his parents had been murdered. His disclosures to Lev were the closest thing he'd managed to date. What would that feel like, to trust someone enough to place your life in their hands? Stefan sighed. You do what you have to do, Lev, but I have no choice until I know the microchip is secure. And don't go after Ivanovo without me. You have no idea how dangerous he is. You may have had a brief encounter with him once, but I grew up in the same school with him. He didn't like anyone getting the better of him. Everyone learned very quickly to allow him to be number one in all things, or you didn't wake up in the morning. He killed at least 5 children I know of, and the instructors knew it as well. They had cameras on us 24 hours a day. He definitely murdered the boy in our school. We all knew it. And it was no training exercise. The boy was in his bed. If one took him down in a combat situation, or stayed underwater longer, learned faster, anything could set him off. Did you let him win? My barracks consisted of a very tough bunch of kids. We set watch and constructed warning systems. Even then, my talents were strong, and I always knew if he was close by. I'll confess, I taunted him, tried to get him to come after me to give me an excuse to kill him, but he's cunning, and he never took the bait. But he hates you, with every breath in his body. I have no doubt that he pulled strings to use me to draw you out. That would be his idea of revenge. Make me the instrument of my brother's death. He would make certain I knew you were dead before he killed me," Stefan said. Is it possible he really has gone rogue, that his need to kill you has finally eaten him up until he's made the break with Sorbakov? He's always been Sorbakov's pet. Stefan rubbed the bridge of his nose thoughtfully. Unfortunately, I think we have no choice but to proceed believing Sorbakov is purging the ranks and has sanctioned the hit. Sorbakov knows us. Wouldn't he send a team? Stefan shrugged. Maybe he has, and no one else has surfaced yet, but it's doubtful. He'd want to do this as quietly as possible without anyone knowing or raising an alarm. Ivanovo is completely loyal to Sorbakov, not to Russia, not to anyone else in the government. I think Sorbakov is his only contact with reality. He wouldn't break it. No, Sorbakov sent him to kill us and doesn't want it to get out. Hell, every agent he has would turn against him if it came out. So, by giving you the green light to hunt Ivanovo, Lev mused, Sorbakov is betting on his pet assassin to do his job before you do yours. That's my belief. I'm waiting word on LaRue's prison escape. They should be getting him out any day, and once the microchip is safe, my duty to them is done, and I'll tell Judith the truth and hope she understands. Stefan, I'm not your little brother anymore, Lev said. Don't try to protect me. Stefan let his gaze drift over Lev. He had grown into a strong man, very reminiscent of their father. He carried the natural muscle of the Prakenskii family and the same eyes Stefan remember his father had. Lev had the inevitable scars of their profession and training, but to Stefan, he would forever be his younger brother. One he loved, and yes, one he protected. He stepped forward and for the first time allowed himself to be in a position of vulnerability. He caught Lev by the shoulders, providing a huge target to his younger brother if Lev was inclined to kill him. They both knew this was the moment of truth. Lev could get rid of the threat to his new family and no one would ever be the wiser. Or he could step into the embrace and accept Stefan back into his life. Lev hesitated for just a moment, searching Stefan's face, and then he gripped Stefan's shoulder, showing the same vulnerability. A smile lit his eyes. It's good to see you. Have you seen Ilya yet? Stefan couldn't keep the eagerness out of his voice. Ilya had been the youngest and probably didn't remember any of them. Their mother had tried to protect him, fighting to keep him when the men broke in and tore her youngest son from her arms. They'd all tried to protect the boy, but he'd been wrenched from them. Stefan always felt he'd let down his parents, not recovering his youngest brother. Lev shook his head. He was married a few weeks ago to one of Blythe's cousins, Jocelyn Drake. Jocelyn's a huge name in the music industry, and apparently they didn't return from their honeymoon yet because she's doing a series of benefits for Japan and then more for the tornado victims here in the States. And he's friends with the sheriff? Lev nodded. Close, I'm told. Stefan pulled him close in a brief bear hug and then let him go. Married life suits you. Ricky suits me, Lev corrected. She saved me when I was drowning, and I don't mean in the ocean, although that too. Stefan understood what his brother was trying to express to him. Drowning in blood, in shadows, in the cold was every bit as real as drowning in an ocean. He hadn't even known he was so far gone until Judith threw him a safety line. I have something else to do tonight before I leave, so do me a favor and call off your sentries, Stefan said. I don't want one of your owls to slash up my face. Thomas Vincent would have a very difficult time explaining to Judith what happened to his eyes if your owl plucked them out. I don't have dogs yet, Lev pointed out. I have to keep the women safe, especially now that Ivanov is back. Then show me to them and give me a pass, Stefan challenged, not willing to let it go. Lev may have accepted him as a brother, but he didn't extend that trust to the women. Lev studied his expression for a long time before he nodded again. I'm going to say this one time, Stefan, and I hope you understand. I would do anything to keep Ricky and her sisters safe. Anything at all, so don't betray my trust. Yeah, his little brother had grown up. Judith wasn't asleep. Stefan could see her pacing in the room he knew to be her bedroom, passing back and forth in front of the bank of windows overlooking her starflower garden. The light behind her cast her image easily through the uncovered window. Behind the gates of the farm, the women thought themselves safe from predators, but there he was, crouched low, once again in the shadows, a phantom come alive. The surge of anger he'd experienced at his brother no longer surprised him. He realized Judith had not only brought his emotions boiling to the surface after so many long years of suppressing them, but surrounded by her gardens and so close to her home, every emotion would be amplified. Judith might try to contain her spirit, but the element was too strong, and energy pulsed around her home and spread like warm honey throughout her enormous gardens. He had a strong desire to be close to Judith, to offer comfort and shared rest. The breeze coming off the ocean carried a hint of rain with it, along with the first fingers of fog creeping inland. Soft gray clouds drifted across the sky, slowly obscuring the moon and stars, as if drawing a thick veil over the night. Under his feet, the earth pulsed in anticipation. Stefan felt it, that strong burst of energy, of joy, as if the ground exploded with excitement, and then seemed to settle into a throbbing rhythm. He'd never felt such a sensation before, and he sank his fingers into the rich soil to enhance his ability to understand what was happening. The air around him moved subtly, the breeze shifting slightly, enough to bring the clouds into position over the vast fields of vegetables and sweeping gardens of flowers. The air pulsed with power as well, a unique flow of energy that told him that breeze had been directed. He watched Judith as she came onto the balcony and stood at the railing, looking out over the farm as if drawn there by an unseen hand. She raised her face to the clouds overhead but didn't move, obviously waiting for something. The wind tugged at her long hair and pressed her thin tank tight against her, outlining her figure. Her flowing skirt moved gracefully around her long legs, lending her an utterly feminine mystique that took his breath away. The rain began to fall over the flower garden softly, with a gentle, almost tender touch. It took a moment for him to hear the music in the drop, a clear pattern emerging, like a quiet symphony building slowly toward a crescendo. Judith wasn't directing the rain, one of the other women was, but she was definitely boosting the power of that element, her hands graceful, palms up as she faced the farm. Stefan's breath caught in his throat. He was witnessing the combined power of elementals at work. The effect was shocking, mesmerizing, and awe-inspiring all at once. He was used to psychic occurrences. Every member of his family had natural talent, but this was a demonstration in the use of elements in everyday life for practical purposes. Ricky, his brother's wife, was a water element, and Stefan was certain she was the one directing the rain over various parts of the farm. One of Judith's sisters, no doubt, was an air element, and her light touch on the wind was masterful. The earth responded to another sister, earthworms churning, aerating the soil, working and thriving in the compost heap, welcoming the rain, answering the spirit binding the elements together from somewhere deep inside. The earth took the water deep beneath the soil, spreading it like veins running beneath the rich loam, carrying life-giving fluid to every plant. He felt the last element, fire, join the others, not with fire, but as a bright flame driving their combined dream of a prosperous farm forward. Water rained heavily in the forest, gently in the vegetable gardens, and even more tenderly over the flowers, the chords of a weeping guitar. Through it all, the wind carried the sounds of a symphony, moving through the trees and gardens as the air element played the light notes of a flute. The drum of the fire element set the rhythm for all of them. The earth provided the melodic piano keys, and Judith's spirit acted as the conductor. Stefan's heart joined the rhythm. If he tried to tell anyone else about this unique phenomenon, no one would believe him. It was the most beautiful, invigorating thing he'd ever witnessed. No, experienced. He was right there, drawn in by Judith's powerful spirit. Stefan realized their combined dream wasn't just about using the elements to make their farm prosper. It was the way all 5 elements wove a tight bond together, sustaining one another, sharing courage and commitment. Sitting quietly and absorbing the energy, he felt the very subtle notes of a male woven through the water element and knew his brother had somehow merged with his wife while she drew the water from the clouds. Another female presence was there as well, one he nearly missed. The sixth sister was powerful in her own right, although there was a subtle difference. She was no element, yet she seemed to be a part of each of them. Lev had said she was difficult to figure out, and Stefan could understand why. With her touch, the wind moaned like a violin and danced through the trees, tugging playfully at leaves and kissing the bright flowers. Around him, nature itself responded to the surging power, bathing in the pounding rhythms, owls flying in the drops of rain, circling above the treetops, while on the ground, fox and deer emerged from the forest as if drawn to participate. It was only then that Stefan realized he was absorbing the powerful energy into his own body. Every emotion multiplied and enhanced. He could feel strength running through his muscles as power poured into him in the same way the rain poured over the farm. Fast, slow, easy, hard. He absorbed all elements, feeling each of the energies mixing with his own psychic talents. Stefan flexed each muscle carefully before easing his way across the field of flowers, careful to stay on the narrow path so there would be no signs of his passing. He couldn't afford to get too wet, not when he was going into Judith's house. He didn't want her to come across wet tracks on her cream-colored carpet. He moved around to the back of the house, where the wild gardens of tall grasses and shrubs looked like a small jungle in the rain. The entire lower floor was dark. It was more difficult to avoid the tall, bushy plants with leaves reaching out to capture prey. He slipped through them, taking care not to brush up against them. Leaving leaves or grass on her carpet would be every bit as bad as wet tracks. He bypassed the first and second studios, angling through the overgrown plants to reach the darkened French doors of the third studio. Heavy drapes covered the doors, a big contrast to the other two much more inviting studios. Very carefully, he put his palm an inch away from the outside of the glass, feeling the room. His warning system went crazy, every nerve, cell, and muscle in his body shrinking back. His heart went crazy, accelerating, and his lungs burned for air. Even the hair on the back of his neck stood up. The power of the elements had amplified his natural radar, but even taking that into consideration, there was something extremely dangerous in that studio. Stefan let his breath out slowly. What could she be hiding in this studio? The danger didn't feel like treachery or conspiracy. He passed his hand slowly over the door, a slow, inch-by-inch inspection, paying particular attention to the frame. There were no hidden tripwires he could detect, nothing that would alert her to a break-in. He laid his palm over the lock, at first not touching the door handle. No heat came off the metal. He very lightly wrapped his hand around the knob. The lock responded to him, welcoming his touch, sliding open for him without a push. The door didn't open. He had never come across a lock that didn't open at his will. Never. Security systems were nearly as easy. But even with another light push, the door didn't open for him. Judith had double-locked the studio. She really didn't want to chance anyone getting inside. His suspicious nature kicked into high gear. What in the world could she be hiding from the world, from him? He ran his hand once more along the frame of the door. At the bottom of the double doors, he felt the slightest of resistances and knew he'd found the second lock. She had a floor lock. Ordinarily, it would be impossible to get around the lock without cutting the glass or going in through a window. He glanced at the bank of windows used strictly for ventilation. No one could slip inside those narrow openings. There were dozens of windows, long and narrow, opening to allow air through, but impossible for a child, let alone a grown man, to slip through. She'd planned the studio meticulously, making certain no one could get inside without her knowledge or consent. He crouched low and laid his palm over that slight resistance. Patience mattered. Concentration and focus were essential. He felt familiar warmth travel down his arm, and once again he flexed his fingers. His hand warmed, went perfectly still, hovering over the spot a moment before slowly descending to rest over the lower frame. Still, the lock remained stubborn. Judith's will was strong, at work here. Stefan pushed the thought away and focused wholly on the mechanics of the lock. It was a simple enough lock, but very effective. A small slider turned the metal clasp, preventing the door from movement. Once he felt the mechanism, he could maneuver it open. Once again, before he slid the French door open, he checked for an alarm system that would alert Judith that someone had invaded her secured studio. Using extreme caution, he turned the handle and opened the door. The heavy drapes, as black as midnight, blocked his view, but he could feel the blast of rage and explosive energy that leapt toward him. Again, every cell in his body rebelled. He slipped inside and shut the door behind him, his pen light in his teeth, the only relief in the darkness of the room. Stefan drew the drapes aside enough to allow him entrance. He found breathing difficult, the air so thick with rage it was impossible to draw a full breath. He moved the light around the room for a quick inspection to assure himself that he was alone, although his radar had already told him of that. Nevertheless, he always double and triple checked when it came to preparation and safety. Attention to detail, no matter how small, was the one thing that kept him alive over the years. Every other room in Judith's house was painted white or cream, a foil for the joyful colors she splashed through her home and into the walls. Here, there was only unrelenting darkness. True, there was a mural running from floor to ceiling, great thick tree trunks, broken and shattered limbs that twisted grotesquely, creating the illusion of a dark, forbidding forest. This was what she no longer allowed into her paintings. She kept her emotions compartmentalized. This was a room housing all destructive emotions. She didn't realize one couldn't possibly live the way she was trying. Darker emotions often got one through the most difficult circumstances. There was a balance to life, and Judith had tried to get away from that balance, fearing the darker side of her mind. Even here, in this studio of rage, he could see the artist in her. Above his head, the ceiling was painted in deep purples and swirling darker, nearly blood-red blackslashes. The effect was astonishing. The ceiling looked as if it was weeping dark tears. Looking at it, he felt sorrow creeping into his heart, an insidious tendril of emotion winding its way into his mind. He pulled his gaze away from the fascinating montage of color and inspected the walls. The colors were more modeled on the walls, great ropes twisted into vines of hatred and anger. Sorrow dripped through the black forest of rage. The blood drops were more vivid, the knife slashing through the paint in quick bursts of anger, while that deep purple wept over all of it. Candles were on the tables and shelves, many burned down to nothing, the wax pooled around the bottoms of the candles becoming part of the macabre atmosphere. A creepy, oily smell permeated the room, adding to the morbid, almost gruesome feeling emanating from the walls. He was surrounded by her once again, her darkest moments, her most intimate, chilling thoughts. As joyful and bright as her kaleidoscope studio was, as beautiful and soothing as her painting studio, this was the complete and utter opposite, although, he found, there was still a kind of beauty in the unrelenting darkness, mostly because, no matter what her emotion, the artist that was Judith always came through. "Oh, moi pas de she-angel, you're so lost," he murmured aloud. Stefan knew he was a phantom, belonging to the shadows, but at least he knew exactly who he was and how he had gotten there. Judith didn't trust herself, didn't realize that by creating this place, she only reinforced her own belief that she was twisted. 5 years of rage and sorrow were held suspended in one space. No one could stay in this room for any length of time without the unrelenting destructive emotions affecting them. He stepped close to the painting she was working on, slowly removing the cover and shining his light over it. His breath stopped in his lungs. Something hard blocked his throat. This was Judith's nightmare, the torture and death of her beloved brother. Jagged glass, tipped with dark blood, slashed angry lines through the canvas. Bold, angry strokes. Bold, angry strokes. Much broad brush, none of the fine little brush strokes for this painting that had observed in all of her other works. The only real color was a bright, bold Japanese character. He knew it was her brother's name, painted over the rivers of blood and the broken, tormented body. He peered closer, and Judith's eyes eerily stared back at him, filled with a mixture of grief and anger. His own eyes burned, and his gut churned. Shame and guilt descended over him, a heavy blanket weighing him down, nearly crushing his chest in the vicinity of his heart. Intellectually, he knew he was feeling her emotions, the intensity she felt each time she gave in to the concentrated, unrelenting sorrow, and came into this room where she felt it was safe to allow her emotions free rein, to rework the painting. She hadn't signed the graphically detailed depiction of her brother's death, but she'd brought it to life. He could almost see the figures moving in that room of blood and pain. The men turning on one another as her brother lay in agony, gasping for his last breaths. The policeman's lifeless body crumpling over the top of Judith, driving her down into the blood and torn flesh of her brother, while the policeman's blood and fragmented flesh sprayed over her like a fountain. It was a ghastly scene, even to a man used to violence, mostly because it was viewed through the eyes of a woman who loved the victim, through the eyes of Judith. He knew she wasn't finished with it because she hadn't signed her name. It didn't matter how much he told himself it was Judith's feelings, his heart nearly exploded in pain. Looking at her eyes, the guilt there, the anger and grief, he felt a murderous rage begin to smolder in his belly, growing stronger the longer he stared at the painting. He needed to make this right for her. A muscle ticked in his jaw as he covered the painting. He'd told her he was her man. He was certainly capable of vengeance. Her brother hadn't been tortured to extract information vital to the safety of a country. It had been done as a lesson. He knew he was justifying his own life, his own terrible sins, but at this point, he couldn't change what the men who had shaped his life had made him into. He could do this for her, and if anyone deserved to suffer before he died, it was Jean-Claude Leroux. In the center of the room, a dark cloth covered a large object. The cloth seemed to stir, although there was no way for a breeze to have moved it. The slight ripple of the fabric drew his attention. The room whispered, an insidious buzz in his ears, never quite grew loud enough for him to make out words. He walked around the object, which nearly came up to his chest. He used the tips of his fingers to remove the cloth. The kaleidoscope was large, almost as big as a telescope to view the night sky, and sat on a tall tripod. 4 individual sealed cells were stacked in a black canister, and a 5th, which she appeared to be working on, was on top. He assumed each cell represented a year gone by without her brother's killer, paying adequately for his crime. Yet, when he picked them up, he couldn't make out the images inside of them. Puzzled, Stefan examined each cell from every angle, laying them out carefully in order. His mind always remembered the smallest detail, but he was still methodical, always double-checking the small things, taking no chances anyone would feel his passing. No real phantom could afford to overlook the tiniest detail. He turned the first cell over and over. It was filled with mineral oil and sealed, clearly finished, but no matter how much he shined the penlight on it, he couldn't make out the objects that should be floating around inside of it. He frowned, his mind working at the problem. She wouldn't have empty cells, but she'd found some way to protect what was inside them. Just viewing her kaleidoscope studio had taught him that cells were very personal. Each item chosen was selected with meticulous care and meant something important. Judith told stories with her kaleidoscopes. She brought peace and joy into people's lives all around the world. The scopes were more than art. They were useful for medical issues, bringing down blood pressure and aiding an autistic child or adult to find a healthy escape. Stefan studied the large kaleidoscope again. What was she telling, and how? The kaleidoscope itself was much larger than he'd seen in her other studio, and that had to be significant in some way. The outside was power-coated over metal rather than a wrap of some kind. The color seemed an unrelenting black, but there was something about it that made him think, just like the cells, she'd hidden something from view. Again, he checked the room with his penlight. He was missing something important. It was difficult to think when the room was so alive around him. Emotions battered at him, and every lungful of air was difficult to draw in, seething with bright, hot rage. His belly coiled into tight knots, and blood thundered in his ears, howling through his mind, thundering for revenge. A portable ultraviolet light sat on the workbench near her rolling chair. It looked as if she used it often, and yet it didn't fit with the setup of the room. The handle opened to provide the stand, and although it wasn't plugged in, it was close to the cell she was still working on. Stefan plugged it in and flipped the switch. At once, he could see an array of objects in a small bin beside tools. She had created the various items she wanted to use in her cells from materials that would only reveal themselves under the ultraviolet light. Ingenious. Stefan shook his head at her creativity. Not only was she able to hide her work, but the secretive nature of the cells reflected the intensity of the emotions she kept so hidden from the rest of the world. Essentially, she'd locked a part of herself away in those sealed cells. Stefan chose year 1 to examine first. Not only was it evident to him that this particular cell was the beginning from being on the bottom of the stack, but when he took it close to the light and swirled the contents, he clearly saw the number 1 in the midst of the other items. Red drops that looked like blood dripped over the images. Purple swirled through the contents, and once more sorrow settled heavily on his shoulders. Year 1 was all about grief. Judith imprisoned her anguish at losing her beloved brother in this cell for all time. The heartache cut deep, slashing wounds that refused to close. Through the cell were images of guilt and a faint trail of shame. Twisting sticks of metal, a broken heart, and weapons of torture swirled slowly, tumbling over one another, all while the cell wept drops of blood. The same Japanese character in red that was the name of her brother tumbled in the mix. A glittering object proclaimed, "I'm sorry," and another was a very telling clock turning back the hands of time. He found himself nearly weeping and, glancing down, realized his finger stroked the trigger of his gun. Abruptly, he pulled his hand away, understanding just how intense her emotions were. He was feeling what she felt. Here, in this room, surrounded by relentless sorrow, she contemplated ending her life to make up for her sins. She knew better. He could read that as well, but the thought was in her mind occasionally. She couldn't bring him back. She couldn't turn back the clock. In the second cell, he studied the objects representing Paris. A broken paintbrush, a slashed canvas, a palette of colors that ran to darker blues and purples, a tiny replica of the Louvre, a torn picture of herself and her brother that nearly broke his heart. Small things that told him her guilt was growing. Subsequent cells revealed a Japanese kanji symbol for shame and another that represented guilt. A police badge. The small Greek island where Jean-Claude's men caught up with her brother. Things he believed portrayed her brother's life. As the years progressed, the rage in Judith obviously grew, and more items showed the slow, torturous death, slice by slice, as they tried to extract information about Judith's whereabouts. In a single cell, she had created tiny replicas of torment, so detailed he knew her spirit had merged with her brother's as he lay dying, and she felt every cut, every burn, just as he had. A burning flame took fire in his gut. His mind snarled and raged with murderous intent. His body crawled with the need to avenge the murder of Paul Henderson. Murderous rage for Stefan was unfamiliar. He killed coldly, without emotion. His feelings had long ago been stamped out of him. Until Judith, he hadn't realized he had such a well of passion to draw from. This need to make LaRue suffer had to come from Judith, not from him. His hands didn't shake, his body didn't coil tight, his brain never roared for the kill. She'd poured those emotions into this room and then trapped them here, and his spirit always absorbed hers. He was soaking those darker sentiments into his body. Taking a breath, Stefan managed to push the rage down deep as he fit the cell into the large kaleidoscope and added the portable ultraviolet light. The wand fit into the cylinder and illuminated the cell. Placing his eye to the glass, he turned the cell. The scenes were duplicated in a starburst pattern through the mirror system so that he saw the torture as if he was looking through a macabre nightmare, probably in the way Judith had to revisit the memory when she closed her eyes at night. He turned the cell. Instantly, a great cosmos burst through all the blood and gore and rage like a wild primordial mix of pure emotions. The pinpoints of exploding stars unwittingly revealed Judith's character no matter how hard she tried to conceal it from herself, and the sight was raw beauty and yet terrifying. Chaos reigned, and still there was order. Passionate hatred and love mixed together in a swirl of stark, raw emotion no other human had the right to witness. He was looking into Judith's exposed soul. He saw the truth of what and who she was. She had spent 5 long years working up her anger and need for revenge because Jean-Claude LaRue deserved to pay for what he'd done. Yet, her true essence always prevailed. The light in her, the compassion and natural brightness, refused to be dimmed. She trapped those dark emotions in one room and tried to live there, tried to separate herself, become something she wasn't and could never be. But he knew, when he viewed each separate cell, he would see those bursting rays of light spreading over the dark, hostile buildup of her need to take revenge. The shame and guilt she felt was not as much over the death of her brother and the policeman had worked through her responsibility over the years and had obviously come to the conclusion that the circumstances were beyond her abilities at that time. But shame and guilt had grown in this room, stayed hidden here, like a terrible wound she couldn't cauterize. She was incapable of making another human being suffer. She certainly couldn't kill someone. He had no doubt she would defend herself and those she loved passionately, but to kill cold-bloodedly was an impossibility for a woman with her character, and, deep down, she knew it. Judith wanted to avenge her brother, she even felt she should, but she was not the kind of woman who would ever do such a thing, and guilt ate at her constantly. She felt as though she were letting him down all over again. It was no wonder she didn't sleep. It had been natural for Judith to call on her older brother to help her out of a bad situation. He'd raised her after her parents had died. He'd been the one she'd always counted on, and of course, he had rushed to help her. She probably closed her eyes and saw him looking at her accusingly. In her painting, Paul's eyes had been wide open, staring at his sister as the life ran out of him, and she saw his indictment of her guilt. Stefan knew better, knew that was her conscience talking. The revelation brought out those protective instincts he hadn't known existed until Judith, every bit as raw and stark and passionate as her wild, chaotic emotions. He needed to wrap himself tightly around her and shield her from outside eyes until she could bring the two halves of her spirit back together. She had to forgive herself for being gentle and kind, for being compassionate. Judith didn't seem to realize the world would be a much better place populated with people like her instead of people like him. She feared her own passionate nature so much that she thought about death, about ways to keep others she loved safe. She was so afraid that her darker emotions, as natural as they might be, would contribute to the pain and suffering of others she loved. Stefan shook his head. He was not about to let her go. He knew he had the capability to fill every shadowed space inside of her with his own spirit, merge so deeply that she would never feel the burden alone again. His gifts somehow intertwined with hers, allowing him such intimate closeness that he knew he could shield not only Judith, but others around them until she had full understanding and control of her gift. He had to leave this place of sorrow and revenge before the emotions trapped inside became too overwhelming even for his strength. Unlike Judith, he didn't have that bright spirit prevailing over every dark emotion. He had shields, but the power in the room was overwhelming even to him. Very carefully, he replaced the ultraviolet light and the cells for the kaleidoscope and covered it, ensuring the cloth lay in the exact position he'd found it. Stefan took one last look around the studio to make certain that everything was exactly as he'd found it, and there was no evidence that anyone had discovered Judith's secret. The drapes were put back in place, and he secured both locks before sitting down on the patio and taking in great gulps of fresh air. He dropped his head into his hands, oblivious of the rain coming down. It was a gentle shower, very light, and he welcomed the clean, fresh droplets of water on his burning skin. The rain felt like tears on his face when he looked up to watch the water fall from the sky. Judith needed him, and he was eternally grateful for that revelation. He had thought she would be his salvation, but it was entirely possible he was bringing something to their union as well. She needed to accept herself as she was, incapable of harming others. She had to realize everyone had dark thoughts, including her brother, but he would not want his sister to spend her life looking for revenge. If Paul loved her as much as she'd loved him, and that was evident from everything he'd seen, the last thing he would want would be for Judith to waste her talent by fearing it. She was powerful in her creativity and equally as passionate in her spirit, and that included all emotions, not just the gentler ones. Stefan stood up slowly, stretching out his muscles, aware just how tense the dark studio had made him. Fighting against the assault every moment had taken its toll. He felt wrung out, exhausted, and in need of a safe place to retreat to. Not the hotel where Thomas Vincent was staying, that was out of the question. If Ivanov wasn't hurt as bad as Stefan suspected, then he'd come hunting. Already, there might be a trap in the hotel room, and he was too very tired to deal with it. Tired men made mistakes. He was trained to keep going no matter the toll on his body. His will simply kicked in to provide the necessary impetus to keep going until his mission was complete. He was used to working through fatigue, through wounds, through days without food or sleep, but the toll on him from the battering of emotions was the worst he'd ever experienced. He was left too drained from the battle to shield the bombardment of such intense, destructive energy. Mid-low alto. Stefan began to weave his way through the tall grasses and bushes, edging back toward the side of the house where Judith's bedroom faced. He half hoped she'd gone to bed, but the rain was still too directed, and someone was conducting the symphony, each element contributing, but Judith's amplifying the power of each. If he was honest with himself, he just wanted to see her once more, to make certain she was all right. Now that he'd found her, he was reluctant to be away from her. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught something large coming at him from above his head as he rounded the corner of the two-story structure. Ducking low, he spun to face the creature coming in fast for the attack. The owl dove silently, talons extended, intending to rake his eyes, and at the last moment recognized Lev's visual guide and tried to pull up, the great wings beating hard in an effort to stop the rapid descent. Talons streaked across his face, under his left eye, and then the bird was gone, taking to the sky, heading for the nearest tree. Stefan touched his face, a streak of fire burning like a brand. He'd been lucky. The owl could have taken out his eye. He might have to revise his opinion on the birds as guards. This one had come in savagely and without sound. The wing feathers of the owl muffled the swish of the raptor in flight, allowing the night raptor to attack in complete silence. If it hadn't been for his warning system, Stefan doubted if he could have escaped so easily, even with the bird recognizing him as a friend. The owl settled into the top branches of the pine tree, wings slowly folding in close to its body, round eyes staring down into the trees growing thick on the knoll above Judith's house. Something about the way the bird concentrated on that knoll bothered Stefan. He was exhausted, fighting unfamiliar emotions and trying to ease the tension in his body, putting it all down to his experience in the dark studio. But now that the bird had made him aware, he wasn't so certain his body's warning system wasn't screaming at him in alarm. "Lev, you out here?" He sent the question with great caution, not wanting to give his location even to his brother. The owl had gone for his eyes. Had he pulled up because Lev had warned him off, or had it been Stefan's reflexes? Something was up on the knoll that had caught the bird's interest. Owls had keen eyesight, and their acute hearing was amazing. Stefan continued to move around the house until he had Judith's balcony in sight. She stood outside, her face turned upward toward the light rain, the water molding her tank top to her lush curves, emphasizing her narrow ribcage and flaring hips. Her hair should have looked like a drowned rat's tail, but instead, wet, it glistened like a waterfall cascading around her body. Stefan's breath hissed out, afraid for her. Anyone concealed in that stand of trees on the knoll could easily see Judith, and that could be considered a killing offense. "Stefan, are you all right?" Stefan's heart thundered in his ears. Lev's voice was faint, as if coming over a good distance. The range of their telepathic abilities had never been tested, but Stefan knew it couldn't be too far. "Where are you?" "With Ricky. You need me?" "I think we have company." On the knoll above Judith's home. Thick stand of pine trees. Stefan felt Lev's reaction, a kind of jerk of awareness. The entire farm was pulsing with energy as the elements came together and power flowed through Stefan, heightening his abilities. Yet at the same time, the force was so strong, it was easy to attribute the uneasiness and tension to the building intensity. Lev had to be feeling the power as well, and it could be misleading all of them. "The owls would warn me. Even with the disruption of power, all the energies merging together like they are?" The owl had attacked, although Lev had previously sent Stefan's image to the predators in the area, clearly showing them that Stefan belonged to the farm. Something had confused the bird. If the pulsing power in the air could confuse a raptor belonging to the night, no doubt it could also mislead Stefan's warning system. "I'm on my way." Disgust edged Lev's tone. Immediately, Stefan felt the break in the whips of pulsating power, as if one of the threads had snapped. Energy crackled and snapped in the air, thin lines glowing, radiating out from a central point. The bright lights could have been electricity zipping out of control, like a dazzling light show. No doubt when Lev abruptly rushed from the house, his wife had stopped playing her rain symphony, breaking the connection between all 5 elements. He glanced up at Judith. She stood in the suddenly driving rain, looking toward Ricky's house in surprise, but she made no move to take shelter. Stefan's vision blurred for a moment. His stomach lurched, his mind disoriented. When it cleared, he was merged with his brother, looking through the eyes down into the grove of pine trees. The shadowy figure of a man crouched there, and he was pointing something at Judith. "Judith!" Both brothers called the warning at the exact same moment, their voices thundering in her head. "Drop to the ground and stay down now." Stefan poured sheer steel into his command, and wasn't surprised that Lev did the same. The result was gratifying. Judith didn't hesitate. Stefan didn't know if it was the shock of hearing such a decided command, or that both men were near her. Stefan dropped all pretense of stealth and sprinted for the grove of trees. Lev was a distance away, but he was on his way. A branch snapped audibly, the sound carrying in the stillness of the night. His prey was fleeing, having spotted Stefan. "Send the owl," he instructed his brother. "Block his path to his vehicle. He has to have one. I can't get to him in time. Slow him down. Now, Lev, slow him down." He ran with his weapon drawn, fear for Judith tripping his heart. Had the man been trying to kill her? Was it even Navov? Ivanov wouldn't have anything to gain by killing Judith. He couldn't possibly know how Stefan felt about her. Even if Stefan told the exterminator the truth, swore to him his feelings for Judith ran deep, Ivanov would never believe him. He had an abundance of cover as he ran through the gardens, the taller flowers and brush screening him from a good marksman. He made certain to weave and duck, not choosing a straight path, expecting a hail of bullets any moment. The owl took flight, joining several others suddenly circling around to the other side of the grove of trees where they disappeared. "Where is he?" Stefan demanded. "On the Western Trail. I can't see his car yet, but he has to have one. If he makes it to his vehicle, I'll be able to cut him off before he gets to the front gate or tries to make it around to the back part of the property. These upper acres are fenced in. He could go through a fence," Stefan pointed out. Lev had to be driving partially blind if he was connected to the owls, but his information was vital to Stefan. Knowing his prey was running allowed Stefan to choose the shortest route instead of the most protected. He veered from the garden and cut across a field of wildflowers that took him up the slope of the knoll. "Get inside, Judith," he ordered. "Stay low and for God's sake, set your security system. If anyone tries to break in, call the sheriff." He expected her to pepper him with questions and demand, but she did neither. He felt her quiet acceptance and risked one look over his shoulder to see the doors to the balcony closing firmly. "I will expect to see you both alive and well," she replied softly, with a good explanation. "I've never worked with anyone else, Lev, not like a team. I was trained to work separately, completely alone, and cut off from all aid." Often, as a teener, I'll be sent into hostile environments with another boy from my classes, one I'd trained with, slept in the same barracks, ate with, and inevitably, halfway through the mission, when my back was turned and I was totally focused on accomplishing the task, the other boy would try to kill me as part of the assignment. He wanted his brother to understand why trust came so reluctantly to him. It was a tactic used often, late in our training, turning the students on one another, keeping them separate and heightening their sense of awareness, as well as the belief that no one else could be trusted. He loved Lev. There was no doubt in his mind that he loved his brother. But the Lev that he loved and was infinitely loyal to was a small boy who, like Stefan, lay beaten and bloody in the snow, horrified as soldiers murdered their parents. He was loyal to the boy who had clung to him, had been ripped from his arms and taken to another part of the country so they couldn't form an alliance against their enemies. They did the same thing to me, so he wasn't so alone after all. Lev had shared those experiences, that childhood, and he knew how surreal it felt to run through the night chasing an enemy with someone else closing in on the same man. Ahead, as he raced through the trees, he could hear the heavy, almost frantic breathing of the intruder as he sprinted for his car. He must have parked outside the gates, climbed over the fence, and hiked through the property to get to Judith's home. "That's worrisome," Lev said. "There are 6 houses on the property. How did he know which one was hers?" That was a very good question, one Stefan wanted the answer to. "Don't kill him," Stefan cautioned. "We need a few answers." He was closer. He could hear the thud of the footsteps and the sound of twigs and small dead branches snapping in two as the intruder raced through the forest back toward the road. "Funny, I was about to say the same thing to you." Stefan burst into the open, running at a steady, fast pace, falling in behind the intruder, slowly closing the gap. There was little cover in the meadow, and as the man gained the other side, the owls swooped down, 7 of them, great wings beating hard, flying straight for the man's face. He screamed and dropped to the ground, covering his head to escape the wicked talons. "We might not be the ones to kill him. Call them off now. I'm on him," Stefan said. His father had been able to merge with animals, and he vaguely remembered a time when they were all together in a park and squirrels and birds had flocked around them. The squirrels had performed tricks that made him, along with his brothers, laugh. It was a scene far different from this one, where owls flew at a man's face with every intention of taking out his eyes. That had been a different time, back then, when he was a child, one he hadn't revisited until he met Judith. She'd given him back precious memories. She'd given him back precious memories. Judith sat on the floor, shivering uncontrollably, just to one side of the windows. Ice cold, she wrung out her hair, uncaring that water dripped onto her carpet. She didn't really know much about Levi's past, only that he'd been working undercover on a yacht that had gone down, and he wanted to stay dead. That brought up the disturbing thought that Thomas Vincent was not the gentle soul she'd thought him to be. It was very obvious Levi and Thomas knew each other, that much was certain, and the two of them were chasing someone who had come onto the property. She often lost track of time when she was weaving spirit through the other elements, and she had no idea how long she'd been on the balcony before she heard the voices commanding her to crawl back inside the safety of her house. She recognized the two men instantly. Energy was so powerful, swirling around her gardens and out into the farm, that both men's psychic talents had naturally been included in the woven circle, amplifying their ability to speak telepathically. Because her spirit was the thread weaving the entire tapestry together, she shared their natural link. She still did. A part of her wanted to pull back, not know the truth, but she'd been blindsided once, and others had paid the price for her poor judgment. She refused to be a coward and hide under her covers. She'd let Thomas Vincent into her life, wanted him with every fiber of her being. If he was as corrupt as Jean-Claude had been, she needed to know. Worse, if Levi had deceived them all and was using Ricky in some way, that would be unforgivable, and Judith would have to find a way to tell Ricky. She didn't have telepathy, not in the true sense of the word. Brain waves generated pure energy, and her element boosted energy. It was really that simple. She didn't hear thoughts, but if someone like Thomas or Levi was a true telepath, her spirit would easily amplify and retrieve the conversations so that she was part of them. It was intimate and sexy when she shared telepathy with Thomas, but truly frightening when she was hearing Levi and Thomas. They were obviously familiar with each other, yet not. She wiped her face with her hand and climbed unsteadily to her feet, making her way to the shower. She'd been more than halfway in love, or lust, it was difficult to tell, with Thomas. She'd felt so right with him, and yet she didn't really know him at all. How could she? She'd just rushed into something headlong and impulsively in much the same way she had 5 years earlier with Jean-Claude. She let the hot water pour over her, slowly driving the chill from her bones. They had spoken with Russian accents, and the assassin sent to kill Levi a few weeks earlier had been Russian. The conclusions she'd drawn from the horrific images of Thomas's past had obviously been erroneous. He had been in some kind of military training camp at a very early age. He'd been sympathetic and understanding, truly understanding of how she felt about her brother's murder because he'd witnessed the murder of his parents. There was a connection between Thomas and Levi, almost caught it in the sudden emotion rising in Thomas. But the answer was as elusive as what or who Thomas really was. She drew in a deep breath and stepped out of the shower, wrapping a towel around her, determined not to panic. If not for her own sake, then for Ricky's, she had to fight through the need to pull a blanket over her head and retreat from whatever mess she'd gotten into. She'd given him back precious memories. In spite of her determination to remain distant from Thomas, Judith couldn't help but hug that small gift to her. She had given him something he obviously treasured. She could hear it in his voice and feel it in his mind. If he was using her, his emotions for her were still very real. The intruder lurched to his feet the moment the owls backed off. He cast one wary look toward the sky and took off running again. His shirt was torn in several places, long slashes that had cut into his skin. Bloodstains spread rapidly across the top material. The man was in good shape, but the birds had rattled him. Suddenly, he veered away from the road and made for the far side of the meadow where the taller grass grew. The sudden departure from the fastest route warned Stefan this was no peeping Tom who had come to spy on the women who lived on the farm. The fact that he'd chosen Judith's home meant he hadn't done so randomly. "Cut the engine, Lev. He can hear you coming and he's up to something. Do you have a visual?" The man had disappeared into the thick, tall grass, and there was no movement to give him away. Stefan halted the chase abruptly and slipped back into the shadow of the trees. Who is he? Gosh, if I know. He doesn't move like Ivanov, but he's up to something. Watch yourself. Stefan studied the grass as he replied to his brother. What in the world was the intruder up to? He had to be crawling through the grass, staying low, making certain there was no ripple to give his position away. Overhead, the owls circled. One gave a cry, and instantly Stefan's vision blurred. He pulled away from his brother immediately. Judith was still feeding the energy, boosting the power, and he was picking up remnants of his brother's craft. He took a step to his left, looking for a better visual, and something spat wood splinters into the side of his face. He dropped to the ground and rolled, then, on his belly, using his elbows and toes to move fast, scuttled across the open ground to the patch of small boulders at the start of the meadow. There was a shallow depression and he fit his body inside it. "You hit? Don't sound so upset." Stefan knew he sounded irritated, but truthfully, he was annoyed with himself. Once he was certain they weren't dealing with Ivanov, he'd minimized the danger in his mind. "Yeah, you're all right." Stefan felt, rather than heard, the relief in his brother's voice. It was hard to let yourself care when you hadn't for so long. Emotions were worse than rusty. They'd become so thin and tattered, feelings were hardly recognizable. "Did you just get shot at?" Judith's voice reverberated through his mind, shocked, frightened. "Thomas." "Levi." "I'm calling Jonas." "No." Both men answered simultaneously. Stefan took a breath. "Who in the world is this Jonas character to you?" There was a moment of silence. Stefan cursed inwardly in a mixture of several languages. He just displayed a man's worst trait, and he'd never known he even had it. Jealousy. Pure, black jealousy at the absent and unsuspecting Jonas. Lev's laughter spilled into his mind. "He is the local sheriff." Judith gave a little sniff. "I told you I was making a kaleidoscope for his wife." Ordinarily, when someone starts firing guns, a civilized person calls the sheriff. The anxiety in her voice belied her words. And what in the world was she doing still connected to them? He was going to have to do some fast explaining. Another bullet whined through the air like an angry bee and smacked into the tree where he'd last been, and this time he located the intruder. He'd made his way into the middle of the field. "Where's he going, Lev? He's got to have an exit plan. We cut off his retreat to his car." Stefan's heart began to pound. Even as he asked the question, the answer came to him. The intruder was circling back around toward Judith's house with the intention of taking one of the vehicles there or using her as a hostage. He was a distance away, but there was no doubt now. That was his only real option to a successful retreat. "Judith, you'd better have that really security system on. Are you armed?" When she remained silent, he probed further. "With a gun?" Stefan moved to cut the man off, picking a route that would intercept him long before he reached Judith's home. "Still, Judith is a terrible shot." Lev put in his 2 cents. "I am not. The stupid gun is always jumping at the last second," Judith defended indignantly. "I really told you. Practice," Lev snapped, his voice edged with worry. "You don't need to talk to her like that," Stefan objected, ignoring the fact that he'd just used the same word a couple of moments earlier. "Swing around to the left and send the bird straight at him again. Herd him back toward me. And don't kill him yet. We need answers." "Don't kill him at all," Judith objected. "He's probably some lost hunter." "He shot at me," Stefan reminded. "Turn on that security system." Again, there was a short silence. Stefan worked his through the tall grass, careful now not to give the angle of his pursuit away. "Judith, is he really heading this way?" Her voice trembled slightly. "You don't know how to set the security system, do you?" Stefan guessed. "Well, I've never actually done it," Judith admitted reluctantly. Lev gave a snort of disgust. Gosh, Judith, how many times have I told you it's important to lock up at night? Don't swear at her, Stefan snapped. Just walk her through the very thing. Don't worry, Judith, he's not going to get near you. It's just a precaution. He could hear the brush of a body moving just to the right of him. He was closing in on him. Lev recited the instructions for arming the security system in Judith's home. Even as Stefan angled his body, crawling through the grass, to intercept the intruder, he made a mental note to go over security with Judith until she was comfortable with the idea. An audible crackle gave away Lev's position, and immediately the intruder turned toward the sound and fired. Stefan lunged forward, crouching low, sprinting toward the gunman. "Lev, answer me." The intruder fired twice more toward the sound, giving away his position. Stefan took the opportunity to close the distance fast, his heart in his throat as he waited for his brother's response. He could feel Judith holding her breath as well, as time seemed suspended for a moment. Just a bruised ego. I tripped over a gosh rock. The grass parted in front of Stefan and a man's face appeared. Shock spread over the horrified features, even as a hand came up, his gun clutched in his fist. Stefan had forward momentum going for him, hitting the body hard, catching the wrist and turning the weapon away from him as it went off, the sound nearly deafening next to his ear. They rolled together, Stefan slamming his knee into the man's midsection at the same time he smashed the wrist against a rock jutting out of the ground. The man tried to scream, but the blow had taken the air from his lungs. The gun fell from his limp fingers as the wrist broke with an audible crack. "I've got him. Judith, stay in the house." With that last command, he rapidly built up his shields to push away the energy surrounding him, effectively shutting her out of his mind and cutting her off from any knowledge of what might happen. He threw the gun a slight distance away and did a quick but thorough search for any other weapons. The only other thing the man had on him was a camera. Lev crouched down beside him. "Who is he?" "No wallet. Must have left it home while he came snooping around," Stefan said. "Tell me your name." The man spat at him. Stefan yanked the broken wrist hard in instant retaliation. The scream was explosive, but muffled as Lev clamped his hand over the man's mouth. Stefan stared down into the intruder's eyes. "You need to know something about me. I know more ways to inflict pain than any other man you will ever meet. We can do this hard or easy, but we're going to do it. I was very gentle with you." "Your name?" "Mike," the man mumbled. "Mike Sheraton." Stefan tossed the camera to Lev. "Take a look." He glanced down at the intruder. "See how polite I can be? I'm not giving you the opportunity to lie." Lev studied the images. "All the pictures are of Judith. The first ones were taken with you and Judith outside the gallery. He didn't get a shot of your face, but they look, compromising." He passed the camera to Stefan. The photograph was taken when he was locking the gallery door, Judith's body imprisoned between his body and the door. He handed the camera back to Lev. "You work for LaRue." He made it a statement. Sheraton didn't respond, but the truth was in his eyes and his swiftly drawn breath. "You sent those pictures to someone already, didn't you?" Sheraton was a little slow in responding, and Stefan went for his wrist, this time slower, giving the man time to think about how it would feel all over again. Yes, last night. I sent them last night," Sheraton blurted out. "I was hired to take the photographs and send them to a man by the name of Botto, a guard at a prison in Paris. I send the pictures to him, and he takes them to a prisoner." "Which prisoner?" "Jean-Claude Leroux." Stefan hadn't wanted to hear it, but he'd known the moment he saw the camera. "Maybe you should go on home," Stefan said to his brother. "I'll take it from here." Lev shook his head. "We have to turn him over to Jonas. I'll have Ricky call him. They'll get him on felony charges and—" "He'll be out of jail before the night's over," Stefan said. "Go home, Lev. I can't let this man threaten Judith." If you're serious about her, this is no way to start a new life. Well, let Jonas handle it. Sheraton remained absolutely still, as if he knew his life hung in the balance. And it probably did. He was a petty criminal, but he'd been around men who were lethal long enough to recognize them. "If we call the sheriff, you know he's going to make bail." Lev nodded. "Exactly. And off the property. We can go hunting then." Stefan understood what Lev was doing immediately. Sheraton was listening attentively. Fear had a smell, and the man was perspiring profusely. Sheraton knew nothing really. They couldn't get much more out of him. He carried a gun, but he wasn't very adept at using it. He was too scared to come back and retaliate against Judith. His gun's over there, Stefan indicated with a small nod of his head. Let's just get comfortable and wait for the law. He nudged Sheraton. You can make bail, can't you? Sheraton stayed frozen, obviously too scared to move. What he's saying to you, Sheraton, is, Lev added, looking right into his eyes, own up to what you did here and who you're doing it for. Take a plea and you're safe. If it goes any other way, nothing will stop us from hunting you down. Do we understand each other? Sheraton nodded his head vigorously. Jonas is a good man, but a tough one. He'll come in by the book, red lights, guns, and he'll take us down and check us for weapons. Walk away and stash whatever you need to, but make it far from here, because he'll do a thorough search. We won't have much time, Lev advised. Stefan nodded. I was careful because I knew I'd be with Judith. Not much to find. He left his brother with Mike Sheraton while he slipped away from the area to rid himself of the knife concealed in his boot. The garrote sewn into his jeans wouldn't be detected. He was much more reluctant to part with his favorite gun, but he wasn't about to get caught with it on him and try to find a plausible explanation. Being armed would simply complicate matters. Sirens in the distance told him it wouldn't be long. He was a shadow, nothing more, a ghost that disappeared as if he'd never been. Staying was more difficult than he'd expected. Lifelong training ingrained in him the need to vanish as if he'd never been. Lev sat waiting, looking back toward his home as if it was only his woman who kept him in place, a caged tiger waiting for dogs to snap at his heels. You sure this is the way? Lev shrugged. It's my way now. This is my home. I abide by the laws as much as I can. This one is easy enough. Jonas is a fair man. You have to make your choice, Stefan. If you choose to make your stand here, I'll help you. But if you're going to walk, do it now before Judith gets hurt. Judith. He could easily kill for her, but enduring the indignity of allowing someone to trap him, even briefly, that was a test he hadn't expected. 2 sheriff's cars plowed over the grass, divided, one on either side of them, hemming them in. The vehicles skidded to a halt, the sirens blaring and lights flashing. Driver doors popped open and weapons appeared. On the ground. I want to see your hands. Lev immediately complied, kneeling, hands outstretched, palms facing the officer. I'm armed, Jonas. Guns in the shoulder harness and my knife's in my boot, he called out. Put your hands behind your head. Lev did so, linking his fingers. Stefan hesitated. The officer behind them had remained silent, and he didn't have a good sight on him. He didn't like being so exposed or vulnerable. Get down, Stefan, Lev hissed. Very slowly, he knelt, his hands outstretched to show they were empty. His gut knotted. He detested the indignity of it. Sheraton obviously knew the drill. He rolled to his knees, struggling to raise his hands. I'm going to put you in handcuffs, Levi, for our safety and yours. The officer, presumably Jonas, held his gun very steady without moving position. The officer approached from behind and reached for Lev's wrist, drawing first one and then the other behind his back. It was impossible to see with the glare of the headlights, a deliberate move to blind them, but Lev remained passive while the deputy removed the gun from Lev's shoulder harness and the knife from his boot before thoroughly searching him as well. Stefan hadn't allowed anyone to manhandle him since he was a boy. He could feel the need to survive, the drive to fight building relentlessly. For a moment, he couldn't breathe, and something lethal unfolded inside of him. It's just handcuffs, Stefan. Lev's calm voice filled his mind. You know you could kill either of them if you needed to, even with the cuffs on. In any case, you can get them off in seconds. Just cooperate. It will be over soon. Stefan fought back the memories of beatings, of betrayal. When he was 12, he was dropped into Siberia and told to survive, that someone would return for him only if every single one of the men hunting him were dead. He had no idea of how many men were planning to kill him, or even if there were men. The ice rained down, and the temperature was so cold his blood felt like ice water flowing through his veins. He had no food and only a knife, with no idea of the size of his enemies or when they would come at him. He couldn't trust anyone. What was he doing, allowing a man to come up behind him? His breath burned in his lungs. His heart accelerated. He could take the deputy coming up behind him, but the headlights were blinding him, and he couldn't see the exact position of the officer behind the door. He hadn't moved, hadn't stepped out of position, and the gun had never wavered. "Thomas, talk to me. What's wrong? I can feel something's wrong." Shockingly, Judith breached the space between them. The surge of energy was powerful, so powerful, electricity snapped and crackled audibly, and the hair on their bodies stood up. He wasn't the only one who felt it. Both officers and Lev looked warily around them. Fortunately, he was the only one to hear her. "Thomas, I'm coming out. Are you hurt?" How did he answer that? She showed concern now, but the moment this was over, she would most likely run from him, and he couldn't blame her. Losing her was going to be worse than all the tortures he'd endured, all the survival games he'd been forced to play. "Stay in the house. The sheriff is here." "Why are you so cold?" The officer behind him grabbed his left wrist. It was now or never. He knew exactly every pressure point, every vulnerable target on the man. He took a breath and relaxed his hand, allowing his wrist to be cuffed and pulled behind him. "They're handcuffing me. I'm not good with this kind of thing." That much was the truth. The last time he'd had his hands tied, he'd been beaten senseless and burned in long patterns all over his body, a reminder not to ever let an enemy take control of him. He broke out in a sweat as the officer caught his other wrist. "Thomas, I'm so sorry. I'll come out. Jonas will listen to me." No, he couldn't bear for her to see him this way, on the ground, cuffed, vulnerable. She couldn't see him this way. He would never be able to maintain his control. The deputy was thorough in his search, but he didn't find the garrote or the small pin he had shoved into his thumb. "Tell me what I can do." Hearing her voice had tipped the scales, allowing him to try his brother's way. "You've already done it by distracting me. I'm fine now. We'll talk later." He didn't know if that was a plea, a threat, or a command. When she was gone, all her potent energy dissipating as fast as it had surrounded him, he felt entirely alone. She filled him up with her light, that compassion and spirit that was wholly Judith, the one she tried so desperately to suppress. Every part of him that was insubstantial, no more than a transparent phantom, she brought back to life. Without her, he was back in the cold, in the shadows, where so long ago, Sorbakov had shaped him into the ghost he'd become. "This one is injured," the deputy said as he helped Sheraton to his feet. "Secure him in the squad car and take his statement." Ill talk to these two, Jonas Harrington was a man with a few secrets of his own. His energy, hot and bright, reached Stefan well in advance of the officer. Tall, with sun-bleached hair and very focused, sea-blue eyes, he crossed to them with long, confident strides. He looked a man to be careful around, but more, he felt like a man to be cautious around, and Stefan always paid attention to his warning system. Stefan recognized Jonas's deputy immediately, from the papers years ago in their homeland, although they'd never formally crossed paths. This man had grown up in the state-run home with the youngest Prakenskii. He'd been a formidable police detective in Russia and later, like Ilya, had worked for Interpol. Alexander Volstov had midnight blue eyes and dark wavy hair. Stefan read lethal all over him. He glanced at Lev with a raised eyebrow. Lev shook his head, indicating he hadn't met Volstov as of yet, but recognized the man from his pictures in the newspapers in Russia when he'd worked as a detective. Volstov's gaze sharpened when he saw Lev, his gaze flicking quickly to Jonas. Harrington gave a small shake of his head, but Stefan caught it. "He recognized you, Lev. He's from Russia." "I know. Let it be." "Sir, I'm going to put you in my car, just while I talk to Levi." Stefan didn't respond. He concentrated on remaining passive. It took discipline to walk to the car and slide into the back seat. He'd been a prisoner more than once, but he'd been young and much more trusting back then. One betrayal had been a man he'd considered his best friend. He would have turned on his trainers before he would have followed the order to outwit and kill his friend. Yet Yuri, no more than a boy, a teenager, had waited until his back was turned and struck. At the last moment, Stefan had seen the attack coming in the reflection of a window. He had thrown himself to one side and still carried the scar where the knife went in deep. He stared out the window at his brother and the cop. He could read lips, and, with the lights still on, he could see both men easily. "Tell me what happened, Levi," Jonas instructed Lev. Lev shrugged casually, his expression completely closed. "Judith invited a stranger over, and I watched him. He was unapologetic. Just to be safe, I was armed. I didn't really know much about him, so I waited until he went to leave and struck up a conversation. We were walking, talking about his business, and we spotted a man hiding up on that small knoll just above Judith's house, hiding in the trees there. He was making a racket, must have gotten spooked by the owls nesting there. He's all torn up. The birds living on this property are particularly vicious," Jonas observed dryly. "This isn't the first time someone's had a problem with them." "He shot at us," Levi continued, ignoring the comment. "I can show you where one of the bullets hit." "Just once? One shot?" Jonas asked. Levi shook his head. 3 at Vincent, 2 at me, 5 altogether. "His gun's over there. I'll need to swab your hands for residue. You know the drill. I've got the GSR kit in the car. Let's get it done, and then I'll talk to Vincent." "Sheraton has a camera with a lot of pictures of Judith on it," Lev added. The expression on Jonas's face changed. He walked with Lev to the car, pulling out his kit. "My partner will swab Sheraton's hand and get his story." While he was talking, he was looking Stefan over. Stefan was very grateful he'd taken after his mother in coloring. While he had his father's height and bulk, a fighter's solid, muscular build, his eyes and hair color differed significantly from Lev's. The sheriff's eyes were just a little too sharp. He seemed satisfied with the results of his test and removed Levi's cuffs. "Wait over there while I talk with your friend here." He opened the door, allowing Stefan to step outside the vehicle. Pushing down the need to remove the cuffs, Stefan complied, breathing in the night air. "Your name?" "Thomas Vincent." "Tell me what happened here." "It all happened fast. I was visiting with Judith Henderson, and when I went to leave, I ran into Levi Hammond there. He lives on the farm and is married to one of Judith's sisters. We got to talking, and he was showing me a little of property, just walking really while we talked, and there was a man in a grove of trees just above Judith's house." "Who spotted him?" Stefan frowned and shook his head. "I don't honestly remember. We were talking, and then a bird called out loud, and he screamed. Maybe that's what drew our attention. In any case, Levi shouted something, and the guy took off running. We separated, trying to come at him from 2 positions, and he shot at me." "How many times did he fire his gun?" 3 times. Well, at me. He shot at Levi a couple more times. You've got a few splinters in your face." "It happened so fast," Thomas reiterated. "I didn't have time to think. I just reacted. I tackled him when he was shooting at Levi. I thought he was going to kill me." "Not the smartest thing in the world, tackling a man with a gun," Jonas observed. "You're lucky he didn't kill you. I need to check your hands for gun residue." Jonas unlocked the handcuffs. Stefan noticed his eyes never shifted away. The sheriff was ready for anything. He dutifully held out his hands for the swab. Alexander Volstov approached, using a small hand gesture to summon his partner for a conference. "His name's Mike Sheraton. He lives in Point Arena. I read him his rights. He tested positive for gun residue. He said he gets paid for taking pictures of Judith and has for the last 5 years. This is only the 2nd time he went over the fence and onto the property. He admits to shooting at both men. In fact, he didn't hold anything back." Jonas cast a suspicious glance back at Lev. He confessed to shooting at them? The way he tells it, he was scared and trying to just frighten them enough to back off. He's stalking Judith. He claims he gets paid to take the photographs for someone else. He was contacted and offered money to do the job, and the pay is good and comes immediately when he sends the pictures over the internet. Distaste crossed Jonas's face. Stefan could see the idea of anyone stalking a woman and sending her pictures over the internet bothered the sheriff on a very personal level. The pictures are sent to a guard at a prison in France. That guard delivers them to Jean-Claude Leroux. Volstov said the name expectantly. "That name means something to you, Alexander?" Jonas asked with a small frown. "He was convicted of running guns some 5 years ago, but was suspected of everything from espionage to murder. Anyone in his way disappeared. Twice, Interpol agents investigating him disappeared, but no one could connect him. Jonas shook his head. I'll finish up here and talk to Judith, see if she knows this man or if she has any idea why a criminal in France would want her photograph. Take Sheraton to the hospital and get him help for that wrist. Book him on felony assault with deadly weapon and felony negligent discharge of a firearm. We can add anything else we need to later. It took what seemed like forever to answer all the questions and recover 2 of the 5 bullets fired. One was in a tree trunk, the second in the branch of the same tree. The others were impossible to recover, although Jonas made a thorough inspection of the area. He interrogated them again, both separately and together, dropping seemingly inane questions into the conversation designed, Stefan knew, to trip either of them up. He had interrogated more people than he'd ever want to admit to and knew the tactics. Stefan just wanted everyone gone. He had no problem maintaining his role as American businessman Thomas Vincent, but all the same, he was happy enough that the sharp-eyed Volstov had left before he could inspect Stefan too closely. Alexander Volstov had quite the reputation as a police detective and Interpol agent. Mid-low alto, intimate, 5 to 8% pitch, volume 78% to 70 to 75%, intimate. What was the man doing in Sea Haven? Had he been friends with Ilya? There would be no talking with Judith tonight, not with the sheriff heading to her house to interview her. What would she tell him about her relationship with Thomas Vincent? Any way he looked at it, she wasn't going to welcome him with open arms again. He was going to have to crawl back and find a loophole or two to get her to even listen to him. Jean-Claude Leroux. Judith stood at the door watching Jonas walk back to his squat car, her entire body numb, the color draining from her face. For the longest time, her mind refused to work. She just stared out into the night, shocked, guilt-ridden, and afraid. She'd put everyone she loved in danger. Jean-Claude was capable of anything. She had never really been rid of him, not when he haunted her every night, invading dreams to turn them into nightmares. She would never truly be rid of him, but to know he was keeping tabs on her, paying someone to send him pictures for the last 5 years, was truly frightening. And Thomas, what about Thomas? She was crazy about him. It had happened too fast, burned too hot. Of course it wasn't real. And if it was real, if there was a good explanation for everything, she couldn't risk him. She wouldn't risk him. She couldn't risk her sisters either. Jean-Claude had ordered the torture and murder of more men than just her brother, and he was certainly capable of striking at Judith through her sisters. What was he planning? What did he want? She would have to leave. What else could she do? Her mind refused to answer questions, just ran everything together until nothing at all made sense to her. A sob welled up, and she pressed her hand to her mouth to keep from crying. Judith? Blythe's voice effectively shredded any control she might have had. Judith flung herself into Blythe's arms almost before her sister managed to reach the top of the stairs. Blythe caught her, steadied them both, and just held her while she sobbed. Judith had no idea how long she cried, but when she looked up, she was surrounded by her sisters, all of them. Her heart expanded, landed in her throat, and she cried more. Blythe smoothed her long hair, murmuring soothing noises. "We'll deal with it, honey. We will, all of us together. How did you know?" Judith managed to get a hold of herself long enough to lift her head and looked at them, her eyes still swimming with tears. "Ricky called us. Levi told her about the pictures and Jean-Claude. Of course we would come," Blythe said. "Ariana is going to make some tea for us, and Lexi brought a few things for a late-night snack. We're going to need energy to figure this out." Blythe sounded like, well, Blythe. She was always practical, the mother of all of them, big sister, the boss without being bossy. Blythe always made everyone feel better just by her steady presence alone. Or maybe it was her touch. Judith already felt a little lighter, the waterworks slowing enough to allow her some semblance of control. Blythe caught Judith's arm and firmly led her back into the house. The others filed in after her, with Lissa deadbolting the door and setting the alarm system. Judith looked around her at the circle of women. These were the people she could count on, the ones that always, always stood for her. They weren't sisters by blood, but her heart had chosen them, and they were every bit as close as a blood relative. These women had saved her life, had supported her when she was at rock bottom with nowhere to go. They'd made her believe in herself again, and now, once again, when her world was crashing down around her, here they were, standing with her. Judith took a deep breath and let it out, watching as Lexi began taking candles from her bag and placing them around the room. Following Lexi, Lissa blew on wicks, and flames sprang to life, dancing merrily, the healing aroma filling the room. Water filled the kettle at Ricky's command, and Ariana set the kettle on the stove where Lissa had the flames already burning. "You're such a show-off," Ariana teased her. It was a show of power for Judith, the women coming together, bound to the elements, bound together by the love they shared. Judith's heart eased, the terrible ache threatening to crush her lessening. She let Blythe lead her to a chair, and she sank into the soft cushions. "Jonas put Levi in handcuffs," Ricky announced. There was a collective gasp. "Levi let him?" Lissa asked. "Yes." Ricky sounded proud, but there was a hint of laughter in her voice. She took the chair closest to the door. She always had to fight her reluctance to sit in a house with all the doors closed, filled with those she loved. "How come he isn't here with us?" Judith asked. "He's usually glued to your side." "Well," Ricky's mischievous grin lit her eyes. "I told him no." That brought another collective gasp, more astonished this time. And then the women burst into laughter, even Judith. The thought of Ricky telling Levi no when he was so protective and male had them all howling. Judith wiped the last of her tears away. "How did he take that?" "Not very well, actually," Ricky admitted. "He's prowling around your house like a wounded hound dog, but this is women power. He can be all macho and sulk outside." Another round of laughter restored Judith's natural balance. She sent her sisters a loving smile. "Thanks. I'm better now. At least I can think. I panicked when I heard his name. I barely heard anything Jonas said after he told me where the pictures were going. I was afraid, when I first got the message, that maybe this man had installed a camera in your bedroom and you were the latest sensation on the internet," Ariana said. "It's crazy that anyone can do that kind of thing now." "No, not the internet, but I'm the poster girl for the prisoners in France," Judith said, with a small broken smile. "Just for the one man, I hope," Blythe said. "I doubt if he's sharing your picture." Judith swept a hand through her hair, shoving it from her face in a quick, restless gesture. "I don't understand why he's keeping track of me." 5 years, Jonas said. "I've never heard of Mike Sheraton. He evidently lives in Point Arena, and he's made quite a good living sending photographs of me and my work to Jean-Claude." Ariana turned from where she was pouring tea, leaning one hip against the kitchen sink. "Sheraton? That's an unusual name. I remember it. He came in and bought one of your scopes. I think it was a C-scope, the one with the waves and shells and interchangeable cells. He was in about a month ago." "Great, he can play with it in jail," Judith said. "At least you made money off of him," Lexi pointed out with a quick grin, settling onto the floor across from Judith's chair. "That's something." "I suppose I should be happy about it," Judith said. "Seriously, maybe it will help him figure out what he was doing was wrong." "Ariana, I take milk in my tea," Lexi said. "I don't," Ricky said hastily. Ariana rolled her eyes. "You two always say the exact same. You've been saying it for 5 years. I think I've got it by now." Teacups floated from the sink to the living room, one after the other, a parade of them, making their way into the hands of each of the women. "Talk about showing off," Lissa said. "I'm practicing," Ariana defended. "Did you notice I was a little weak holding back the wind in the redwoods while I was attempting to keep a lighter touch over the vegetable garden? I still haven't gotten divisions down very well. I felt so much power tonight when Judith wove us all together and the wind was a little harder to control." Ricky nodded. "I'm getting used to it. But your strength really increased tonight, Judith, which is a good thing. But when I pulled water from the clouds, the water in the ground wanted to respond as well. I had to work a little harder on control. I didn't realize I was boosting everyone so much," Judith said, a touch of alarm in her voice. "I guess I let myself go a little more tonight than usual without realizing it." A little more? Lissa asked. Mid-low alto. Intimate. 5 to 8% pitch. Volume 78% to 70 to 75%. Intimate. You're always so contained and under control, but tonight you felt different. Although, yes, it was harder to control the power at first, it was awesome. Does that mean you can amplify our abilities even more? Judith felt the weight of all of her sister's stares. The rule was they didn't lie to one another. Sins of omission might be okay, but outright lies were not okay ever between them. She hesitated, inhaled, exhaled. Yes. Wow, Ariana said, slipping onto the floor beside Lexi. Just wow, Judith. I imagine it must be very difficult for you to control all that power at times. Judith, Blythe said, getting straight to the heart of the matter. Judith nodded. Until Levi pointed out that each of us was bound to an element, I didn't even realize there was something useful and good I could use all that power for. I've suppressed it the best I could. By weaving it with yours, I feel good about it for the first time. I've been doing it all along, since we moved here, but not consciously, not using spirit to bind all the elements into one tapestry to work for us improving the farm. Before, when I could feel the water or the wind, I just tweaked them a little, the same with the soil, calling to me. It's easier to understand after Levi explained why I needed to have my hands in the soil, Lexi agreed. And how we were all intertwined. Don't you think it's strange that we all have an element we're bound to, basically a tremendous gift, yet we all suffered some terrible, violent tragedy in our lives? Do you think there's a correlation? There was a small silence while they thought it over. As usual, it was Blythe who tackled the big questions. There's a balance in everything, we all know that. Good and bad, happiness and heartbreak. You never have one without the other. All of you carry a great gift, very powerful, and the balance of that might be difficult. Whatever the reason, this is our here and now. Nothing has changed that. We all agreed we wouldn't live in the what-ifs. We have our lives, and we all made a vow we'd live as best we can. Jean-Claude rearing his ugly head hasn't changed that. It will serve to unite us and make us stronger. Not knowing what he wants, but knowing he's looking over Judith's shoulder, gives us the opportunity to explore the talents we have and how we can better use and control them. His presence in our sister's life will only make us stronger. He's very dangerous, Judith pointed out. You know what he did to my brother. And Paul wasn't the only one. It's very possible he'll attempt to strike at me through one of you. No one ran away when I brought danger here, Ricky said staunchly, and no one's going to now. If that man is planning something, anything at all, you're not alone, and he's going to get the surprise of his life. My brother was strong, Judith said softly. Her heart clamped down hard, a vice grip of pain at the thought of what he'd gone through because of her. That's true, Blythe said, but this is different, Judith. You're not a young girl anymore. We've all gone through the fire in our own way, and it's honed us, made us stronger, and we're together now. I believe that together there is no possible way for this man to harm us. You have to believe that too. Levi is helping all of us with security and personal self-defense, Lissa said, but we can be a little more proactive in that department, as well as working on our ability to control our elements. Practicing a craft always perfects it, and I know we've just started tapping into our strengths together as a unit. The women nodded. What made you release so much energy tonight, Judith? Blythe asked. Not only was it powerful, Ariana said, but happy. You felt happy to me. Me too, Lissa agreed. Real happiness. Judith took a sip of tea, allowing its familiar, soothing properties to help calm her suddenly pounding heart. Thomas Vincent, that's why. Her sisters exchanged long, shocked looks. Again, it was Blythe who took the bull by the proverbial horns. "You might elaborate on that just a little, Judith." Judith put down her teacup to keep from betraying that her hands were shaking. "I thought a lot about this. When I'm with Thomas, I feel alive, truly alive. My spirit does. It's hard to explain, but I'm not afraid of that power inside of me. I feel as if—" She broke off, took a breath, and tried again. "When I'm with him, I feel as if I'm totally free to be me, yet safe at the same time, that everyone around me will be safe as well." Her eyes met Blythe's. "I know it makes no sense. When I'm not with him, I tell myself all the things I'm certain you'll tell me. It's too fast, physical attraction isn't something to rely on, but all that goes out the window when I'm with him. He just makes me happy with who I am. I'm not afraid, and I don't have to hide from him. Even the worst in me, I think he can handle." Blythe looked at Ricky. "What does Levi say?" Ricky shook her head. "Levi hasn't said much because I didn't give him the chance. I knew Judith needed us, and that took precedent. Besides, Judith pointed out, Levi doesn't like anyone besides us, so that's hardly fair." Lissa laughed and covered it with a slight cough. "She has a point, Ricky." Ricky sighed. "Well, I don't like anyone else either, so it works." Ariana held up her teacup, toasting Ricky. "You love us, and that's all that counts, baby." She took a sip and looked over the rim at Judith. "What's his aura like?" "Sort of muddy, like you see in a lot of powerful businessmen. Good and bad. But sometimes I can't even see it." Judith sighed. "I've tried not to see auras. I don't trust my reading of them, and his is sort of difficult. The more I tried to focus on it, the less I could read it." "Great," Ariana scowled. "I hate that." "Why?" Blythe asked. Ariana sent an apologetic look toward Judith without meeting her eyes. "Because that kind of aura almost always is a product of concealment." Blythe frowned and leaned toward Ariana, rubbing her left palm on her thigh, a habit that usually signaled she was becoming upset or unhappy. On purpose? Someone could conceal their aura on purpose? Wouldn't that mean he had some sort of psychic talent and that he would know to conceal his aura around us? "No, I didn't meant that, Blythe," Ariana corrected. "More that the person is hiding something of great importance." "It doesn't really matter," Judith said. "I can't see him with the threat of Jean-Claude hanging over my head." "Of course it matters," Lexi disagreed. "I don't think a perfect person comes along all that often. If the opportunity is there and you connect with him, I say take a chance. Ricky did, and look how happy she is." She frowned. "I mean, you are happy with Levi, aren't you? He is a little intimidating. He never smiles." "I'm very happy with Levi," Ricky said, rocking slightly. She looked around. "But maybe we could open a window or something. Would you mind, Judith?" "Levi's out there, probably armed to the teeth," Judith said. "Open the door, hun. I'm fine with it open." "He'll come in," Ricky said, twisting her fingers together in her lap. "He won't be able to help himself. He'll have to walk through the house and make certain it's properly locked down." She rolled her eyes. "He checks my garden hoses to make certain they're in good working order." All the women burst out laughing. Ricky blinked and looked around the room. "What? He checks the garden hoses around your house?" Blythe prompted. "Like you do every single morning?" "Exactly. I would notice if there was anything wrong with the hoses, wouldn't I?" "The man is just over the top when it comes to safety. And he wants a dog." "Now we're getting to what really bothers you," Judith said gently. "Baby, you know it doesn't upset you in the least that Levi checks the entire farm, your boat, and our shops a million times. It's his thing, and he takes it seriously. He just wants to keep us all safe. It's the dog." "He won't drop the subject," admitted, flapping her fingers back and forth, obviously becoming more agitated. "We've talked about it before Levi ever came," Blythe pointed out. She laid a calming hand on Ricky's arm, very lightly, careful not to invade her space. Lexi really could use a companion here on the farm. She's alone a lot and would really love to have a dog. Ariana would like one as well. Levi isn't alone in wanting one. But if we get one, it will come in my house and on my boat, Ricky protested. Not necessarily, Blythe contradicted. A lot of people have outdoor dogs. Ariana's breath hissed out, and she opened her mouth to protest, but Blythe shot her quelling look. Everyone knew how she felt about leaving dogs outside. Ricky shook her head. Oh no, I couldn't do that, Blythe. If we get a dog, it would have to be with us all the time. I would worry about it being alone while we dive, and I wouldn't be able to sleep at night if I made the poor thing sleep outside because I didn't want dog hair in my house. There are breeds that don't shed, Ariana said. And you really like animals, Ricky. I know. Ricky rubbed her thumb on the inside of her palm as if it itched. I just managed to let Levi into my house, and now he wants a dog. What's after that? It's too many changes too fast. Blythe smiled at her. Ricky, you know you're going to get a dog. I can hear it in your voice. You want us all to agree with you and talk you out of it. Ricky sighed. You know I'll obsess over the frickin' thing. It's going to be embarrassing. Levi doesn't know what I'm like yet. Not really. Not about how crazy I can get. The dog will be mine, under my protection and care. I take that kind of thing very seriously. I'll be reading dog books and wanting the best of everything for it. I'll probably want organic dog food if there's such a thing. She blew on her fingers in disgust. Sheesh. Levi is not going to leave you because you love a dog, Blythe said. He's going to be just as bad. Besides, Lexi added, he obsesses over your protection and ours. It will give him something to distract himself. Ariana laughed. Are you kidding? Every dog that comes onto this property will be trained in security. That man will make certain of it. Ricky nodded. He's going to get big dogs, and he knows Ariana is a trainer, so expects her to work with him and with the dogs to get them to be guard dogs. Is that a bad thing? Blythe prompted gently. Ricky rocked more. No. Yes. I don't know. She blew on her fingers again. It's a big responsibility. Judith leaned toward her. Honey, is this about the fires when you were a child? You lost a dog in one of the fires, didn't you? Ricky had lost her parents and fiancé, as well as several foster homes in fires. For a long time, she'd believed she was in some way setting those fires. Ricky slowly nodded in response. I have a difficult time with the idea that something might happen. I know I wasn't responsible. And the man who is responsible is behind bars, Blythe reminded, her voice very gentle. Baby, you can't let him dictate to you any more than Judith can allow Jean-Claude to dictate to her. You have Levi in your life, and things are good. Bringing a dog into your life isn't going to put him in danger. And you'll be great at taking care of a dog regardless how it's trained. Judith sighed. She knew Blythe wasn't just talking to Ricky. She was reminding Judith that they'd all vowed to live life again, not hide from it. She hadn't shared her concerns about Thomas, that he might be far more than he seemed. Ricky hadn't really indicated that she knew more about him than Judith did, and Levi seemed to share everything with her. Yet it seemed that Thomas and Levi were familiar with each other. Thomas had called Levi Lev in a perfect Russian accent. The childhood memories Thomas had seemed to be violent and ugly, as were Levi's. She knew Levi was Russian, and Thomas's adopted mother was Russian. Was there a connection? Was she running from the relationship because she feared what Jean-Claude might do? Or because she was afraid Thomas would rip out her heart? It was so much easier hiding behind the gates and staying in her own little protected world than putting her heart on the line and taking the chance that Thomas would break it. No, not just break it, shatter it so completely she might not recover. Thomas wasn't like any other man she'd met. Her spirit had never reacted to a man, connecting deeply with his, creating a profound sense of unity. That sounded so dramatic and ridiculous. How could she possibly explain such a thing to even those she loved when she didn't understand it herself? She knew she fit perfectly with Thomas. Everything about him, everything about her. They belonged. It didn't matter that they barely knew each other and both had secrets. She didn't care that his aura was muddy or hinted at concealment. Maybe he had a secret or two, but so did she. That wasn't the point. I know Ariana and Lexi wouldn't mind dogs on the farm, but Blythe, Judith, and Lissa haven't really weighed in one way or the other, Ricky said. I'm all for it, Blythe said. I wouldn't mind having a dog to go running with me, and I'd probably feel a little safer. Judith shrugged. I'm not certain I'd have a dog, or at least a big dog, but I'm not opposed to them on the farm for anyone else. Lissa? Blythe prompted when she remained silent. Lissa's face seemed paler than normal, her firm body shrinking a little as she made herself smaller. She shrugged and remained silent, drinking the last of her tea. You have to weigh in on this issue, Lissa, Blythe prodded. Everyone should have a say. Are you afraid of dogs? Lissa shrugged again. It sounds to me like everyone wants dogs, so, like Ricky, I'll get used to them. I suppose getting used to dog hair will be all right, Ricky conceded. Levi fits into my life without asking much. A dog would be fun for us. Maybe. She didn't sound terribly sure of herself. And that was the real problem in life, Judith decided. There was no certainty about anything. Ricky loved Levi with everything she was, her intense loyalty, her all-or-nothing nature, and still, that wasn't enough. Her ordered world, the one she needed to survive, would be turned upside down in order to accommodate a need for her partner. Judith pressed her lips together tightly and shook her head. Life had just taken an ugly turn. She looked around the room at the women who had left their beds in the middle of the night to comfort her. They'd successfully distracted her long enough to get over that first rush of shock and horror. She realized that changes in subject had been for her benefit, skillfully directed by Blythe, with all of her sisters willingly following to give her time to pull herself together. I'm so lucky to have all of you. The intense emotion she had for them welled up and spilled out into the room. Lissa blew her a kiss. I think what we've got to do, my sister, is figure out why Jean-Claude has kept tabs on you for the last 5 years, because it doesn't make sense. If he paid this man here to take pictures of you all this time, he went to a lot of trouble and expense. He's in France. He had to have someone find Sheraton and hire him, bribe the guard, and arrange for payments. That couldn't have been easy from prison. Judith suppressed the wince at the sound of his name. Jean-Claude belonged in her dark studio, surrounded and kept prisoner by hatred and sorrow. Judith pressed her fingertips to her eyes. Maybe she was the one kept prisoner. All along, maybe she'd been the one locked up. Thomas had come along and opened her eyes, although she hadn't wanted it to happen, and she felt guiltier than ever. If she let go of those feelings after carefully cultivating them for so long, how could she ever face her brother's memory again? Jean-Claude has more money than any of us can conceive of. Money buys a lot of loyalty, and he has a large, widespread organization. He has a long reach, longer than I realized. But what does he want from you, Judith? Blythe asked. He must know you despise him. He can't think you would ever want to get back together with him. It just isn't logical. He had your brother murdered, and he knows you're well aware it was him, right? Judith nodded, biting down on her lower lip. I have no idea what he wants. Did you testify against him? Lissa asked. Judith shook her head. He was never prosecuted for murder. How could I prove that he'd ordered the torture and murder of my brother? We were in Greece. He was in France. I saw a man being tortured at his house, but I didn't get a look at the man, just the blood everywhere. If the body disappeared, and there's no doubt that it did because I didn't read a thing about a body being found, what could I prove? I was in hiding when he went to trial for gun running and had nothing to do with his conviction. So what then, if not getting you back or revenge? Lissa persisted. What's left? Why did he send those men after you in the first place? Did he know you saw the man being killed in his house? Judith frowned. I don't think so. I didn't make any noise, and I don't see how he could have, unless he had cameras, which is entirely possible. But if he knew where she was, why didn't he just have her killed? Lexi asked. Blythe nodded. That's a good question. If he was afraid you could pin a murder on him, he would have had you killed. You knew him better than anyone else, Judith. What do you think? Could he have some twisted idea that you'd take him back? Judith tried to separate the last 5 years of guilt and shame from the years as an art student when she'd first met Jean-Claude and was so swept away by his charm. He'd been sophisticated, elegant even. She'd been awkward and shy with him, far too innocent to ever imagine what a monster he'd been. She'd had no idea men like Jean-Claude even existed. Wrapped in her world of art, she saw only colors and beauty in the world around her. She'd been in Paris, haunted the museums, ate at the little street cafes, and studied, all the while soaking up the atmosphere of France. She loved the entire experience, and Jean-Claude had been such a part of that. He was good-looking, built, so French with his compliments and accent and elegant manners. Who could possibly believe he was a criminal? He knew policemen, politicians, movie stars. Life at his side was glamorous. She had never met anyone in her life like Jean-Claude, and she had looked at him with stars in her eyes. He was part of her experience in France, a courtly man with impeccable manners who handed her into cars, bowed low over her hand, and took her to places she'd never dreamt of going. He made her feel like a princess. Could he have faked those looks he gave her, long, intense looks, straight into her eyes as he proclaimed his love? He bought her an amazing ring when they'd known one another only a couple of weeks. She'd refused him, crying in her room at night, but something had told her to be just a little more cautious. It hadn't mattered at all that she'd turned down his proposal of marriage, and that made her feel all the more special, that he would give her time when he could have any woman he wanted. Had it all been real on his part? Was it even possible for a man capable of the horrific things he did to actually feel love for someone? A thought hit her hard. She looked at Blythe with stricken eyes. Could I have given him the ability to actually feel real love just by my presence, by the way I loved France, loved who I believed he was? Lissa leaned forward, taking Judith's hands in hers. You didn't do anything wrong, Judith. What's wrong with falling in love? If Jean-Claude had been the man he pretended to be, your life would have been so different and quite amazing. He was the one who was deceptive by pretending to be something he wasn't. Loving someone is never wrong. I must have been projecting, and he thought it was real on his part. Lissa shook her head. You're so mixed up, babe. Look at Ricky with Levi. When they're together, all of us can feel how much they love each other. They radiate love, even when they're in one of their ridiculous arguments. When I love, I intend to love completely. There shouldn't be any other way. You don't know if what he felt for you was real or not. Maybe he was lucky enough that for the first time in his life, he connected with someone good, and it moved him. You can't be responsible for what he did or didn't feel. Ariana nodded in agreement. We can only control ourselves, not others, remember? We all vowed we'd live that way. We're responsible for our own happiness, and we make our own choices. You can't allow Jean-Claude to control you or how you choose to live your life, nor are you responsible for whether he's capable of loving or not. You always do this, Judith. You're afraid of your talent, Blythe pointed out. You find ways to blame yourself, and because of that, you spend half the time refusing to acknowledge that everyone needs to be whole. No one is all good. No one is all bad. You have to allow yourself to be you. Judith knew they were all making sense, but she swept her hand through her hair. I feel whole when I'm with Thomas. Not because I need a man to see myself. It isn't that. It's because somehow he can handle intense emotion, good or bad, and the intensity doesn't seem to affect him, at least not adversely. I'm unafraid when I'm with him. Of myself. Of my power. She pressed her thumb deep into the center of her left palm. He makes me laugh, and I feel beautiful when I'm with him, even with no makeup and in my jeans and t-shirt. I can't say he's exactly handsome, but he's all man and very compelling. I think he's the hottest man I've ever met. She made the confession fast, the words tumbling over one another. She hadn't said soulmate, but she felt that way. She didn't know if she'd ever talk to him again. didn't know how to feel about what had transpired between him and Levi, but that didn't negate the truth of her words. "Wow," Ariana said it for all of them, a little stunned. Judith nodded. "Exactly. The first time I laid eyes on him, he took my breath away. He was standing in the shadows, and I swear the earth moved when our eyes met. I knew, right then I knew it was him, and it was always supposed to be him." She rubbed her hands together and pushed her thumb harder into her palm, the gesture somehow soothing. "I know it's not supposed to happen like that, but it did. I had no idea in my head of meeting anyone. I was late and I was hurrying, and then I looked up, and it was like he came inside my mind and filled up every single lonely place inside me. I shouldn't trust it. Intellectually, I know I shouldn't, but I can't seem to resist him." "It can happen that way," Lythe said. "And maybe he was meant for you, just like you say, soulmates. But Judith," she leaned close, her gaze intent, "honey, that doesn't mean you shouldn't be cautious. I know from firsthand experience that even if every single part of you knows with absolute certainty that he should be the one, that he is the one, it doesn't always work out as it should. When I'm with him, I'm not afraid of myself, and I feel as if he sees me. He can see inside of me, and he isn't afraid of my power," Judith blurted, wanting all of them to understand, but especially Blythe. It was important Blythe understood, because God help her, if she saw Thomas again, she was afraid she would fall right off that cliff all over again. If all of them thought she was crazy and told her so, she would still fall. Her eyes met Blythe's in a kind of agony of need. She needed her to understand. These women in this room with her were the people she loved, her family, all she had left in the world. If she was making a terrible mistake, they would love her enough to tell her. But she didn't know if she had the strength to resist him if he came to her again. "Just go slow, baby," Lissa said. "Let us meet him." "Blythe met him," Judith defended quickly, and then felt silly. She bit her lip.
"Okay, see how I am? And even if he's everything he seems to be, the perfect man for me, what about Jean-Claude? I know what Jean-Claude is capable of. And is it right for me to put Thomas in danger? Jonas told me that there were pictures of Thomas with me already sent to the prison. Then it's too late to worry about that, isn't it?" Lissa said. "Tell your Thomas the truth and let him decide whether he wants to take the chance or not. You can only be responsible for yourself and your decisions, Judith. Thomas has to be responsible for his, and Jean-Claude owns his own sins. You make it sound so easy when it really is complicated," Judith said. "Because you're afraid," Ricky said, shocking Judith. Ricky shrugged and set her cold teacup down. "I know you are, because I was. It's very scary to let another man into your life, but you know you're also bringing him into our lives as well. This is our home. Would he fit in here? Would he contribute and love this place and all of us? Even when the relationship is brand new, when you know your life is going to be different, complicated, and you're going to be the one to complicate everyone else's life as well, it's terrifying." "So true," Judith admitted. "And I'm a coward. I don't want to get hurt. When I figured out what Jean-Claude was, I realized I loved the illusion, not the man. He was all wrapped up in my love of art, the romantic idea of Paris, and I was all caught up in the fantasy. Thomas is real to me, and even though I haven't known him long at all, I feel a deep connection with him, and we are truly compatible. If he breaks my heart, I'm afraid I won't be able to put myself back together again." Her eyes met Blythe's. Blythe nodded, her eyes swimming with tears. "I understand, Judith. Take it slow. Be sure he's the man your heart tells you he is." Judith's heart leapt as a hard hand clapped over her mouth. Her eyes snapped open, and she stared at the familiar face peering down at her. Her heart settled into an accelerated rhythm, and something deep inside melted into a soft, warm welcome before she could control herself. "You didn't answer my calls." Thomas didn't lift his hand, so she only nodded, drinking him in. His hair spilled onto his forehead, disheveled and so attractive.
She wanted to touch it, to push it back for him, to feel the silky texture on her fingertips. She could barely breathe, and it had nothing to do with the fact that his hand lay over her lips. It's been 4 very long days. You don't get to hide in your house, behind the gate and security system, and avoid what happened between us. That was exactly what she was doing, but he should at least considering that she might be avoiding him because she was aware he knew Levi. He obviously was more than just Thomas Vincent, the businessman. Righteous indignation glittered in her eyes as she glared at him. He removed his hand carefully, as if she might snap at him with her teeth. The idea did occur to her, but she figured biting him would be undignified. I had the security system turned on. Apparently, it's quite useless. Feeling suddenly very vulnerable, very aware of her body beneath her perfectly adequate and not in the least sexy pajamas, she sat up, pulling the sheet to her chin. What is the point of a very expensive security system if it doesn't keep everyone out? She gave a little indignant sniff. Did he have to be so incredibly compelling with those amazing eyes and his rakish scars and solid muscle everywhere? She was angry at him with good reason, and worse, afraid of what he could do to her. She had to stop reacting to him. Her heart refused to obey, pounding until she could hear the beat thundering in her ears. Her veins coursed with hot hunger, rushing through her like a runaway train. She hated the happiness blossoming in her, no matter that she tried to squash it. He had come to her. Your security system is adequate, and it's not meant to keep me out. Judith tasted passion. She knew she was drinking him in with her eyes, devouring him, when she should just push him away, scream, do something to save herself. Leave, Thomas. His eyes changed to piercing aquamarine, vivid and brilliant. She saw the darkness rush over him, obliterating every color of his aura until he was nothing but a shadow. Her breath caught in her lungs, fingers digging into the sheet for an anchor. My name is Stefan Prakenskii. Levi is my brother. He made the confession in a low tone, his gaze holding hers captive. She couldn't look away from him, mesmerized by the sheer power she saw there. This man was no businessman. The aura surrounding him pulsed with danger. For a moment, she thought she hadn't heard him right. She knew Levi's life was shrouded in secrecy and that he was a very dangerous man. Now the glimpses into Thomas's, no, Stefan's memories made more sense. She shook her head, but no sound could escape her closed throat. I couldn't tell you the truth and put his life in danger. In any case, Judith, you would have shut down immediately and closed me out. There's a retirement order out on him, and an exterminator is in Sea Haven. He touched the scratch on his jaw that was already healing. I ran into the assassin the night you showed me the gallery. He's been here a while. I had to come to Sea Haven and find Levi. I knew he was alive, and I wasn't going to let anyone kill him. Once I realized you were the woman I wanted to spend the rest of my life with, that my emotions were very real, I wanted to tell you the truth. But I couldn't risk his life, not until I had talked to him first. I hope you can understand. Judith pressed her lips together, afraid of saying the wrong thing. She didn't know what to feel. She had fallen off a cliff with this man, built dreams, let go of her tight control on herself, and now she had no idea who he really was. Unconsciously, she shook her head. Don't do that. Don't close down on me, Judith. You would do the same for any one of your sisters, and you know it. Levi knows I'm talking to you. You can call him and confirm everything I'm saying. Ivanov hunted him once already, and he'll never stop. Never. He'll hope I can lead him to Levi, and then he'll kill us both if he gets the chance. You have to tell Jonas. Something lethal flashed in his eyes, a brief flare of emotion that frightened her. Your solution is always this man Jonas. He's not in Ivanov's league, Judith. Believe me, I know killers. Jonas might be very good at what he does, but he's hampered by rules he has no choice but to follow. He would try to take Ivanov into custody, and Ivanov would kill him. I don't know what that means. Judith clutched the sheet tighter to her and drew back, away from him. She was very afraid she knew exactly what that meant. It was one thing to dream of making Jean-Claude suffer and die, but that tightly coiled power, so evident now in Stefan, told her he was really quite capable of things she couldn't conceive of. It means you can tell Harrington that Ivanov is hunting Levi, but you'll likely get him killed. You haven't been to bed for 3 nights, Judith. She blinked at him. Are you spying on me? I'm watching over you. There's a difference. He rubbed the bridge of his nose. Okay, maybe I was spying on you, he conceded. I needed to know you were all right. Her heart contracted in her chest. There was nothing boyish about Stefan Prakenskii, not in his looks, not in that smooth, sensual tone. Yet he sounded so astonished and a little self-deprecating, as if he couldn't quite believe his own behavior. He was a man even more disciplined, more controlled than she was, if she was reading him right. And yet, with her, he seemed a little out of his depth, and she couldn't help responding to the lost note in his voice. I have no experience with emotions, Judith. I'm going to do everything wrong and mess this up. I've never actually been in a real relationship. Her heart jumped again. Never? He shook his head. In my line of work, relationships are impossible.
He sighed and pushed his hand through his hair until the thick strands were wild and disheveled. If I'm being entirely honest, I didn't think I was capable of feeling anything real for a woman. And then I saw you, and it's like I'm no longer in control. You just took me over, and I haven't a clue what to do about it, Judith. He looked so uncomfortable, so completely at a loss. She couldn't imagine that the things he was saying weren't true. I know I don't want to mess this up by trying to move on you too fast, but I pretty much already messed that up, didn't I? I think that was both of us, Stefan. Judith wasn't letting him take all the blame. I make my own choices, and that was a conscious decision. He shook his head. I was in it for the long run, and you were hoping we'd burn hot and the need would be gone. Admit it, Judith. One night was all you planned to give me. She couldn't help but smile at him, self-mockingly. I planned to give you a tractor ride, that was all. At his somewhat crestfallen look, she couldn't help but give him something. I find you a little hard to resist. He let his breath out as if he'd been holding it for a long time, and maybe he had. She felt as if she'd been holding her breath for 4 long days. In Russia, my parents sided against a very powerful man. I have family I love, people that matter to me. Those women saved my life and made me believe in myself again. They've given me hope, as you've done for me, he stated quietly. Her gaze jumped to his. She swallowed hard. Before you came along, I felt frozen. I did, Thomas. This time she said the name firmly. I felt like there would never be love in my life, not the love of a partner, a man for myself. I had no hope of a family of my own, children, laughter, love every day. And then I saw you, and before I could take a breath, I was so wrapped up in you, I couldn't breathe. I don't let people in. I can't. You have no idea how dangerous that can be, and I don't want to make a wrong move. I'm protecting you as well as my family and me. He held out his hand to her. She looked so forlorn, unable to take that step toward him. She looked at his hand, and tears swam in her eyes. She shook her head. I can't, Thomas. I can't explain, but you're better off without me. The more agitated she became, the more negative energy filled the room until the walls pulsed with it. At first, the heavy emotion battered at him, chipping away his resolve and confidence that they fit perfectly, but as her fears grew, his determination hardened and calmness descended. Mój prekrasny padshi angel. He covered the distance separating them and took her hand. Locks don't mean anything to me. I can go wherever I want. It is impossible to shut out a man such as I am. You have no secrets from me. I can't live with them, and you don't need to. He kept his gaze locked with her, willing her to understand. Her eyes widened, her breath caught in her throat. Dark anger spread through the room. He didn't let go of her hand, not even when she tensed up and tried to jerk away from him. He kept her shackled to him, while anger spread like a cancer and the floor rippled beneath his feet. The power expanded and the windows rattled.
He held onto her and stayed calm, the eye of the hurricane, never moving, never looking away from her. "Just breathe now, Judith," he said, keeping his voice quiet. "I'm every bit as exposed as you, and we're still standing. I'm still standing with you. Your worse is nothing at all, honey. Everyone gets angry and feels rage and even hatred at times. You're a spirit element, so unfortunately, if those darker emotions get away from you, others can feel them as well. But the emotions are normal. They don't make you a terrible person." Her gaze shifted from his, and she looked down, guilt and shame making her shoulders sag. He knew her guilt wasn't over her rage or her dark wishes. The shame was because she didn't have it in her to avenge her brother. Stefan stepped close to her, close enough to share his body heat without physically touching her curves. He tipped her chin up, forcing her to meet his gaze. "My shame, Judith, is that I'm wholly capable of doing terrible things to other human beings without mercy, without emotion. If you asked me to make this man suffer for you or to kill him for you, I would get the job done. You wanted a weapon, and I'm standing right here, willing to do anything for you. Sadly, if you ask that of me, it would be the easiest thing you'll ever ask of me." He made the confession, looking her straight in the eyes, wanting her to hear, feel, and see the terrible, ugly truth of his declaration. She had to know him, the real Stefan, not the fantasy of Thomas. Stefan was a man of action, and that action wasn't always going to be pretty. His training was ingrained in him. He couldn't be anything with her other than what he truly was. He wanted Judith to see him and fall in love with him, commit to him. "I don't need a man to rescue me. Is that what it feels like to you, Judith? A rescue? I don't mind saying I need you. Can I live without you? Of course, I have for years. But can I sleep at night, breathe right, feel happiness? I don't know. I never felt happiness before, so now that I know what it's like, maybe I'll have a more difficult time. I want a partnership with you. I want your joy in my life, your sense of fun, the bright colors you bring to life in me. I think you're the one rescuing me, not the other way around." She pressed her lips together, standing absolutely still, afraid to move in any direction. "It's only a matter of time before you learn to control your element. You're more than halfway there already. You bottled up the darker side, but you know you can't keep doing that. For one thing, it's missing from your paintings, and you need it. Everyone needs a balance. Once you learn control, why would you need rescuing, Judith? I'm here for myself, pleading with you to see me, with my soul in my hands, asking you to save me." Judith felt her heart turn over. Could anyone fake that look? She'd been broken for so long after Jean-Claude, shattered inside. Her sisters had glued her back together, but the cracks showed. This man was standing in front of her, bearing his very soul to her, exposing his sins, giving his life into her keeping. Whatever he was, whatever he'd done in his life, there was good in him. On the other hand, he'd broken into her house, into her locked studio, and spied on her. Wasn't that stalker mentality? How could breaking into her studio in the least be considered reasonable? He hadn't even shown remorse, nor did she think he felt that particular emotion. She let her breath out slowly in a hiss of need. She couldn't help herself. He had never had anyone. The glimpses she caught of his life, the small things he'd told her, were heartbreaking. Someone needed to love this man. She didn't pretend to herself it would be easy. She wouldn't be signing up for a fairy tale. He was a dominating man. Levi had the same traits, but Ricky needed her world a certain way, and Levi got Ricky and loved her enough to give in to her needs, and always, always, he was gentle when he pushed her out of her comfort zone. Stefan, Thomas, wouldn't have that same motivation. He would give orders and ask questions afterward. Was she strong enough to live with that kind of force? A man who would always push to dominate? A man who didn't mind getting past locked doors? He would be a force in her life always. He would also be a strong anchor. His plea appealed to her compassionate nature. She moistened her lips. "How could there not have been a woman in your life, Thomas? You're a very sensual man." He brought her hand to his chest, opening her fingers so her palm fit over his heart. "I didn't say there weren't women. I work for a man named Sorbakov. He's a very dangerous man, always behind the scenes in our government, but he wields tremendous power and influence. Mid-low alto, intimate 5 to 8% pitch, volume 78% to 70 to 75% intimate. There are, of course, layers between Sorbakov and men like me, but when he assigns me to seduce a woman, I've done so. She heard the distaste in his voice, and it helped to ease the stabbing at her heart. I was trained to perform on demand, to prolong my performance in order to tie a woman to me through my cultivated skills. He was obviously choosing his words carefully, being painfully honest with her when he would prefer not to discuss the subject. Men like me don't have relationships, Judith. We get the information we need, use the woman to help us, and then we're gone. He hesitated and his fingers closed around her hand. If the woman is an agent for another government, sometimes it becomes a matter of who kills the other first. That's horrible. He shrugged. It's the only life I've ever known, so it's normal to me. Women like you are not part of the life I lead. And Levi did the same thing? We were trained in different military camps, and I'm not certain what work he did. I do know that, like me, he's considered disposable, and since Sorbakov can't control him, he's expendable, as I will be. Her heart jumped in protest. The world thinks the Russian agent aboard the yacht that sank is dead. Levi isn't known to be that same man. Sorbakov must know you're Thomas Vincent. Not necessarily. When I go undercover, I go off the grid for long periods. I spent a great deal of time and effort creating Thomas Vincent, with the idea that I might use him when I disappeared. In my business, you always have to have a contingency plan. Sorbakov knows I'm in Sea Haven, but not anything else. Ivanovo isn't going to bother telling him anything. You came here with the idea you'd disappear like Levi did? He nodded. If Ivanovo is going after my brother, it's because Sorbakov ordered him to do so. I won't let that happen, which means I'm going directly against Sorbakov. That's what my father did, and he had him killed. I came here knowing I'd be next on the hit list if I came. But you did. Judith made it a statement. She could see the determination in his eyes. He would have come if there had been a firing squad waiting for him, and back home, there just might be. Still, he had come. He's my brother. Sorbakov killed my parents. That's all the blood he'll get from my family. Judith shivered. She might be the spirit element, amplifying her own emotions and that of those around her, but she felt his absolute resolve and deadly intent. I need a cup of tea, Thomas. Come into the kitchen with me and let's talk in there. If she was being entirely truthful, she didn't trust herself to resist him, not when his loyalty to his brother threatened his life, or the way he stood before her, revealing things about himself she knew he had never told another human being. She tangled her fingers with his and gave a little tug, leading him toward the door. Her heart ached for him. She had been raised in Japan by a loving mother and father as a child. When her father had wanted to return to the United States, her mother hadn't hesitated, moving with her father and making the trip fun and adventurous. Her mother had turned their home into a place of love and peace, surrounding them with her serenity and love of gardening. Her older brother had been loving and protective. She'd had a wonderful childhood. Even after her parents had been killed in an accident when she was in her teens, she still had Paul. He had stepped into the role of parent, watching over her and making her life stay as stable as possible. What had Thomas's life been like as a child? She'd seen her brother tortured and killed, and she'd been a grown woman. What would it be like to be a child and see both parents murdered and your brothers taken from you? Her heart stuttered a little and squeezed down tight, aching for that little boy. Looking at Thomas, she couldn't imagine him as a child. Those violent, brutal men training him had stamped the boy out quickly. Stefan followed Judith down the hall into her kitchen. She hadn't turned on the lights, but with all the windows, the stars and moon provided faint light to illuminate the room. Her long hair skimmed her back, drawing his eye to the sway of her hips and the length of her slender legs. He could barely stand the flash of pain in her eyes when he shared some of his memories with her. She was too compassionate, and he wasn't compassionate enough without her. He shouldn't need her so much. It was too much to put on one person, but he knew he could be good at this, at being with her. Judith, his voice ached with the need to convince her. I'm not going to pretend I've ever been a good man. Really, I can't claim to have been a man. I'm a tool, and I'm a very good one. I don't know any other way of life, but I want to live differently. I know I could be good at being with you. I don't see anyone else. I'd know when you needed something, when you were sad or happy. And I can shield you from other people's emotions, make it easier when you're out in public. More than that, I'm capable of shielding others from your emotions. That alone is sheer freedom for you. He felt like an attorney trying at the last hour to save a man's life. Judith glanced at him over her shoulder, a completely natural look he found appealing. His desire grew in spite of his rigid control. He wasn't going to introduce intimacy into this. She needed to want him because they fit, not just because their chemistry together was explosive. Although, don't, she warned him softly, but without much conviction. He filed that information away to pull out later if he was losing the battle. She was more than susceptible to his charm, and that was one thing he was very good at. He gave her a wan smile. I'm fighting for us, Judith. You have to give me something. She filled her tea kettle with water and set it on the burner. Your life has been so different, Thomas. I can't even imagine the places you've been and the situations you've been in. I live quietly here. This is a small town, a village really. We're a strange little collection of people, very tolerant of one another, but quirky. It's peaceful here, not much in the way of action. We don't even have a police force, just the sheriff if anyone's in trouble. Death here is from old age, or the sea. Abalone divers, that sort of thing. How would a man like you find anything interesting here? He took his time, instinctively knowing she wanted him to be thoughtful. He didn't need to be. I've never had a life, not a real life with a family, and truthfully, I can't be around people for long periods of time. I've lived outside civilization. I don't know the rules, and I'm not polite. I can fit in when I need to, but I'm never me. I'm someone else, playing a role, anything to achieve my goal. I need peace. I need a place where I can live out my days in freedom, and see Hayden seems perfect. Thomas Vincent would love to have an art gallery and a wife who paints and makes amazing kaleidoscopes. Judith kept her back to him, busying her hands by filling the teapot's little screened container with loose-leaf tea. What about Stefan Prakenskii? I'm more interested in him and what he wants. She turned then to face him, leaning back against the counter, studying his face, locking her gaze with his. What does Stefan want? I want you, Judith. I want to live with you and love you. I want to be everything you need. He cupped the side of her face, unable to keep from touching her, his thumb brushing back and forth over all that smooth, soft skin he couldn't resist. She was so beautiful to him. Her bone structure, her exotic eyes, her mouth, that small straight nose, and her intriguing dimples. Yet it was what was inside of her, spilling out, that brought him a kind of joy singing through his veins. I can be good at this one, radost moja, making you happy, keeping you safe, loving you. I can do that. When she started to speak, he shook his head, laying his fingers across her lips. But you have to be sure. There's no going back. You have to know what kind of man I've been, what I've done, Judith. You have to realize that you're nothing like me. All those dark places inside of you are normal. People are supposed to have them. I am those dark shadows, the embodiment of them. Can you live with a man who is scarred inside and out? People like me don't recover. We have certain things ingrained in us, and we can't change. You have to be able to love the real me. The tea kettle began to whistle, and Judith spun around to pour the hot water into the teapot. Stefan didn't step back to give her more room, instead stood close to her, inhaling her fragrance and willing her to understand him. He knew himself, knew he was a tough man, honed in the fires of adversity and probably dwelled there most of the time, lost in the ranks of the unfortunate. But he saw the way out, right here, now. In spite of Ivanov hunting him, in spite of Sorbakov panicking because a journalist had begun digging for information regarding a rumor that orphans and children of political enemies had been taken to military camps and raised for all kinds of purposes. Mostly, Stefan knew, the outside world pictured young children being prepared as sleeper cells to be sent to the United States, the United Kingdom, and a few other countries. Those few people living in the open, marrying, having children, would probably never be called into play, and how much real damage could they actually do? It was the others, trained to live in the shadows, assassins and seducers, men and women who could kill in seconds and vanish as if they'd never been, that the countries needed to fear. And those were the ones Sorbakov feared would come into the light. Sorbakov's methods had been brutal, and only the toughest children with the strongest wills had managed to survive. If his torture of children came to light, if the true deadly nature of his small army of agents was to reach the light of day, the man and his political ambitions would be destroyed, and he knew it. He couldn't afford to allow the information to be made public. Judith poured 2 cups of tea and turned to face him, the cups in her hands. "We need milk. In the fridge over there." She nodded toward her refrigerator. His heart skipped a beat. Getting the milk for the tea was such a domestic thing to do. He forced himself to walk slow, determined to tell her as much of the truth as he could. "If you choose me, Judith, the way won't be smooth. Your sisters are going to try to pull you away from me," he said. "I can't blame them. They'll be doing it out of love for you, afraid you're doing something crazy, tying yourself to me. It will be difficult not to listen to them, Judith, because the things they say will most likely be truth. I'm not a good man, and they'll point that out. I've killed people, and they'll know. I'm capable of hiding my true aura, and they'll know that at some point as well. They'll be afraid for you." He poured the milk himself into both cups, noting Judith wanted more than he did. She took a sip, regarding him over the rim of her teacup. "Make a kaleidoscope with me." He frowned at her. "Judith, I need to know if you're with me or not. I don't know yet. Make a kaleidoscope with me. That's what I need, right now, tonight. Come to my studio and make the scope. Is this some kind of test?" She nodded slowly. "I can't trust my instincts with you. I can't listen to my sisters. I can't even trust my ability to read auras. I'm left with my own truth. Will you do it? Make the scope?" "Be certain, Thomas, because you won't be able to hide from me," she warned. He had never opened up to anyone, but if he made the kaleidoscope himself, she would see inside of him, just as he'd seen inside of her when he'd looked into her dark scope. She was giving him this one chance. For her, he knew he would close his eyes and step off the cliff. He held out his hand to her and nodded. "You can sit right there in my work chair, and I'll lay out bins with beads, charms, wire, glass, and crystals for you to choose from. You'll have to start with a mirror system," Judith explained. "This one is 5-point and is a standard star pattern. This is one I like to use, and it's a 6-point. This one here is a 7-point system. A 7-point system creates a more complex mandala. A mandala is the image created when looking through the mirror system at the cell." Her studio was soothing to her, a familiar place where she spent hours of happiness, designing scopes, and knowing people in other countries, people she didn't know, would look into the world she created and get comfort or joy through her work. Judith kept an eye on Stefan as she pulled out bins of charms and glass, spreading them out in a haphazard manner, adding to colorful crystals and wires for him to choose from. Stefan carefully examined each mirror system, looking from every angle, studying them as if committing each to memory. And maybe he was. Stefan was a very intelligent man. There was no doubt in her mind about that. And he'd spent a lifetime reading people and giving them what they wanted to further his own agenda. He might try to choose things he would think she would approve of, but with so many choices, eventually his true nature would be revealed. He wouldn't be able to help himself. Her heart pounded, and she tasted fear in her mouth. She was baiting a tiger, and this could go wrong very fast. Her world would come crumbling down if he chose all the wrong things, but she had no real choice. She wanted this man. She wanted to be that woman he lived for, the one he built his life around. She wanted to belong to him. Her element had chosen him, and then her body, long before she'd ever had a chance to think clearly. She was already free-falling. It was up to him whether or not he caught her. Stefan studied the mirror systems, intrigued by the idea of constructing his own kaleidoscope. Until he'd looked into the one in Judith's dark studio, he hadn't really considered what a kaleidoscope could actually do. Most people thought of them as a child's toy, and he had inadvertently fallen into that category. Even when she'd told him that kaleidoscopes could lower blood pressure and aid women in childbirth or help an autistic person, he still hadn't realized what the colorful instrument could do. When he'd looked into Judith's scope, there in her dark studio, he knew he was seeing into her soul. He looked over the long table with charms, beads, wire, and crystals everywhere, and knew whatever choices he made would give Judith that same glimpse into him. Essentially, if he did this, he would be revealing his true self to her. There were thousands of options laid out before him. Those tiny bits of metal and crystal would give Judith every reason to run from him, but he refused to cheat. Either she could love him as he was, broken and twisted like the metal, or they wouldn't stand a chance. The seven-pointed system appealed to him. He glanced at her as he handed it to her. "You're a complex man, and I imagine choosing the seven-pointed system means far more to you than just the complexity of it. I'm one of 7 brothers. Although they separated us, our lives mirrored one another. Are there choices for the outside of the scope? I have wraps for the outside, or you could powder coat it. I would prefer to powder coat it," he said immediately. He wasn't a fancy man. In fact, he wanted it plain, and the powder coating could look like gunpowder. Or he spotted a scope already made at the end of her table. What's that? The scope sat on a tower made of what looked like stained glass. The scope itself was powder-coated, yet around the edge was that same stained glass look that appealed to him. The glass seemed to shimmer and change color when he looked at it. That's called dichroic glass. It's fascinating. It changes color when you look at it from a different angle. It's made using various metals in micro-thin layers, vaporized using an electron beam in a vacuum chamber.
I don't make them myself, but I love the versatility. Some are clear-backed and others have a black back. Judith sipped her tea while she watched him get lost in the artistry of making his own kaleidoscope. She loved teaching classes on making scopes because no one could be surrounded by the bright, colorful objects and not slip into a dream of creativity. Some clients hummed, others were silent, but all smiled while they worked. She always felt joy surrounding her when she taught a class. Stefan Prakenskii was a serious man with a tragic past. She doubted he saw it that way. His life simply was what it was. He accepted that his parents had been murdered and his brothers ripped away from him. He accepted that he'd been shaped into a killer through rigid, disciplined work and punishment, just as he accepted the strange magnetic pull between them. He was a man who found moments of joy in beautiful things. He found her beautiful, like the art he so admired. The type of work he did, and she didn't want to think too closely about what that was exactly, had hardened him into a watchful, lethal man. He had to need action after living that life for so long. So did that mean she would be a momentary thing for him? She sighed, and instantly she had his attention. What is it? Even his voice could stroke her skin.
She watched his long, capable fingers turn the dichroic glass over and over as the colors shifted and played, all the while feeling the weight of his eyes. He could have been a pianist with fingers like that. His touch was sure, as if he knew instinctively every way to deepen their connection, captivating her completely. "I'm trying desperately to believe you could give up what you do and lead a quiet life, here, with me." She tried to talk past the sudden lump in her throat. Chemistry lasts only so long, and then there has to be something else, Stefan. Deliberately, she used his name to remind herself he wasn't Sweet Thomas. He was a man who killed other human beings. She might wish for Jean-Claude to die horribly, but this man actually could do such a thing. She couldn't pretend that the temptation to use him for such a dark, destructive purpose hadn't crossed her mind, both alarming her and making her feel ashamed. "What I do isn't living, Judith. I get no pleasure from my work. I'm good at it, but hiding my own identity, even from myself, is no way to live. I know this is where I want to be, here on this farm, living on the edge of the sea, surrounded by a beautiful forest. With you." He looked from her down the long table filled with color. He gestured around the room. "Your home is made for laughter and love, Judith, for the sound of children, the sounds of a man and a woman loving each other. You understand these things as I never will, but I want to share them with you. You want children?" She didn't know why that surprised her, but it did. She definitely wanted children. She always had. She wanted them to know all about her Japanese heritage. She wanted to be like her mother, so serene, moving gracefully through her home, making her children feel as though they were the smartest, most loved children in all the world. He nodded his head slowly. "I would love to see little girls running around with your hair and smile, and little boys with my eyes and your hair." She touched her hair and couldn't help the smile welling up. "You do like my hair." His smile crept to his eyes. "I won't waste this chance if I get it. I'm having it all." "I thought you said even if you get rid of Ivanov, that man Sorbakov would send someone else after you." He nodded. "I won't lie to you. Sorbakov will definitely send another exterminator. But my brother lives here as well, and will be prepared. With two of us here, believe me, honey, we'll be safe enough." Something in his voice made her shiver. He picked up one of the small pieces of wire, the aqua color attracting him. The metal was soft, and without thinking, he began to bend it into softer curves. She watched him work, unable to look away from the intensity on his face. When he focused on her, she got that same rapt attention, yet she knew he was aware of every movement of the house, and especially her presence. She seated herself on the other side of the table and busied herself with the kaleidoscope she was making for Jonas's wife to focus on when she went into labor. "Look into the cell with the mirror system every now and then," she encouraged, without looking up from where she was working. "And don't give in to temptation and overfill it. The objects have to move freely in the liquid." She knew every piece he picked up and discarded. She wondered at the collection of wire, charms, and crystals he collected in a small area near him. She let him roam the bins and study everything through the mirror system he chose. His facial muscles relaxed, and the tension went out of his shoulders. He looked a little less like a caged tiger and more like a contented one, stretching the boundaries of his territory. She tried not to look too often, but it was impossible to resist. He took several inch lengths of very fine black wire. He wrapped about a dozen or more pieces of the wire at one end and carefully spread the wires out. He seemed very intent on getting the wires exactly the way he wanted them, which meant that particular piece meant something to him. At first glance, the tools he collected from the silver charm bin appeared to be farm tools, but she realized each item had a dual purpose. Like the shifting colors in the dichroic glass, the implements he chose had multiple uses. Each had been used as lethal weapons to defend farmers from warlords in times past, as well as for working the land. Judith disarmed the security system she considered absolutely useless anyway and opened the French doors leading to the gardens to allow the fresh ocean air into the room. She was restless and weary of the entire experiment. She almost didn't want to see what he'd constructed, now that the scope was near completion. The night air was crisp. She could hear the bark of the sea lions as they called to one another. The more she paced around the room, the more she was aware of his stillness, his silence. He lived in silence. He was coiled and ready to strike even as he appeared so focused on his work. He worked in silence for more than an hour, methodical in his approach to finding just the right objects for his cell. He didn't seem to be worried about pleasing her, never once looking to her for approval or for help. He seemed determined to show her who he really was and disregard the consequences. She snuck another peek. He appeared to be gluing teardrop beads filled with red liquid onto a white snowflake charm. His actions were sure, precise, no hesitation at all. She didn't have to remind him to view the contents of his dry cell through the mirror system. Each time he added something to his cell, he was careful to look at it through the 7-point system. Her stomach fluttered, and she pressed her hand hard to it to keep the somersaulting down. It was difficult to be in the same room with him and not want to go over to him and kiss his neck as he bent his head close to his work. He suddenly looked up at her, his eyes meeting hers with dark lust. Her stomach did a fast roll, and her body dampened with liquid heat. He smiled at her. Me too. Her mouth went dry. Her palm itched. She was desperate for him, and it didn't help that they had shared a passionate intimacy right here on her table. We're using the bed next time. He made it a statement of fact, certain there would be a next time. Oh God, she wanted there to be a next time. Please let there be a next time. She felt the brush of his gaze like fingertips stroking her skin. Her body responded beneath her thin tee. She should have put on something else. We'll make it, Angel, he said. Have faith. Funny that he would be the one to tell her to have faith. He smiled at her.
You're my personal angel, fallen from the sky, and I've clipped your wings, honey. I'm keeping them safe, right here. Now tell me how to seal this. She wasn't certain what he meant by clipping her wings, but she wanted the suspense over, and yet she didn't want to actually know if it was going to turn out wrong. I like what I have. Again, he spoke with absolute finality, which told her a lot about him. Once he made up his mind, he was certain of his decisions, and he acted on them. Seal the lid on with the acrylic cement, Judith directed. When you're finished, there's a tiny pre-drilled hole in the side of the cell. Pump in the heavy mineral oil with the needle. She indicated where. Use the tiny set screw there to close the hole after you filled the cell with the oil. Judith watched him work, her heart accelerating. She would have to look at his work soon, and she was afraid of what she might see. She crossed to stand in front of the French doors, staring out at her garden. The plants always soothed her. She loved the many-colored maples, shaping them into draping, graceful limbs hanging above the narrow ribbon of water running over rocks, creating a small waterfall to feed the large koi pond on one end. A narrow bridge crossed the deepest section of water. Her favorite reading spot was located under one of the larger maple trees. Part of her wished she were out there now, in the cool night, sitting beside her koi pond with the wind on her face. Come look, he invited. Her heart leapt. Her eyes met his, and she braced herself, closed her eyes, took a deep breath. There would be no turning back once she looked into his kaleidoscope. She would know him, know his true nature, and she'd probably be the only person in the world who would. She took the scope carefully into her hands and turned it around, glancing at him once before lifting it to her eye. Light spilled through the cell, illuminating the images, so that the 7-point system burst into life like a new constellation. Droplets of blood fell against a white snow, the movement flowing and graceful, as if she could see that long-ago murder that had begun Stefan's life. The scene inside the cell was mesmerizing, almost hypnotic, and very intense.
the dichroic glass shifting colors, dark and light, blood red and black changing to lighter colors, just as Stefan shifted from skin to new skin, shedding the old and donning a new one to complete each assignment. Darkness settled, and color burst through the darkness, bringing crystal stars glittering through the various weapons and farm implements. Through the stream of weapons came unexpected things: long black hair falling like soft silk, tiny seashells tumbling through blue-green waves, an effect created by the dichroic glass, the exact color of his eyes, an artist's color palette, 2 gold rings locked together, a small pewter charm with joy on one side and the Japanese glyph on the other, a kimono lying amid a field of white starflowers. Judith's heart clenched. Darkness streaked through the cell as she slowly turned it, shadows playing on the edges of the stars, while blood drops on the snow fell like rain. This was Stefan's world, of hope, of pain, and artistry. He was both a killer and a lover. He was a man of principle, with a hard code and tremendous discipline. Everything in his cell was about duality. He had 2 sides: the fall of silky hair, the shells, the farm tools, the double rings, even the Japanese symbols were his looking toward a future. This man was capable of love, of changing the direction of his life, and his need centered on one woman, the only woman. Her initials were in that scope: J.H. She saw them there along with the S.P. It was significant to her that he hadn't put a T.V. for Thomas Vincent. For her, with her, he was giving his true self. He hadn't tried to hide from her. He'd given her his past, his present, and his hope for a future. Tears blurred her eyes. Everything about the scope appealed to her. It was entirely masculine and without show or embellishment, much like Stefan. It was a quiet declaration, a statement of intent, and like his quiet decisions, she felt like she already knew him, knew that he would never turn back from his resolution. For him, it was written in stone, just as it was written here, in this tremendous gift he had given her. It must have been difficult for him to choose to be so vulnerable. He had to know that she would see his implacable nature, the warrior in him that was so deeply ingrained that it was impossible to ever stamp out. That edge of hardness she would come up against at times. The silky flow of midnight black hair against that terrible fall of snow and blood sent a spiral of heat curling through her. It was soft and sensuous and very unexpected, a statement of healing love. Her Stefan was every bit the artist as he was the assassin. And then the last tumble brought a black pitchfork with the set of golden wings covering it. His fallen angel with clipped wings. His. He'd claimed her for his own, and she saw clearly he meant it. She was his salvation, his joy, his reason. The devil had claimed his angel. Outside, she could hear the soft wind fluttering through the leaves of her Japanese garden, and inside, she could hear her own heart beating. She moistened her lips, carefully making certain that she had turned the cell enough times that she had managed to see everything. Every scene would always be different, but each one would always be a glimpse into Stefan's soul. She could barely find the strength to lower the scope when she found it so enthralling. Her hands were shaking, her body trembling. He was claiming her with every turn of the kaleidoscope, and God help her, everything in her responded to his call. She moistened her lips. Without thinking, she clutched the scope to her heart, her gaze meeting his. "This is an incredible gift. Thank you." "Give yourself to me." Her heart did that funny little flippy thing inside her chest as her stomach did a slow roll. His voice was low, so quiet it was merely a thread of sound, but there was no denying he was making a statement, a demand. She'd challenged him, and he'd more than accepted it. Stefan hadn't tried to soften his true nature. It was there in the cell he'd made, the weapons, including a small garrote he'd twisted from metal. "I just gave myself to you, Judith. I handed over whatever was left of Stefan Prakenskii. Give yourself to me." She drank him in. He was a big man, all muscle, no soft edges, but she could drown in his blue-green eyes, get caught up in his reluctant smile, and burn hot under his touch. He would be hers completely. She had seen that in his single-minded purpose. "If you left me, I'd be shattered," she admitted. "You have to know whether or not you're capable of staying. When I make a commitment, Judith, it's forever, and I expect the same of my woman." It was as much a warning as a promise. She has to trust me, have faith in me, as I will in her. I don't know how to do things by halves. Be certain it's me you really want, Angel. I'm taking a lot of things on faith, Stefan. I know I'm asking a lot of you. I've never been a good man. I've lived by a code and tried never to allow an innocent in harm's way, but I've killed, Judith, many times. And I've used what I know to get information from other agents. The things I've done, I'm not proud of, nor am I ashamed. That's been my life. I'd like to say that part of my life is over, but until Ivanovan is dead and Sorbakov realizes we won't be a threat to him unless he pursues us, I can't promise that. Judith nodded. I still think we should talk to Jonas. I have no idea how to be in a relationship, and I'm bound to make mistakes. I'm not a social man. Hanging out with people is not something I'll ever be comfortable with. I noticed that. She couldn't help the beginnings of a smile. Don't worry, I'll protect you. I'm very good at socializing.
He walked purposefully over to the French doors and closed them, securing the locks and once more setting the alarm. Judith rolled her eyes. Don't you think that silly alarm is rather useless? It will keep everyone else out. He turned to face her, his brilliant gaze drifting over her, hunger growing in the depths of his eyes. Take off your clothes. I prefer you wearing only that gold chain and all that soft skin. She felt heat rush through her and settle low. Her body responded. Color crept up her neck. She felt almost weak with wanting him. There was something so sexy about the way he took command. She loved that he belonged to her, and he did. She had known it the moment her spirit had merged with his. It was comforting to know she could let go with a violent storm of emotions, and he could handle it. Judith. The soft impatience in the way he said her name sent another surge of heat coursing through her veins. Electricity sparked in the room. She caught the edge of her shirt almost without thinking and pulled the material over her head. His swift inhale sent a shiver down her spine. He stepped close to her, close enough that his masculine scent enveloped her. Sometimes when I look at you, I have to remind myself you're real. You're so beautiful to me. Everything about you, he confessed, and caught her up as if she weighed no more than a feather. Judith, still holding the racer-back tank top, circled his neck with her arms and held on as he carried her from the room. He didn't stop to use the light switch or close the door, but she felt a surge of power, and the two things happened almost simultaneously. She sucked her breath at the realization that Stefan wasn't simply telepathic or a shield for her emotions. He was capable of telekinesis. Locks opened for him, and he could move objects, a rare talent. Your spirit amplifies my abilities, he said as he took her up the stairs. I felt it the first time we shared an intimate fantasy. I didn't know if I initiated it or you did, but the power was incredible. You must have felt it. She couldn't wait for the bedroom. She kissed his chin, the corners of his mouth, and then settled her lips quite firmly over his. Liquid gold poured into her veins and moved through her body in a slow, delicious, thick molasses in the summertime heat. The feeling was exquisite, and she couldn't stop kissing him. She loved his taste, all that masculinity, the spicy, sexy demand in his mouth when he kissed her back again and again. She seemed to float, and somehow was in the bedroom. They came together on the bed, sharing deep kisses. His hands moved with purpose, removing her shorts. His touch ignited a passionate response, robbing her of breath and sanity.
Her body trembled with hunger for him, moving restlessly beneath him in an agony of need. Often, she felt so completely and utterly alone and empty. No one had ever made her feel the way he did, so completely connected to him. He connected with her mind, just as she connected with his. They merged completely so that there were no empty spaces, no shadows, only a complete merging of spirits. His touch intensified, and she arched into him, offering him her full breasts, aching now, needing his attention. Her arms circled his head, holding him to her while he continued his passionate attention. Intense sensation connected her body. Fire sizzled through her so that she cried out, nearly sobbing with her need for their ultimate connection. "Take your clothes off. This time, I want to see all of you," she gasped. He lifted his head, his ever-changing eyes dark with turbulence, with lust. "Are you certain you're ready for that, Judith? My body's a little banged up." She touched his face, that beloved face, so perfectly sculpted. It was a man's face, no sign of the boy long gone from his spirit. She traced the scars with shaking fingertips. "Let me love you, Stefan," she whispered. "These things that have happened to you shaped you into the man I want. Let me have you completely." Stefan wordlessly knelt above her, his eyes growing even more brilliantly blue-green. His hands dropped to the buttons of his shirt, and he slowly opened the edges and shrugged the material off. She bit down hard on her lower lip. His chest was crisscrossed with scars and old wounds. There were slashes across his belly and around his hip, disappearing into his jeans. Judith ran her finger along the edge of one long scar that led into his waistband before opening the jeans herself. She tugged them down to his knees, her eyes widening at the sight of his powerful form. Scars marred his thighs, and one edged across the hair above his groin. There was no doubt he'd been through battles. Stefan slid one leg off the bed, shed the jeans, and followed suit with the other, holding his position above her, turning just slightly so he could follow the angle of her body, straddling her, allowing her to take a good look at the roadmap of scars. Judith twisted her body slightly, giving herself a better angle to examine every scar, her fingers whispering over them reverently. She leaned up to press a series of kisses over every line. Stefan closed his eyes and just allowed his body to feel. She was a miracle, bringing him to life. He had always commanded his body when he seduced a woman. He'd never given himself to her, never allowed her to touch him, to claim him as Judith was doing. If he loved her a little more than other men loved their woman, he felt not only was it acceptable, but it was entirely understandable, and he forgave himself for his loss of discipline and control. Her touch felt like the very first time. He knew he would never forget this moment. The slide of her hair over his thighs was so very sensuous, his body responded with a painful aching. He brought his hand to himself, circling lightly to ease the terrible craving while she took her time imprinting on his body with her fingers. His heart jumped when he felt the brush of her tongue along his thigh. Her hands slipped around his leg, holding her torso up while she moved intimately up his inner thigh. His heart stood still a moment, then began to pound as her tongue found his most sensitive areas. There was no hesitation on her part, only an eagerness to bring him pleasure and claim him with the same determined efficiency as he'd claimed her. He had always been the seducer, always making certain his chosen target succumbed fast to his expertise, and he'd never expected or allowed a woman to give him the same pleasure, not like this, not a complete takeover of every one of his senses. After his training, he had been unable to function without his brain working, judging his mark, and reading always what was best for her pleasure in order to carry out his mission. His mind actually hazed over, enhanced by her spirit element, seduced by this woman he had fallen fast and hard for. Her hands moved up to his buttocks, massaging, gripping, as she continued her intimate exploration, her tongue dancing over his sensitive form. His breath left his lungs in a rush when her mouth enveloped him, hot and moist and velvety soft. His heart nearly exploded. He caught her shoulders and lowered her onto the bed, her head slightly over the edge while he knelt above her. The angle allowed him to connect more deeply with her amazing haven. His hands found her breasts, rolling and tugging on her nipples as she continued her intimate actions, the pull strong, then gentle. Her tongue continued its intimate dance over him, flat and hard, then gentle. He fought for air, fought for a little control. Sex was just that, sex, another tool, a weapon. But she turned it into something far different, something so far removed from what he'd ever known that he didn't have a chance against her. Emotion burst over her along with pure sensation, turning his brain to mush and his body to fire. She made a sound, a plea, the vibration running through his body until he trembled with the need for their ultimate union. Please.
Oh gosh, that small plea, so generous, so Judith, his woman. She wanted to give this to him, to allow him to surrender to the sheer desire of their intimate connection. She was asking nothing in return, and gosh help him, he couldn't help but feel love rising with the lust, intertwining until the two were no longer separate, but tightly woven together, bound for all time. She'd found a way inside him to break through that solid steel door his trainers had so brutally erected to block all emotion and close him off. She'd crept in with her soft serenity, with her exotic, generous, compassionate nature, and she'd found a way to lead him to another world, one he'd never imagined he could enter. His eyes burned along with his chest as he fought for air, fought for balance. It was far too late. She swept him into her heart on a tidal wave of sheer desire. Her mouth tightened, moving intimately, unable to take the full length of him, but she didn't use her hand to stop him, trusting him, willing to give him her best. She wasn't tutored like the women he'd been with, but her joy and completely giving nature, wrapped in such a feeling of love, transported him close to euphoria. If there was a subspace where every sensation came together, merged into ultimate pleasure wrapped in emotion, he was there. His hands gripped her hair, holding her head still. He started as gently as possible, with his body screaming at him, getting her used to his control. She didn't fight him, not when he deepened their connection, feeling her response, squeezing down on him. He threw his head back and held her still, his head back, letting the amazing sensation wash through him. She took a breath when he pulled her back, and he began a rougher rhythm, deepening their connection and holding there for a moment, experiencing paradise. Her hands gripped over his thighs and cupped his sensitive areas, massaging gently, and then, as he deepened their connection, gripped again. He could feel his body growing hotter and hotter until the boiling heat made his movements harder to control. The intensity of her intimate actions wasn't helping. In fact, she encouraged him with her hands and intimate attention. "Moja angel, ja tebia lublu," he said between his teeth, the words torn from somewhere deep inside of him. Love was such an insipid word for the emotion welling up inside of him like a volcano. He had to stop before it was too late, and never once in his life had that ever happened to him. Very reluctantly, he loosened his hands in her hair and, closing his eyes, pulled away from the paradise of their intimate connection. "I want to worship your body tonight, Judith." "I thought I was worshiping yours," she said. "If nothing else, Stefan, I sent you a love letter. I'm hoping you understand I'm giving my heart to you." He kissed his way over her chin and down her throat to her neck. "I understood perfectly, and I hope you understand what I'm saying to you." Judith could barely breathe, consumed by intense desire. He took her up so fast, and she was already half crazy with need and hunger. She loved driving him to the peak of passion, knowing she was the only woman who had ever done such a thing.
It was a heady experience, craving the closeness of him, loving the way she could make him feel nearly as helpless with desire as he made her. Touching him, sharing intimacy, had fed her own deep hunger. His tongue traced her ribs and found her belly button. She had no idea she could be so sensitive. Were those sounds coming from her throat? Desperate, pleading. She was on fire and couldn't still her hips from bucking almost desperately. She wanted to weep with need. How could the chemistry between them be so out of control? A firestorm that burned so hot she didn't think she could stand it. "I've got you, baby," he assured her. His touch intensified, moving lower, heightening her pleasure even more. The brush of his voice inside her head only served to heighten her pleasure even more. There was something so intimate about communicating with him on such a level. She could feel the intensity of his hunger for her, the driving need to possess her, to claim her for his own. He wanted life with her, forever with her, and he envisioned years here on the farm, in her home. He planned on making love to her in every single room and out on the balconies as well. The intimate images in his head enhanced her own fantasies. After their night of passion, Stefan, with his remaining strength, dragged her completely onto the bed, collapsing on top of her while they both fought for breath. Her hair was damp, and a fine sheen dampened both their bodies. Their hearts beat like crazy, an accelerated rhythm that made them both laugh. Stefan wrapped his arms around her and rolled until she sprawled on top of him. He held her in his arms for a long time, breathing deeply, before he lifted his head to trail kisses over her face, one hand smoothing back her hair. His gaze drifted slowly over her, his eyes, those deep blue-green eyes, smiling, his face relaxed. "We're not finished by a long shot, Moya Angel. We're just getting started." She looked down over his body, not yet soft, not even close. "That's not possible." He smiled at her. "You have no idea what I can do. I'm never moving again. 2 days and nights in bed has just about killed me." Judith tilted her chair back, set her feet up on the balcony railing overlooking her garden, and stared up at the stars. She was exhausted, completely and utterly exhausted. Her body was boneless, and every muscle felt limp and useless. She was sore in places she hadn't known existed, but it was a delicious soreness. Stefan's arm curled around her neck from behind, and she looked up at his face looming over hers. He always looked so intent, so much the hunter. There was no way for him to hide what he was. She found herself smiling, joy bursting through her. "If you've come to assault me, crazy man, I'm not moving." His mouth quirked. "A challenge, then. I do not like to lose." "No, no way. It's not a challenge. I made that mistake an hour ago, and I had to crawl out here. I can't even stand up." Laughing, she held her hands up in surrender. "In that case, I've come bearing gifts." He bent his head and took her mouth. She loved the confidence in him that bordered on arrogance. He knew he had wrapped her around his little finger. She wouldn't say no to kisses or sex with him, ever. It didn't take much persuasion on his part, and her body belonged to him. She lost herself there in his kiss, in the heat of his mouth, the taste of passion and love. She had to come up for breath before she simply drowned in him. "Hot chocolate," he announced. "I would have made tea, but you need to sleep if you're going to work tomorrow." She took the hot mug and licked at the dollop of whipped cream on top. "You're my savior. I was just thinking chocolate would revive me, but I didn't have the strength to go get it." "I read your mind," he admitted, towing another chair around to sit beside her. "You don't have to work tomorrow. We can take another day." "I wouldn't survive another day," Judith admitted, laughing. Happiness danced in the air around, small threads of silver and gold that sparkled with the stars. "And Ariana definitely would do me in a completely different way, of course. She's covered for me at the shop, but she can't keep it up. I suppose I have to share you with the world," he said. "I'll go with you to see Hayden tomorrow and go over the books at the gallery. You're really thinking of buying it?" He shrugged. "I've got plenty of money, but I wouldn't enjoy doing nothing. I spend a lot of my time going to galleries all over the world, and maybe in the back of my head, I always considered what I'd do with one. This is a small town, Stefan. Stefan Prakenskii doesn't exist. There's no photograph of him and no fingerprints. I doubt if a birth certificate exists. I'm a ghost, Judith. Sorbakov has never heard of Thomas Vincent, the American businessman. I want to worship your body tonight, Judith. I thought I was worshiping yours, she said. If nothing else, Stefan, I sent you a love letter. I'm hoping you understand I'm giving my heart to you. He kissed his way over her chin and down her throat to her neck. I understood perfectly, and I hope you understand what I'm saying to you. Judith could barely breathe, consumed by intense desire. He took her up so fast, and she was already half crazy with need and hunger. She loved driving him to the peak of passion, knowing she was the only woman who had ever done such a thing. It was a heady experience, craving the closeness of him, loving the way she could make him feel nearly as helpless with desire as he made her. Touching him, sharing intimacy, had fed her own deep hunger. His tongue traced her ribs and found her belly button. She had no idea she could be so sensitive. Were those sounds coming from her throat? Desperate, pleading. She was on fire and couldn't still her hips from bucking almost desperately. She wanted to weep with need. How could the chemistry between them be so out of control? A firestorm that burned so hot she didn't think she could stand it. "I've got you, baby," he assured her. His touch intensified, moving lower, heightening her pleasure even more. The brush of his voice inside her head only served to heighten her pleasure even more. There was something so intimate about communicating with him on such a level. She could feel the intensity of his hunger for her, the driving need to possess her, to claim her for his own. He wanted life with her, forever with her, and he envisioned
All of us develop numerous covers we can disappear into when needed, and Vincent's cover is solid. He's going to settle here with you, make kaleidoscopes, own an art gallery, and make babies. She laughed, taking a cautious sip of the hot chocolate. She should have known it would be the perfect temperature. Stefan saw to little details. She was learning that about him. He always saw to her comfort, running a bath, carrying her to it after their intimate moments, wrapping her in blankets, or handing her a sweater almost before she knew she was cold. He would never have served her chocolate that would scorch her mouth. "You're obsessed with babies," he grinned at her. "With making babies," he corrected. "I'm eager to start. If you get any better at it, Stefan. Thomas, I'll be dead. I'm getting schizophrenic just thinking about this. So you'll be Thomas Vincent, and you'll be Mrs. Thomas Vincent. Is that even legal? I have all the credentials to prove it. It's more legal than Prakenskii. In any case, when it's all done, we'll have someone we trust do the ceremony in my native language, using the name my father gave me." His eyes met hers. "It's important to me that you carry my given name, even if we can't use it." Love flooded her. She pressed trembling fingers to her mouth to keep from making a big deal out of his declaration. He couldn't hide sincerity from her. There was no way. He wanted to marry her using his father's name, and it meant the world to her that he would try to find a way, even if they lived under another name. When she looked at him, sometimes she couldn't breathe with the intensity of her emotions. "You surprised me with the way you pay such close attention to what matters to me." It was more than paying close attention. He focused so completely on her, observing everything, her smallest expressions, every nuance. She would never be able to hide anything from Stefan. He reached out to take strands of her long hair between his fingers. She noticed he did that quite often, at the oddest times. "I'll always pay attention to what matters to you," he said, his voice that low, almost velvet tone she'd come to love. When a man has nothing in his life worth anything and he finds a treasure, he guards her with everything he is. "I'm a man of many talents, Angel, and keeping you happy will be my first priority." She regarded him over the chocolate. His face was back in the shadows.
She realized he often sat in the shadows and probably always would. There was something in what he said that made her shiver, a cold chill sliding down her spine, but she wasn't certain she could put her finger on just what it was. "Sometimes you're a little scary, Thomas." She tested the name. Now that she knew him as Stefan, Thomas didn't quite suit him, but she'd learned to live with it, just as he would. "I don't mind you being a little afraid sometimes, Judith. You're a woman who could twist a man around your little finger." She burst out laughing. "I swear I just was thinking you had me around your little finger." He tugged on her hair until she yelped. He brought the strands to his mouth. "I'm very fortunate you enjoy our connection. Whenever I see I might have an argument on my hands, I kiss you senseless." There was a little too much truth in his quiet statement to be entirely comfortable. He could kiss her senseless. She forgot her own name when he was kissing her. "I'll have to watch out for that." He smiled then, and her heart leapt. He didn't smile often, not a genuine smile that crept into his eyes like now. "You have nothing to worry about, Angel. You're the only woman in the world who is capable of making me lose all control. I think we both have a good shot at distracting each other. Well, you do make the best hot chocolate I've ever had. What did you put in this?" "It's a secret Russian recipe for falling asleep. You've had a hot bath, hot chocolate, and my promise to let you sleep until morning." "What time would you consider morning?" Judith asked mischievously. He flashed a small grin at her. "Well, I haven't quite decided that yet. You aren't getting enough sleep, and I have to quit being so selfish." Judith took another long swallow of the chocolate and studied the stars overhead. "Actually, I believe it was me waking you this last time. You were sleeping all sexy, and I just couldn't resist temptation. So technically, I suppose it really is your fault after all." His eyebrows shot up. "Your logic completely eludes me. When I'm asleep, I can't be responsible for looking sexy." Judith laughed again, that low, melodious sound Stefan listened for, like soft, perfectly tuned chimes in the wind. He could listen to that sound forever. Sitting on her balcony with the stars sparkling overhead and her sea of white starflowers below, he found he was perfectly content. He knew Judith worried he would find their life together boring, but for the first time since he was a small boy, he felt he had a home. There was no way to express in words what having a real home meant. Sitting on a balcony with the wind touching his face and mist beginning to creep in from the ocean, he felt absolute freedom. "When I was boy, we were snuggled in our apartment, the fire going, and my father stretched out on this couch, his head in my mother's lap, 2 babies on his chest. I remember he looked at my mother with such love on his face, and he took her hand and said, 'This is a golden moment, my love.' At the time, I didn't know what that meant, but it stuck in my head because of the way he looked at her, with so much happiness. Now I know what he meant." Once again, he brought the fistful of her hair to his mouth. He loved the feel of all that silk. He thought it looked like a shining waterfall, dark and mysterious on a dusky night. When Judith lay on a pillow, with her hair spilling all around her, he'd never seen a more beautiful or seductive sight. He rubbed her hair over his jaw, wanting this moment to last forever. He glanced at her, was immediately caught in the spell of her. Tears swam in her eyes, diamond droplets caught in her eyelashes. Without conscious thought, he leaned over and kissed her tears away, sipping them from her soft skin. "Don't ever feel sad for me, Judith. My life brought me to you, and that's enough for me. That's everything." Judith shook her head and finished off her chocolate, too choked up to answer him. Sometimes, when those small memories came back to him, Stefan broke her heart. She wanted to hold him forever. He thought she saved him. She could tell in the way he looked at her, in the things he said to her, but it was the other way around. She had become lost in her need to avenge her brother's death, in her belief that she didn't measure up because she couldn't find a way to make Jean-Claude suffer. She sighed. The chocolate was definitely doing the trick, making her sleepy. She let herself drift, thinking of the man beside her. He was an anchor in the storms of emotion that washed over her so intensely. Sometimes she couldn't contain all the force of her passionate nature, so concentrated by her element. But when she was with Stefan, she didn't need to keep constant vigil. She found she could relax and just feel what she was supposed to feel. She'd felt half alive, desperate to control the growing power within her, yet the moment she'd met Stefan, her spirit had recognized him as some sort of protective shield. It made no sense, yet it made perfect sense. "You make me happy," she said, half closing her eyes, allowing herself to drift further toward a dreamy place. It was more than that. She'd felt empty, and he'd filled her. She'd felt afraid of herself, and he gave her confidence. There wasn't any rhyme or reason to it, but strangely, they fit. Two misfits completing one another. She turned her head to look at him, struggling to keep her eyes open. Her lids felt heavy, and her body deliciously exhausted. I was happy here, and I knew I'd have a decent life. I didn't know I was empty until you came along. And I didn't have any idea what real happiness was until I laid eyes on you. Isn't that crazy?" He shook his head. "No, I didn't consider another way of living. Even when I prepared for it, I never really thought I'd disappear into the real world. Men like me live our lives apart, and we die that way. No one knows we exist, and no one mourns our death, because we're ghosts. I didn't consider myself unhappy. My life was just what it was." He allowed the soft strands of her hair to slip through his fingers, watching it slide back around her, a cloak of silk framing her face and falling with grace below her waist. "Until I saw you. The world just seemed to hold its breath, waiting for you to notice me." Judith felt as if he had given her the world. He didn't think he knew the right words to say, but nevertheless, he found them, at least for her. He made her feel as if she were the only woman in the world. "Tomorrow, your sisters are going to talk to you, Angel. You know they'll come at you from a million different ways." She could hear the concern in his voice, the worry that once away from him, she would be persuaded she'd made a terrible mistake. "I worry that once you're away from me, you'll change your mind, Stefan," she admitted. "Thomas. Think Thomas all the time. You can't think of me as Stefan. And you have nothing to worry about, Judith. I said forever, and I meant it. I'm a fairly single-minded man. I meant it too. My sisters will eventually accept you. They have Levi. He kind of grows on you." She paused, and then gave a little sigh. "When he's not forcing us all to learn self-defense. You know I'll side with him on that issue," Stefan said, unrepentant. "I'll probably be far worse than he is. And we're getting a couple of dogs. Big ones. I'm a little concerned about the dog issue. Ricky brought it up the other night, and we discussed it. Everyone seems to be okay with it, with the exception of Lissa. She's sort of a warrior woman, and I would expect her to totally want dogs on the property. But she was very silent on the subject. She didn't advocate for them. Ariana did, but Lissa stayed quiet. I asked her if she was okay with getting dogs, but she didn't exactly answer me. Would the others balk if she did? We tend to do everything around here together. It's worked in the past. Blythe is the leader and the most diplomatic. She reads people very well, Judith explained. I doubt if she reads them as well as you do. You're empathic." She yawned and hastily covered it with her hand. "I thought I hid that very well." "Not from me." He stood up, taking the mug from her hand and putting it on the small tray table beside his chair. "Come on, Angel, you're exhausted. I'm putting you to bed. We get into trouble when we're in bed. I thought I'd just sleep right here." Stefan shook his head and leaned down to pick her up, cradling her close to his chest. "I don't think so, baby. You'd hurt your neck. I can restrain myself when it's necessary." She wrapped her arms around his neck and leaned into him. "I wasn't worried about you restraining yourself. It turns out I don't have any discipline at all, not when it comes to you." Stefan took her through the open French doors to her bedroom, bending his head to reach her tempting mouth. She tasted of chocolate and passion, an inviting combination. He acknowledged to himself it might have been a mistake to kiss her. Once he started, he always found it difficult to stop. Kissing her was fast becoming a favorite pastime, and it definitely led to other pleasurable things. But she really was exhausted, and he had work to do. With a small sigh, he lifted his head and took her on through to the master bath. Brush your teeth and I'll rinse out your chocolate mug. You don't have to do that. You never go to bed with 30 dishes in the sink. She shrugged. I don't like to wake up to them. He sent her a small, smug smile over his shoulder as he went to collect the mug. I know. He had made it his mission to know everything about her in the short time they were together. He retained information, small details, easily, and he filed everything about her away, her likes and dislikes, the things that annoyed her and the things that intrigued her. Essentially, Judith was a happy person. She enjoyed life, loved her sisters and her work. She saw in color, and to her, everything and everyone was a blank canvas she painted in her head. She took great joy in making kaleidoscopes for people all over the world, choosing each thing that went into them with tremendous care. The scope she had completed for Hannah Drake Harrington, the sheriff's wife, was a perfect example. Hannah intended to use the kaleidoscope to focus on during her labor, and Judith had made it as easy to see the images as it was to turn the cell during difficult labor. Maybe that was her secret, the caring of individuals. He didn't have that, and maybe he never would. But he could feel the intensity of her spirit, and it made him proud of her. He got her. He saw her. Even her sisters couldn't see her the way he did. Well, maybe Blythe could. Blythe was different. Not an element, but she had tremendous gifts. Are you coming to bed? Judith sounded drowsy, and her voice played his body the way her fingers did. He found himself smiling, filled with desire, and happy for no other reason than that she could do that to him. His little miracle. I'm on my way. She was already in bed, comfortable and relaxed, just the way he liked it, her long hair in a braid, as if it was really going to stay that way. He shucked his jeans and stretched out beside her, gathering her close, curving his body around her protectively. His hands stripped off the tie at the end of the braid to release the thick mass. He smiled at her resigned sigh, cupped the soft weight of her breast in one palm, and held her close. Go to sleep, Angel. Sweet dreams. He kissed her bare shoulder and lay quietly, waiting for her even breathing. It didn't take long before she succumbed to her exhaustion. Stefan took another half-hour for himself, just enjoying being able to lie so close to her before carefully slipping from the bed as he had each night they'd been together. He was surprised how reluctant he was each time to put on his shadow skin, but there was no safe place for them until Ivanov was out of their lives. Sorbakov had no idea of Thomas Vincent, but Ivanov did. He'd tried to draw him out, and so had Lev, but either Ivanov was really hurt and lying low, or he was too cunning to be tricked. Stefan suspected the latter. He looked down at Judith, her face relaxed, long lashes, two thick crescents on her face. He loved that she slept comfortably for him and never protested when he took the braid from her hair. No matter how often he reached for her, she always met him eagerly. No matter how often he initiated intimacy, she laughed and complied no matter where they were in the house, and once, out on the grounds. Even now, he was tempted to deepen their connection, knowing she'd be receptive to his affection. He reached down and took strands of her silky hair between his fingers, his heart in his throat. She took his breath away every time he looked at her. He could hold her forever. It seemed a miracle to him to be able to curl his body around hers, the soft weight of her breast resting in his palm, breathing in the scent of her, of them combined. Most of the time, he lay awake and exulted in his ability to feel such intense emotion. He didn't have pretty words for her, but he had his body to show her just how much she meant to him. He could do all those little things that counted, watching and noting all the things that were important to her, all the habits he had. He wanted to be her everything. Stefan looked around the room. The space was feline cream, serene and calm, with splashes of silken color that would always be Judith, that bright well of deep joy and compassion.
She might try to feed the passion of her anger and need for revenge, but her true nature would always rise to the surface, her empathy for others always there, forcing her to see their side. The artist in her ran too deep. With a sigh, he pulled on his clothes and weapons. He was a little late meeting his brother, and it was becoming difficult to deceive Judith. He didn't like it at all. If they were going to be together, and he wasn't going to have it any other way, then there had to be honesty between them. His first reaction was always her protection, and the less she knew about Petra Ivanov, the better, and the less Ivanov knew about her, the better. But very much so, he reached down and brushed back her hair. Leaving her out of what he was doing felt wrong. Resolutely, he turned and left, careful to set the alarm before jogging down the road to meet Lev. His brother waited for him beside a small jeep. He flashed a quick grin and slid behind the wheel, waiting for Stefan to jog around to the passenger side. "You look like hell, brother," Lev greeted. "I feel like I'm lying to her," Stefan admitted. Lev had driven down the road, but he slammed on the brakes, giving Stefan a disgusted look. "Are you telling me you're lying to her about what you're doing?" "I don't tell her anything. She's asleep." "What are you going to say if she wakes up?" "She won't wake up. I made certain of that." "You rotten jerk, get out of my car. You drug her? You drug Judith?" "I already feel like a jerk," Stefan admitted. "Don't really lecture me." He dragged both hands through his hair. "You think I like doing it? I don't know what else to do. I've never been in a relationship with a woman." "What do you tell your wife?" "I tell her the truth. Everything. I told her we were hunting Ivanov and we'd kill him if we found the jerk, that there would be no other choice. If he gets to her or one of her sisters, they're dead. Ricky's autistic. She isn't stupid. She understands a life or death matter. And very much so, Stefan, so would Judith. What the hell point is there in being with someone if you don't trust them with the truth?" Stefan considered hitting his brother for voicing what he'd been thinking. "I don't know, Lev. Judith is big on Jonas Harrington. She thinks the man can solve anything." Lev shook his head. "That's not it, and you know it. You think it was easy for me to let Ricky see what I am? You're holding that back, afraid she won't accept you if she really sees you. Telling someone about our work and asking them to live with it when we're hunting are two different things. You're afraid, Stefan. Maybe. There is no maybe. Man up. You can't be with her if she doesn't accept you, and you're not even giving her the chance. And if she doesn't, what then, Lev? And don't tell me you could walk away from your Ricky, because if you could, you don't feel for her like I do for Judith. Ricky grounds me. She's the center of my world. No, there'd be no walking away from her, but we talk things out. If you're going to do this with Judith, you have to trust her with who you really are." Lev glanced at him. "I think you already know that. I'll think about it." The idea of Judith rejecting him was impossible to think about. He'd been tortured, shot, knifed, and faced threats to his life every day. Nothing he'd ever done scared him as much as just the thought that Judith would look at him with loathing. Lev took the road leading into Sea Haven along the ocean, a roundabout way in that allowed them to park out a distance from one of the small places Stefan had rented as a bolt hole. He needed to check his computer and didn't want anyone tracing it back to Judith's farm. He'd pick up his hunting supplies, a field kit, and glasses. As they approached the back streets, Stefan put his hand on his brother's arm. "He's here, close by. I can feel him." Lev didn't argue with him. He pulled his baseball cap a little lower. He wore a beard and dressed as a local might, much more casual, his shirt open, his jeans faded and worn. "He won't recognize me." "Don't count on it. Never underestimate Ivanov," Stefan said grimly. "I'm not associated with this vehicle at all. I've completely remodeled it and added a few additions in a barn on the farm. Ricky and I avoid towns as a rule. We do shop in Inez's store, but we use her truck. Most of the people here in town will swear they've known Levi Hammond for years.
The Jeep had no doors, but it had plenty of power and the ability to go through the forest where there was no road. Stefan kept his hands inside, close to his weapons, where he could use them fast. Take a left up here. There's a small house. Use the alley. You can go right into the garage. He's gotta be holed up near here, Lev said. I wouldn't be surprised if he's next door to this place. Good escape routes from either direction, and the rooftops are close enough to use. You've got the sea to cover noise, and no children that I can tell in any of the houses. These small houses are old, mostly seniors who've lived here forever and mind their own business. They're friendly enough, but they don't pry. Lev pulled up to the garage. Stefan was out and opened the door fast, allowing Lev inside. There was a vehicle already parked inside, a fast Audi, compact and built for hugging the curves. I see you're prepared, Lev observed. Is there any other way to live? Stefan asked. He checked the door. Stay back just in case Ivanov's been here. I don't think so, and nothing appears to have been tampered with, but I'd rather you stay out here while I take a look around. You don't need to protect me, Stefan. Stefan shot his younger brother his shut up and back off look. Lev shrugged and stepped behind the Jeep while Stefan went into the house. Every sense on high alert, Stefan moved through the small house. Only 700 square feet, it wasn't difficult to check every room for signs Ivanov had found his bolt hole. He examined the windows and even the kitchen sink and small refrigerator before he waved Lev inside. I put the weapons behind the wall by the bed over there. Get what we need and I'll check my laptop. When I'm working under deep cover, I only check a couple of times a week, but I'm expecting the news that LaRue's been taken by our agents. He powered up his laptop and waited a few heartbeats before typing in his code. At once, a single message came across the screen. Entire team killed. LaRue's escaped us. Recover microchip and terminate immediately. Stefan sat very still, staring at the screen. Sorbakov had sent a team to break LaRue's out of prison, and yet the criminal had somehow gotten the drop on them? Sorbakov was going to have to provide more information, especially with Ivanov lurking around. The entire thing stank. He wished he hadn't found Lev. He sent his demand, insisting on a full explanation. LaRue's agitated and anxious to break out several days ago. His men were waiting, and they massacred our agents. LaRue's in the wind. Find him, get the microchip, and terminate. Several days ago? What had changed? LaRue's had seemed ambivalent about trying to escape. He had his organization running strong, a cushy sentence that would be over with good behavior in 2 more years. He was hooked up with corrupt guards. Stefan could understand why the man might hesitate. He'd been interested when he looked at the photographs of Judith, but if nothing else, LaRue's had patience. He seemed willing to wait. Something changed, Stefan murmured aloud. He turned the screen to show his brother. Lev whistled. You believe it? Yes. More than anything, Sorbakov wants that microchip. There's too much damning evidence on it. He'll come at the 2 of us later, but I don't think he'll be able to pull his dog off. Ivanov is locked on us, and I wounded him. That'll hurt his pride. He won't acknowledge any of Sorbakov's transmissions, and he'll keep coming at us. You know him well. I learned a lot about him when we were in training together. I let him think he was better than I was.
I've never had a big ego, so for a while he didn't catch on. Whatever it took to get the job done was all that mattered to me. Sliding from one skin to another was easy enough, but through the years I couldn't stay under the radar. Ivanov noticed when I kept defeating the enemy. He's going to keep coming. Lev rubbed the bridge of his nose. You 2 have a run-in before this? Stefan shrugged. What could he say? Everyone had run-ins with Petr Ivanov growing up. Ivanov held him underwater, thinking he would kill him that way. As a teen, he'd been sick and sadistic, torturing animals and graduating to his classmates. He would often loop a rope around a sleeping child and drag him or her to the window, throwing them out and watching them dance on the end of the rope. Most of the time, other children overpowered Ivanov and rescued the victim, but sometimes they didn't get the child up in time. Time and again, the instructors had warned Sorbakov about him,
But Sorbakov cultivated him, giving him freer and freer rein, until one of the instructors who had angered Ivanov turned up dead, cut into small pieces and arranged in a hallway, sightless eyes staring in horror at the children as they came out of the dormitories for classes. After that, Sorbakov kept Ivanov away from the rest of us as much as possible. He wasn't in the dorms, but we all knew he had his own quarters and ate better meals. The thing none of them understood was, while he led the good life, protected by Sorbakov, we were still fighting for our lives. We were honed into fighting machines, and he grew soft. No less mean. He's sick enough to need to kill, but he doesn't have the endurance and the sheer will to survive like the rest of us do. Lev sketched a question mark in Stefan's mind. When he's hurt, he runs. I would have kept going unless the bastard knocked me out. He might have been able to kill me when I was on the ground, but he couldn't take the pain. He's soft, Lev, and he won't kill unless it's a sure thing. So basically, he's a perverted sadist bent on killing us. Stefan nodded. But he's not gone rogue. He may be ignoring Sorbakov now, but make no mistake, Sorbakov ordered him here in the first place. If he managed to kill us, he'd go home with some tale of how he didn't get the new orders, and Sorbakov would swallow it because he'd have no choice. He's got a monster on a leash, but he doesn't want that monster to turn on him. You have to tell Judith. Stefan pushed down the illogical fear swamping him. Keeping her alive is more important. I think LaRue took the escape offered him, suspicious the offer could be a trap, and got word through one of his guards to his own men. They killed our agents, and LaRue most likely came here. He had to have seen that picture of Judith with me that Mike Sheraton took of us together at the door of the gallery. That's what prompted him to agree to get out of prison. He's no one's fool, LaRue. Lev pressed his lips together as if to keep from saying anything more and followed Stefan out into the night. They separated the moment they were on the street, each taking an opposite side. Stefan took the sidewalk closest to the ocean. It had the least cover, a short fence and wild plants shooting up all over the bluff, but not high enough at the fence line to provide any shadows to disappear into. He didn't try, but sauntered along as though out for a late-night walk. It makes better sense for me to be over there. He wouldn't recognize me. Stefan scowled, but didn't bother with an answer. He'd come to Sea Haven to warn and protect his younger brother from an assassin. Nothing had changed his intentions, not even meeting Judith. It was bad enough that Lev insisted on coming along, but he wasn't going to allow him to take the dangerous position. The wind had risen, slapping at the sea, pushing the waves into higher and higher crests so that they broke in towering peaks over the rocks and sprayed white foam high into the air. The sea was an angry power, showing no mercy to anything in its way, dark and turbulent. He felt the power, inhaled it, and drew it deep into his lungs. Waves of energy rode on the power of the wind and sea, violent energy. He had no doubt Ivanov was up to something sadistic, and he was close. He's here close, Lev. He's hurting something or someone. Stefan tried to narrow the direction down. Stay in the shadows. Don't come near me. Whatever Ivanov was doing had to be close. The energy was too strong. He took a chance and crossed the street, angling ahead of his brother. The moment he neared a cross street, he felt pain, suffering, intense fear. The victim was still alive, but he could feel lifeblood ebbing away. He turned down that street and broke into a run. He was a big man, and running lightly down an uneven street, expecting a bullet any moment, wasn't the smartest thing. But if there was a chance to prevent an innocent dying, he had to take it. The scent of blood was strong, but with the wind coming in off the sea and shifting continually, he had to guess other direction. A dog began to bark one street up, so he continued running up the road, hoping he was choosing the correct direction. One street over, parallel with the one he was on, the lid of a garbage can crashed to the ground. Immediately, Lev broke out of the shrubbery and headed in that direction, just as the dog abruptly quit barking. Warning radar went off, screaming at Stefan, tension coiling in his gut. He didn't like that his brother was out of his sight and possibly rushing toward a sadist. He slowed with the thought of turning back when the scent of blood hit him again. The dog had ceased barking, but had marked the general area and rounded the corner and skidded to a halt. The house was dark, but the dog lay just inside the fence, his belly cut open. Stefan swore under his breath, took a careful look around, and slipped over the fence to kneel beside the dog. It was still alive, the eyes looking at him as if he could somehow save the day. "Really psycho," Stefan whispered. He put his hand gently on the dog's head. "I'm sorry, boy." There was nothing to be done for the animal. Ivanov had seen to that, ensuring that even if the owners found him immediately, he was too damaged for a veterinarian to save. Stefan took the time to stroke the animal's head one last time, and then quickly and mercifully broke the dog's neck. He slipped back over the fence and headed for the street Lev had turned down. Ivanov was out tonight, and he was doing damage. Stefan had always known, from the time they were boys, that Petr Ivanov couldn't go very long without making a kill. Animal, man, woman, or child, it didn't matter. Watching others suffer and die gave him a rush of godlike power. "Lev, be careful. He's killed a dog. He killed more than a dog. I found a pool of blood in a backyard here. He's been busy. I followed a blood trail, but it disappeared abruptly. Get out of there now. I mean it, Lev. He's too close, and we've got to pull back and reassess. You're walking into a hornet's nest." Stefan's heart accelerated when Lev didn't answer him. Swearing in Russian, he raced down the street, deliberately making noise, hoping to draw Ivanov's fire. "Lev, gosh it, answer me." Stefan was experiencing waves of fear, but they were feminine in origin, not masculine, which meant his brother was connected to his wife and she knew her husband was injured. Before he could caution Lev to break the connection, something slammed into his arm hard enough to spin him around. Almost simultaneously, a sound like a firecracker reverberated down the street. He dropped to the asphalt and rolled toward the nearest yard and cover. "Really difficult person," Lev snapped. "You hit?" Stefan made it to the overgrown shrubs and belly crawled forward. A spray of bullets cut through the leaves all around him. He found a depression in the ground and rolled into it, making himself as small as possible. Up and down the streets, dogs began to bark. A nick.
Mid-low alto. Intimate, 5 to 8% pitch. Volume 78% to 70 to 75%. Intimate. You? Blood dripped steadily down his arm, and his shoulder felt like it had been hit with a 2x4, but he could still use his arm, and that was what counted. Could use a little help. I ran into a trap and can't move. Lev pictured a steel trap chained to a thick tree, modified with serrated teeth and a punishing hydraulic system. Stefan had seen those traps before. Every movement would send the teeth sawing deeper into Lev's ankle. I tried shoving my knife down into it to get myself loose, but there's no way that's going to work. The gosh thing almost took my leg off. Stefan swore between his clenched teeth. "I'm working my way around toward you. Don't shoot me. And don't move. The more you move, the worse it will get." "I've got that part," Lev said, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Several porch lights went on along the street. Stefan needed to keep Ivanov focused on him and away from his brother and any innocence. It didn't help that any minute some civilian would unknowingly enter into the killer's path. He counted to 3, pushed himself up and sprinted for the count of 15 and dropped, rolled, and scooted forward on his belly, using elbows and toes to propel his body behind a screen of rocks and fern. Bullets spat dirt into his face and ricocheted off the rocks closest to him. He was grateful Ivanov had always been a close-range killer and rarely used a gun for the actual kill. He preferred blades, in close, where he could see his victims suffer. That said, an automatic machine gun definitely was up to the job if Stefan allowed himself to grow careless. "What are you doing, Stefan?" "Keeping him away from you." "What do you think I'm doing?" Stefan snapped. He was running out of garden cover on his side of the street. Few cars were parked, and his only choices were to go up onto the rooftops or risk crossing the street.
Neither was a great idea, but he had to keep Ivanov focused on him. Reluctantly, he pulled his gun from the harness, the butt familiar in his palm. He didn't want to risk stray bullets going into a house, but gosh it all, he had to get the upper hand here soon with Ivanov. "I don't hear return fire," Lev said. "I don't fire unless I can hit what I'm aiming at, and I don't have the difficult person in my sights." "I'll get him," Stefan said, pouring confidence into his voice. "Right now, I want to work into a position where he'll keep his focus on me and yet not have a clear shot while I get that trap off your ankle." "Calf," Lev corrected. "It's locked on my calf. The jerk probably knew we'd be wearing boots. We interrupted his kill. Someone's bound to call the sheriff. This time of night, Jonas and Alexander will answer the call. Alexander is going to recognize a killing ground. And my wife is on the warpath. She won't stay put, Stefan. She's going to come running." Stefan didn't like the note of pain creeping into Lev's voice. Men like his brother never showed pain unless it was bad. He was hurt, really hurt. If Stefan could feel his brother's pain, no doubt his wife could as well. He didn't know her yet, but any woman who was a match for his brother had to be strong. She was a sea urchin diver, captaining a boat out on the sea. She had to be fearless. "I'll get to you. Hold still and give me a couple of minutes." Lev sighed. Easier said than done. Stefan listened intently. Ivanov wasn't making a sound, careful not to reveal his location, but the shots had been angled from his left. Lev was in that direction as well, somewhere behind Ivanov. Stefan didn't want to give Ivanov the chance to circle back toward Lev and catch him while he was trapped. He had no doubt Lev could put up a fight, but the more he moved, the more the trap would saw at his leg. Describe the trap in detail. Stefan couldn't be wrong. It was possible he could open the device from a distance, but he'd need some breathing room. The thought of Lev's wife rushing to see Haven was disconcerting, with Ivanov on the loose and in a killing mood. "It looks like an old bear trap, only taller, with giant claws. It's around my calf, and I can't open it. I'm a strong man, but he's done something to it, and it's sawing at my leg every time I move or try to open it. There are chains buried along the ground, radiating in several different directions, at least 5 of them." Lev's description confirmed to Stefan that he'd studied this particular type of trap in detail. Clever, difficult person. "I've seen those traps. He killed a boy with one before. You watch for him, Lev. I'll need a minute. Once I free you, be very careful. Those chains means he'll have at least 5 more hidden close, so that if you step out of one, you can get caught by the next." He called it his little minefield of hell. And Sorbakov encouraged and protected this sadist? As long as Lev was talking to him, Stefan knew he was alive. He leapt up, deliberately giving Ivanov a target, determined the killer wouldn't have time to slip away and go after Lev. Stefan needed time to remember every detail of Ivanov's steel trap. He'd modified the device long ago, and, of course, Stefan studied its workings carefully once he'd run across it. He'd studied everything about Ivanov, knowing as a teenager that Petr Ivanov was his most dangerous enemy. "Sorbakov will always protect him. That's how I knew his order to terminate was a ploy to keep him here and draw you out. He believes Ivanov can take us both. It mattered little if a team of adults hunted him with automatic weapons in the coldest place on Earth, or that he was dropped into a desert with nothing but a knife, while the adults hunting him had every convenience. It was Ivanov that Stefan had feared as a child. Even as a teen, Ivanov had been insatiable, needing the pain and suffering of others the way others needed air to breathe. "I think this thing is sawing my leg in half." "Stop really moving. Just stay still. I'll get it off you. And for God's sake, when I do, don't take a step without testing for more traps. I'm shoving as many things as I can down inside it, hoping it eats through the sticks and my knife before it does my leg." Stefan wasn't about to allow Lev fall into Ivanov's hands. The exterminator was royally pissed that Stefan had managed to spot him, chase him, and actually wound him. The blow to his ego would be enormous. Stefan raced across the bare street and dove over a fence into the middle of a trumpet tree split trunk. He scrambled through the thick limbs into heavier foliage. A bullet hit the heel of his boot, knocking it off, and another plucked at his sleeve, far too close for comfort. But Ivanov was still focused on him, hating him with a cold fury, determined to kill him. Ivanov had no idea he had trapped Lev, or the exterminator would have abandoned Stefan to kill his brother. Stefan used his elbows and toes to make his way through the yard, crushing flowers as he went, all the while turning his mind to the trap on his brother's ankle. It would be difficult to open the jaws from a distance, and for the first time, he wished he had Judith's power to tap into. "You drugged her, you idiot," Lev pointed out helpfully. "Shut up, that's not helping," Stefan growled. Dividing his mind, keeping part of it on survival, and the other tuning his energy to opening the serrated teeth digging into his brother's calf, was actually painful, and he didn't need his brothers pointing out he'd be facing a firing squad when he confessed. The wind rushed inland from the ocean, bringing in a heavy veil of mist fast. Overhead clouds built fast and furious, a tower of angry, dark cauldrons heralding an ugly storm. "That's my woman, majorly pissed and coming for her man," Lev announced. "That's the last thing we need, bringing a woman into this mess. He's a wily old Wolverine, Lev, more dangerous than anyone you've ever faced. You don't want him to have a way to get to you, and he'll use a woman without compunction. She's going to come, Stefan, and she won't be alone." Stefan cursed under his breath.
He had to flush out Ivanov fast before Lev's wife came, thinking she was going to rescue him, as if Lev needed rescuing. Even with his leg caught in a trap, his brother was a dangerous man. Stefan began to work his way slowly through the garden to try to get a better angle on Ivanov. The man had to reveal his location soon, and all Stefan needed was a single moment to take him out, because, unlike Ivanov, Stefan didn't waste bullets and he didn't miss. Through layers of sleep, Judith heard frantic voices and footsteps pounding through her house to her bedroom. It had to be a dream or a nightmare. She'd just gone to sleep. "Stupid security system is a total waste," she muttered, and put the pillow over her head. She couldn't clear her brain enough to think properly, let alone sort out the feminine voices calling to her. "Judith, get up, wake up." Okay, that was definitely Ricky, and she sounded scared and imperious at the same time. Because it was Ricky, Judith forced her leaden body to move. Nothing worked. Her arms and legs felt numb right along with her brain, and she landed with a thud on the floor. Struggling into a sitting position, the sheet falling in a puddle around her, she gasped, realizing she was completely naked. There were marks of possession on her body she couldn't possibly hide, so she yanked up the sheet as Ricky raced into her room. Judith could hear the others rushing down the hall. Swearing under her breath, she managed to yank the sheet up to wrap herself in. She blinked rapidly, trying to clear her hazy vision. There was no sign of Stefan anywhere. "Get up," Ricky demanded. "Hurry." Judith started to frown, took one look at Ricky's enormous eyes, black as midnight and very frightened, and swallowed her protest. She nodded. The haze was beginning to clear, and she could recognize that something was really wrong. "Give me a second, hon, I have to get dressed." Her mind felt unusually fuzzy. As a rule, she woke up sharp, but it was hard to think and even more difficult to get her body functioning. Ricky stepped out of her room, stopping the others in the hall, and Judith hurried to her bathroom. "Do I need a robe or clothes?" she called. "Clothes," 5 voices answered. "Who's in trouble?" Judith fumbled around for the sink and splashed cold water on her face. "Tell me what's going on." "Levi's in trouble. Hurry, Judith, he's hurt. I can feel it," Ricky said anxiously. Stefan wasn't in bed with her. Her brain was so fried, it took her this long to wonder where he'd mysteriously disappeared to. Where Levi was, Stefan was. She hurried to her dresser, shimmied into a bra and underwear, tank and jeans, and raced out of her bedroom, uncaring what she looked like. Where are they? Is Thomas with him? She was proud that in her very befuddled state, she'd managed to remember it was Thomas, not Stefan. "I think so." Tension rang in Ricky's voice. "Hurry, Judith, I need you. You have to talk to us.
Ricky, Blythe, always the voice of reason, insisted. "We've answered your call, but we don't know what's wrong. Judith, help out here." Judith had no idea how she was going to be of any assistance. She felt like she was moving through a fog, desperately trying to force one foot in front of the other. "Ricky, did Levi call to you for help?" I felt an explosion of pain. Here, she grabbed her calf. It was horrible, like something was sawing through my leg. He cut it off abruptly, but I knew it was him. When it first happened, he was unguarded. He must have been in agony, but when I reached out for him, he said they were handling it. "Please, I don't want to talk anymore. Let's just go." "We can discuss it in the car then," Blythe decided. "Let's go." Her sisters were already rushing down the stairs. Judith followed them, stumbling a little, trying to find her legs. "Where are they?" "Sea Haven. I know they're in trouble. We've got to help them." There was a sob in Ricky's voice. She twisted her fingers together tightly. The night air hit Judith, mist so thick it was nearly impossible to see her hand in front of her face. She could hear the water running out of her hoses, and she glanced around her gardens. Ricky was very agitated for water to be answering her call with such ferocity. Her fears were catching, moving from woman to woman until all of them were agitated. Judith, always careful to stay in control, yet had a difficult time with all of her sisters surrounding her, clearly upset. It was impossible to control her natural empathy, not when her mind was so fuzzy and she could barely figure out what everyone was saying to her. Overhead, storm clouds boiled across the sky. The wind rose, howling through the trees, blowing leaves and debris into the air. In the dark, ominous clouds, whips of lightning lit the edges of the clouds, glowing red-hot. Judith did her best to stay in control, but already, even before they all were in the close confines of the car, she could feel the other women's emotions rising in direct proportion to her own. And hers were swinging out of control because Ricky was so frightened for Levi. "Would either of you like to explain what's going on?" Blythe asked, calmly, as they piled into the farm's suburban waiting. Blythe seemed the only one remaining grounded as she put the SUV in gear and raced down the driveway toward the ornate gate. "Thomas is Levi's brother," Judith admitted. "He came here to warn Levi that the awful man who came here from Russia never bought the story that he was dead and came here to find Levi and kill him. Stefan, where are you?" She reached for him, needing to know he was all right. For a moment, she thought she'd reached him. She actually felt his solid presence, but her brain was still hazy and the connection slipped away. Lissa's breath hissed out. "I remember Inez talking about that man. His name was Petr Ivanov. He asked all sorts of questions around the village, in Fort Bragg, at Noyo Harbor, and Albion. He even went to Jonas and said he represented the Russian government and was looking into the death of one of their citizens. He came into Judith's shop," Ariana added. "His aura was truly frightening. I'd never seen anything like it." Judith remembered the sick feeling she'd gotten when Ivanov had come into her kaleidoscope shop asking questions. She'd barely been able to stay in the same room with him. She'd had the same sick feeling when Stefan had confessed he'd come to Sea Haven to warn his brother about the killer. "Ivanov came to my house," Ricky said, dragging her weighted blanket around her for comfort. "Jonas brought him out. I thought I'd convinced him I'd never seen Levi." "You must have done a good job," Judith consoled, "because he had no idea where Levi was. He came back looking for clues. Had he thought Levi was with you, he would have been spying on the farm." "Why didn't Levi and Thomas just call Jonas?" Ariana asked. "He's the sheriff." Judith's heart felt as if a vice was gripping it hard. She tasted fear in her mouth. Nothing could happen to Stefan, not now that she found him. She exchanged a long, knowing look with Ricky. At least Ricky understood how frightened she really was. This man, this Ivanov, is a very scary killer. They worried that he would kill Jonas. They know Ivanov's reputation and felt that Jonas would be hampered by the law. Blythe inhaled sharply as she fist-tailed around the curve in the road leading to Highway 1. The sky had darkened ominously, and now the clouds were boiling, rolling across the sky so thick and black that only the lightning lacing them provided any light in the unrelenting darkness. So they're taking the law into their own hands? Blythe shot Judith a look of sheer reprimand. They didn't know where he was, Ricky defended. They've been trying to flush him out every night. Judith inhaled sharply, the edges of anger beginning to form as realization tried to penetrate. She turned her head slowly to look at Ricky. Every night? What do you mean every night? Thomas was with me.
Yes, but then Levi and Thomas went out around 2 and came back around 4:30, Ricky explained, huddling deeper beneath the heavy blanket. Levi says Thomas would go on his own, but Ivanov is here because of him, and he feels he has no choice. They both are protecting Jonas. She chewed at her thumbnail, betraying her agitation. Levi is adamant that Ivanov would kill Jonas. I can tell he believes it. Every night, Judith repeated. She could hear her heart roaring in her ears. Thunder boomed in the sky overhead, and a fork of lightning streaked in a jagged fork from earth to sky and back. The crack was loud enough to shake the car. "Calm down," Blythe said firmly. "Everyone needs to calm down." Judith narrowed her eyes and pushed a shaky hand through her hair in agitation. There was no calming down, not now, when suspicion was slipping into her mind. Not suspicion, knowledge. I'm a light sleeper. How could I not know he was leaving the bed, the house? She pressed her lips together, afraid she knew the answer. What had he said? Russian recipe for sleeping? He'd told her the truth, and she hadn't understood. The earth rolled, and a small crack developed along a berm on the side of the highway. "Perhaps your time together exhausted you," Lissa tried helpfully. "Stefan, where are you?" She had to know he was alive and well before she decided to boil him in oil. Her fear for him fed the other women's jumbled emotions in the close confines of the car as it streaked along the highway. Rushing parallel to them just over the cliffs was the sea, angry and turbulent now, reflecting the intensifying emotions of all the women in the car. The ocean rose up toward Ricky, huge swells crashing onto the bluffs, booming a warming, reaching toward the village of Sea Haven as if it might devour it. "Ricky," Blythe said in a very low, firm voice, "calm down before you create a rogue wave that comes over the highway and takes us out to sea. Take a breath. All of you, take a breath. Well, find him." She glanced over her shoulder at Judith. "Both of them. And then I'm killing Thomas," Judith hissed between clenched teeth. "With my bare hands. He has no idea what he's messing around with." Very, that man. Because she always woke up, no matter how soft the sound, in the middle of the night. "Secret recipe, my gosh," she muttered. "Who do they think they are? Sea Haven is our home. Some psycho comes here and threatens us, our men or Jonas. We're not little sissy girls cowering in our houses." Very, that man. With each condemning word, the interior of the car pulsed with her mounting fury and terrible fear. Glass shattered on the passenger side. "Hey," Blythe raised her voice, taking the turn into Sea Haven on 2 tires. "Breathe or something. Don't destroy the car." "I'm sorry," Judith hissed. "I'm just so upset. Angry, afraid. I have no idea what's happening to them. Do you, Ricky?" Ricky rocked back and forth beneath the weighted blanket. She shook her head. "He's telepathic, not me. I don't know how to keep the connection if he isn't reaching for me, not over such a distance. But I know he's really hurt." Out on the ocean, a tower of water rose, spinning, racing toward the bluffs. A second, and then a third, joined it. The inside of the car bulged outward. Judith gulped air, desperate to control her anger and terror. Ricky fed her and she fed the others, and amplified Ricky's fear. It was a vicious circle, and she tried to concentrate on Blythe's voice. "We need a plan." "That plan is going to include calling Jonas," Blythe stated, "the moment we know for certain what is going on." "Agreed," Lissa and Ariana said aloud. Lexi nodded her head. Ricky just rocked and stared straight ahead. Judith pressed her lips together.
She had shared glimpses of Stefan and Levi's childhood memories, and she feared that Jonas would be out of his depth with a man as perverted and sick as Petra Ivanov. "We can park the car and go on foot. We'll have more control that way," Judith decided. "Ricky and I can locate the men and assess the situation. Call Jonas when we know if the danger is real, and we'll do our best to help them. We've got enough power between us if we can keep it under control." She'd never tried to weave all 5 elements together when she was upset and angry. She felt every bit as angry as the sea crashing against the bluffs. The street seemed completely deserted as Blythe pulled the car over on the main street of town and hastily parked. "Get out, all of you. And for God's sake, Judith, try to tone it down. You're all over the place. You're boosting the other elements until they're completely out of control." The howling wind caught the car's doors and slammed them closed, rocking the vehicle and rushing down the empty street in a fury. A shelf cloud, ripples of various colors spread across the sky as the black, boiling clouds merged together and burst open. Torrents of water poured down, drenching the streets, pounding them in an uncompromising fury. Judith knew Blythe was right, but now they were all feeding one another, trading intense emotions that Judith couldn't rein in. Ricky's storm gripped all of them, and the sheer force of it was shocking. "Where are you?" Judith demanded, searching for Stefan. She reached out, pushing her spirit further than she'd ever consciously tried before. Power swept through Sea Haven, rattling windows and shaking buildings. The ground buckled. "Judith?" She could feel Stefan's instant rejection, the impression of great danger, pain cut off, and fear for her. She knew at once that he was wounded. For a moment, the world around her disappeared, and there was only Stefan. She caught glimpses of blood, thick and congealed on his shoulder and running down his arm. Her heart stuttered in her chest, and for a moment, the edges of consciousness blackened. The earth buckled, and a narrow crack raced down the shoulder of the street closest to the ocean. "Oh God, you're hurt." Nothing else mattered. No one else mattered in that moment. She saw him, and she saw her brother, fallen, bloody, lifeless. Thunder crashed, and lightning struck the street, exploding a small shrub, setting flames dancing and blackening the earth around it. The flames should have gone out with the drenching rain, but instead they took on a life of their own, growing and spreading until they were a long train, rushing down the middle of the street as if the water was jet fuel. "Get out of here, now. Ivanov is at his most dangerous when he's cornered." A volley of shots rang out, and Judith's heart skipped a beat. "Stefan! Levi!" Ricky's voice burst through Judith's head, anguished, terrified for him. "I'm all right, baby. Calm down a little. I'm drowning." That was definitely Levi, finding a little amusement in his wife's storm. Judith realized she was connecting all of them, all 5 elements, Levi and Stefan. She even felt Blythe's presence. "Judith, since you're here, stay where you are. Keep out of sight. I'm going to use the boost of power to try to free Levi's leg." Stefan was the calm in the middle of the turbulent storm. "Levi, whatever you do, resist the impulse to move around. You know he set more traps." "Then I'll have to find them and spring them before some innocent kid stumbles on them." Judith couldn't fail to hear the pain in Levi's voice. He was every bit as calm as Stefan, but he was hurting. Thomas. Even in the middle of a crisis, she noted, Levi kept to Stefan's cover. "Don't take any chances. He's all over you." Stefan didn't reply, and 2 more shots rang out. Lightning slammed to earth a street over, and flames raced up and over the houses following the lightning. Fortunately, Ricky's violent thunderstorm seemed to be able to keep the glowing blaze from setting the wood on fire. "Lissa," Blythe hissed her name. "Reel it in. I'm telling all of you, get control before something terrible happens." "If we could see this Ivanov," Ricky said, "we could keep him away from both Stefan and Levi, maybe even drive him out of the village." My
Mid-low alto. Intimate, 5 to 8% pitch. Volume 78 to 70 to 75% intimate. Judith didn't bother to point out that Ivanov would surely return. He'd already come and gone once before. But Ricky did have a good idea. "We came to keep him off our men," Judith affirmed, "so let's do it."
Blythe sighed. You know, not only are those men going to wring your necks, but so is Jonas, and I've got my cell phone out to dial. The storm's interfering with the signal, so back it off, Judith. Judith didn't care if Jonas was called. All she cared about was making certain Stefan and Levi weren't in immediate danger. She sprinted to the narrow space between two storefronts that connected the street to the one behind it where some of the residents had homes. Her sisters followed her. The moment they were close to the street, still hidden from view, she halted and peered cautiously around the corner. She was disappointed when she couldn't locate any of the three men, but she knew she was much closer to the actual battle zone. The street pulsed with violent energy. A bullet splintered wood on the back gate of the neighboring house. The shot came from across the street, but she couldn't see anyone, nor could she see Stefan, but he had to be in that yard somewhere. You hit? Levi asked. No, he's fishing. But I've got to get that trap off you before he circles around. Why isn't he shooting back? They have enough weapons for a small army, Ricky said. Judith shrugged, trying to pinpoint Stefan's exact location. She felt his concentration, an intense energy focused directly on an object a great distance from him. She caught the picture in her mind and nearly cried out. The surge of fear added to Ricky's mounting terror. Both caught a glimpse of the medieval, vicious-looking device, a modified bear trap with serrated teeth honed to a razor's edge. Judith's breath caught in her throat. A collective gasp came from her sisters, and Ricky gave a shattered cry. Is that thing on your ankle, Levi? Ricky's wail of horror was loud in Judith's mind, amplifying her own near panic. Raindrops turned icy cold, pummeled the street in the form of small icy golf balls. The wind bit at the fences. More like my calf, honey, but Stefan will get it open. Stay put and trust us to handle this. I need you out of harm's way. The love in his voice only added to the mix of emotions the women were sharing. Clouds swirled and the wind blew sheets of rain down the street. In the center of the dark overhead mass, lightning danced, and on the street, driven by the wind, a tower of flames rose high in spite of the rain, or maybe because of it, the flames fed by Lissa's fiery element. Another volley of shots sprayed the dancing fire tower, but the sheer force of the wind caught the bullets mid-flight and held them hovering in the air. Ariana, Blythe hissed, stop playing with ammunition. Sorry, Ariana said. I didn't mean to do it. At least those bullets won't go into someone's house, Judith pointed out. Through it all, Stefan's concentration didn't waver. He seemed to be the eye of the storm. Everything around him was chaos, the hail pounding cars and rooftops, the wind swirling in a vicious twister rushing down the street to sweep up everything in its path. Stefan blocked it all out. Judith could feel his absolute composure. 2 shots rang out again in quick succession, and Judith winced as they hit just past the fence into the thick shrubbery where she feared Stefan had taken cover. Stefan never flinched, keeping his mind focused on what he was doing, slowly separating the wick jaws clenched around Lev's ankle. She actually felt the draw on her power, and she gave him everything she could, reaching for that deep well inside of her to boost his abilities. Instantly, the lock on the gate close to her popped open with a rusty creak. Up and down the streets, gates flew open and doors unlatched. Whoops, Judith said. Didn't mean for that to happen. Take control, Judith, Blythe urged. I've called Jonas, but you can weave all the elements and push that man far away from Thomas and Levi. You weave them all together at the farm, you can do it here. Everyone's all over the place, Judith said, shaking her head. Because you are, Stefan said. You have the power and control, Angel. You can handle anything. You just have to believe in yourself. Thomas. Levi's voice was absolutely calm. He didn't say anything else, but Ricky moaned and Judith felt the tension in Stefan coil tighter. Not just tension. Resolve. Something in him changed, grew cold, and she knew immediately what he was going to do. Levi had spotted Ivanov coming back toward him. Ricky. Judith's voice rang with authority. Locate Levi. Show him to me. Everything around him. Do it, now. Take a deep breath, connect with him, and let me see where he is. Judith knew every street and yard in Sea Haven. She owned her shop for 5 years, and she'd walked every street over those years, up and down, unable to contain her restless energy. Levi? Ricky reached her husband with every bit of strength she possessed, amplified 100-fold by Judith's spirit element. For one moment, Judith was disoriented, her mind so divided she felt sick and knew she was feeling Levi's emotions. But she caught glimpses of an old water tower and a broken fence, a wooden cart partially sunk into the ground and filled with flowers. Triumph burst through her. She knew exactly where Levi was. She could feel Stefan's absolute confidence in her. "I've seen you at work, Angel." Judith took a breath, glanced over her shoulder at her sisters, and raised her hands. At once, the symphony began. Fire danced into the sky and rained embers, the wind pushing the wall of flames over the street, impossible to see through. Rain fell in sheets in front of the flames and behind it, building a tower that seemed impenetrable. Stefan broke out of his cover, running behind the dancing wall of flames across the street to the yard she was certain Ivanov had deserted. The fire and rain pushed forward straight toward the yard behind where she was certain Levi was. In the distance, the sound of sirens penetrated the edge of her consciousness. Jonas was on the way. "Levi and I have illegal weapons on us. If you're going to trap Ivanov and keep him from hurting anyone, do it now. We have to be gone when your friend gets here." Judith hurried across the street behind Stefan, keeping Lissa's advancing wall of fire moving forward fast, pushed by Ariana's wind. Levi, leaning heavily on a large branch, hobbled toward the far end of the yard where the wooden wagon with flowers lay. Blood ran heavily down the leg, dragging along the uneven ground as he made his way toward the fence to get out of the assassin's minefield. Ivanov burst around the corner of a building, weapon out, aiming for Levi. Simultaneously, Stefan rushed from the other side, firing, the first bullet catching Ivanov and spinning him around. Hoses reared up like angry snakes, water shooting out of the gaping mouths, whipping at the exterminator, driving him away from the 2 men, making it impossible to fire a shot. One hose lashed at him repeatedly, wrapped around his wrist, and wrenched the gun from him. Ivanov dropped to the ground and crawled behind the shed. Stefan kept running across the yard, tackled Levi, taking him down and dragging him toward cover. The shed exploded, wood flying outward as a heavy car burst through the front of the structure, aimed straight at Stefan and Levi. Even as Stefan wrapped his arms around his brother and rolled to try to get out of the path, the pounding water curved, formed a tunnel, and engulfed the car. A second tunnel merged with the first, a violent wind that caught the car and spun it, pushing it away from the men, into the street and down toward the ocean. Levi caught Stefan's arm and pressed his mouth to his brother's ear in order to be heard above the shrieking wind. "Get out of here now. Take the weapons and get to the jeep. Go back to the farm. Let me handle Jonas. If you're caught with all these guns, you'll go to jail."
Mid-low alto. Intimate, 5 to 8% pitch. Volume 78 to 75% intimate. "Jonas will take me to the hospital, and Ricky and Blythe will stay with me, Judith. Get him out of here now." The sound of brakes screaming told them all that Ivanov was frantically trying to control his car. Judith kept the pressure on, pushing the vehicle almost into the sheriff's path before she eased up on the wind. Ivanov responded by shoving a machine gun out the driver's side window and letting loose a barrage of bullets at the sheriff, spinning his car around and heading out of town. The sheriff's car followed, lights whirling, sirens blaring. Judith directed the slashing rain over Ivanov's car, hoping to not only slow him down, but make it impossible for him to see Jonas or Alexander through the sheets of water pouring from the turbulent skies. More shots rang out, and she dropped a twister of wind and water right over the car. Drawn to the sea, the wild cyclone swept the car closer and closer to the edge of the bluffs. It crashed through the wooden fence and tumbled onto the grass-covered bluff. Judith nearly screamed in frustration, desperately trying to control the terrible force of 5 elements interwoven and feeding each other power and fear.
Lexi pushed dirt upward in an effort to stop the forward momentum of the vehicle. The twister whirled, the rain poured down, and the car slid closer to the edge of the bluff. Judith tried to shut down the fury of the weave, easing back on the wind and rain. Lys's flames had long since gone out. The car seemed to hesitate, and then it went straight over the edge. The storm collapsed in on itself. Judith slumped against the side of the building. "I tried to stop it," she whispered. "I wasn't trying to push him over the edge." "You didn't," Stefan said. "Ivanov sent the car over. It went in a straight line." "You've got to go," Levi reiterated as Ricky and Lexi reached his side. "Now, Thomas, and none of you can say he was here." He looked around at the women. "You don't have to lie. Just leave him out of it. Ivanov was hunting me. He wasn't satisfied until all of them nodded in agreement. Even Blythe. You drugged me, you cretin," Judith accused the moment they were inside her house, whirling around to glare at Stefan, hands on hips. "In the chocolate, your old Russian recipe. You drugged me, and don't you dare tell me you didn't." Stefan nodded his head. "I can see that was probably a mistake." "Probably? It was probably a mistake?" Judith looked around for something to throw at his head. All that she could find was a kaleidoscope sitting on the end table. She launched it at him, instantly regretting it, not because it might dent his thick skull, but because she loved that kaleidoscope. It was one she'd created for all of her sisters, a mandala for each of them, and one for herself. Each of them had one in their homes. The ornate cylinder stopped in mid-air, inches from him. Stefan reached out and carefully wrapped his fingers around the kaleidoscope and set it gently back on the end table, wincing a little as his bloodied arm protested. "Definitely a mistake. I clearly should have said definitely," he stated. "Do you have a first aid kit? I think I need a couple of stitches." As a bid for sympathy, he thought, a little reminder that he was wounded might be just the right touch. Judith's scowl deepened. "Do you have to play hero all the time? You made me crazy with the way you were just inviting him to shoot you. You have a gun, lots of guns. I didn't see you shooting back at him." "I shot him," he defended, allowing his gaze to drift over her body. Judith was drenched, completely, utterly drenched, and dripping water on the carpet. Her long hair hung in thick black tails, and droplets of water beaded on her skin, reminding him of dew on rose petals. Her clothes were nearly transparent, and she was shivering continually, her teeth actually chattering, although she was so upset she didn't appear to notice. She was shivering, and it wasn't all due to the cold. She believed herself responsible for a man's death, and that sort of thing could take its toll on a civilian. She was bordering on shock. Stefan frowned and took a step toward her. She stepped back, and swift impatience crossed his hard features. "Judith, you're soaked. We can do this after you've gotten in a warm bath." When he saw her head shake, he turned his back on her and walked down the hall to her bedroom, stripping as he went. He wasn't about to argue with her. If she didn't follow him, he was going to do more than act a cretin. He was going to throw her over his shoulder and dump her shivering little self in the bath. His shoulder stung like really, and he had to limp with the heel of his boot missing. Gosh, he was tired and worried about his brother. The last he'd seen of Levi, he'd been taken away in an ambulance. Stefan would never believe Ivanov was dead, not until he saw the body. He piled his wet clothes in the sink, started Judith a bath, and wrapped a towel around himself, more for warmth than modesty. He was every bit as soaked as she was. He waited there in the bathroom, studying his arm. It was the second time he'd gotten nailed, and he had a fresh chunk of muscle missing. His shoulders were just too broad for cat and mouse games with killers. He heard her padding down the hall on her bare feet. The moment she stepped through the door, he reached for the buttons on her jeans, yanking the waistband open and jerking the denim down to her thighs. "Off," he commanded. "Just take the very things off and get in the bath." Even as he let go of her jeans, he caught her tank top and dragged the soaked material over her head, tossing it on top of his wet clothes before she could protest. Judith steadied herself by placing a hand on his chest as she kicked off the wet jeans. "I'll look at your shoulder first. You'll get into the bath. You're shaking like a leaf. This is nothing I haven't had happen before. Hurts like hell, but won't kill me." He took her arm and urged her toward the bathtub. "Get in. I'll take a shower and wrap it." "You're so bossy," Judith complained, making a face at him as she stepped into the steaming water. "Your teeth are chattering, and if you shake any more, you're going to break something." She was understandably upset, although he still wasn't entirely convinced of Levi's truth under any circumstances policy, but if she wanted him to, he'd give it a try, as long as she wasn't in any danger. Of course, she'd handled herself very well, and she'd probably use that as an argument. It wouldn't fly with him, but he'd listen. "What did you mean when you said Ivanovov drove his car off the cliff? I doubt he was in it." There, that was the truth. Her face went white, and he cursed his brother under his breath. "Go under the water and get your hair wet with hot water. You're still cold, Judith. And don't worry about Ivanovov. If he's still alive," and he had no doubt in his mind Ivanovov was alive and nursing his wound somewhere, "we'll find him." She narrowed her eyes at him. "By drugging me and going out every night to search for him?" He caught up a towel and stood behind her until she did as he'd asked, and dunked her long hair under the hot water. He waited until she wrung it out, and threw the thick mass over her shoulder with a careless gesture and a smoldering glare. He towel-dried the long, silky strands, rubbing and massaging her scalp to get her warm. "I admitted that was a mistake, Judith," he said quietly. "I've never been in a relationship before, and my first instincts are always to protect you. I thought I was doing that. Apparently, I was wrong." She started to turn her head, but he held her firmly, preventing her from moving while he dried her hair thoroughly. He realized he was vaguely angry. He wasn't used to acknowledging emotions, and at first thought he was sharing her anger, but he had to admit, this time, the anger was all his. "Is there still a doubt in your mind because you don't sound sure?" "Of course I have doubts. You could have been killed tonight. A million things could have gone wrong, Judith."
I won't take chances with your life. Intimate, 5 to 8% pitch. Volume 78% to 70 to 75, intimate. I won't take chances with your life. He didn't try to prevent the edge to his voice. His belly was in tight knots, and he had a sick feeling in the pit of his stomach. Since the moment he had realized she was there in Sea Haven and there was nothing he could do about it, he'd felt anger at his lack of ability to control the situation. He needed her safe, and she wasn't. He obviously wasn't like his brother who could watch his wife dive under the sea and put herself into harm's way. He had spent an entire lifetime alone, and now that he'd found Judith, he found he couldn't handle her in danger. His hand bunched in her hair in his hand and yanked her head back, taking her mouth before she could protest. The moment his mouth settled on hers, the moment his tongue swept inside that soft, hot haven, his world righted itself. Had been off-kilter, but even anger tasted a lot like passion when he was kissing Judith. "I know you're cold, Angel, and you're angry with me, but I need you. Right now, right here." He murmured the words against her soft lips and kissed her words away. He didn't know if she protested or acquiesced. Nothing mattered but the feel and taste of her, the knowledge that she was alive and kissing him back. He slipped one arm around her bare, wet back and lifted her, wincing a little when his arm protested. He didn't care that blood was still leaking from the wound and running down his arm, or that she was soaking wet. He needed her. She turned in his arms, leaning over the back of the bathtub to reach him, feet still in the water, sliding her arms around his neck as she pressed her wet body against his. "I'm really angry with you," she whispered into his mouth, even as her lips moved over his, kissing him over and over. He felt that edge of anger in her kiss, the sizzling passion rising with a needy demand. "That's okay, Judith," he whispered into the heat of her mouth. "Be angry with me later." His mouth blazed a trail over her face, down her chin to her throat. He lifted her right out of the bathtub, uncaring of the water dripping onto the floor. Judith's breath caught in her throat. "I'm no little pixie like Lexi or Ariana, Thomas. I'm tall, so I'm not a lightweight. You'll hurt yourself." He kissed his way around to her neck, his teeth nipping and his tongue dancing over her all that soft, enticing skin. "I want to eat you up, Judith." "Your arm," she hissed, pulling back. "Really, my arm? Who gives a ver about my arm? Right now, I need one thing. He caught her leg and wrapped it around him. Passion peaked. They came together intimately, deeply connected. Everything he'd ever been, ever done, had brought him to this place, to this woman. She was everything he'd ever been looking for. There was no one before her, and there would be no one after her. He didn't bother denying what he felt was love. It ran deep and strong and burned like fire. The emotion was so intense it was primal, shaking him to the very core of his existence. He wanted to wake up every morning to her, go to sleep with his body wrapped tightly around hers. He wanted her to have his child, his children. He knew he wanted to live out the rest of his life with her by his side, and when he died, he wanted to die in her arms. They came together in passion, connecting deeply. A frenzied, insatiable need left them completely wrung out, yet strangely at peace. Judith dropped her head on his shoulder, her breath coming in soft gasps, her eyes closed as if savoring him. He held her tight, wanting the closeness, the skin-to-skin contact, feeling absolute tenderness, an emotion he'd been unfamiliar with and now overwhelmed him. I could stay like this forever. You're a safe haven, Judith, a place I can be real, he whispered, trailing kiss down the side of her face to her neck. You are real, she answered, her mouth against his shoulder. At least, I think you are. You're very hurt, Thomas. You shouldn't be holding me like this. This is exactly what I should be doing. Russians are tough, Angel. He kissed the top of her head as he allowed himself to move away from her. He might not want to, but he'd been rough with her, and she needed the soothing heat of her bath water. He lowered her back into the bathtub. Do you need me to add hot water? Judith tilted her head back, looking up at him with her exotic eyes, more mysterious than ever with her sleek, gleaming hair and sensual bone structure. I need to know what's wrong, Thomas, if we're going to do this. He bunched her hair in his fist. There is no if. We've both made that commitment, Judith, so don't try to put your foot out the door because you didn't like something I did. That will happen a lot before I figure out this relationship stuff. Her dimple appeared as if she was trying to suppress a smile. She couldn't suppress the sudden surge of happiness spreading through the room. Relationship stuff? She repeated. I can see I'm going to have a tremendous amount of romantic apologies. Take your shower, Thomas, and we'll get your arm fixed. Suffice it to say, if you ever try drugging me again, I'll hit you over the head with a frying pan. You probably would. Don't doubt it for a minute. Stefan found himself laughing. You're so very beautiful. Get in the shower, Thomas, Judith said in her firmest, you'd better do what I say voice. He found he liked it when she bossed him around. There was something very appealing when a woman got all proprietary and dangerous with her man, and he liked being her man. He grinned at her and stepped under the rain shower head. The hot water pushed exhaustion from his bones. He took his time, enjoying the pleasure of watching her take a bath while he showered. After his shower, they shared another intimate moment, connecting deeply. He found himself smiling down at the woman he loved, wrapped in the blanket of her natural serenity. Walking down the main street of Sea Haven in full view of the townspeople while holding hands with Judith felt strange and yet exhilarating. Across the street, the ocean acted up, waves pounding at the cliffs and bluffs. White spray rose high into the air, crashing over rocks, the sound a loud boom the wind caught and carried inland. Fingers of fog streamed toward the buildings and streets, brought in by the breeze coming in off the ocean. Most people here are bothered more by the wind than by the fog, Judith said, but I love the wind and the storms here. I always feel like no one can quite tame this place. Stefan liked that idea. He wasn't the type of man to stroll down the street boldly holding a woman's hand. His gaze moved restlessly over rooftops and delved into alleyways, although a part of him enjoyed every moment of the new experience. He seemed to be having all his firsts with Judith. He was a man used to the roles he played, and he was comfortable in society when he was undercover. If he meant to become Thomas Vincent and settle in Sea Haven,
He would have to grow completely comfortable in the art world with Judith. She traveled and went to galleries and conventions. She taught classes. Where Judith went, Stefan would be going, but he would always have the wildness of this place to make him feel comfortable in his own skin. A trickle of unease slipped into his mind. He took a quick look around. The fog was heavy and massing fast, veiling the buildings in a gray mist. Judith turned her face up to the gathering mist and smiled. "I love our sea here. It's so wild, the mood changing every hour. It was so beautiful this morning at the farm, and yet we drive a couple of miles and fog is pouring into town so fast and thick you can barely see your hand in front of your face." Stefan knew his honeymoon with Judith was about to be over. He could feel the building tension in him as surely as he could recognize the building storm of an impending tornado. He always knew when trouble was close, and as they approached the art gallery, the hair on the back of his neck stood up, and every cell in his body went on alert.
Without conscious thought, hint 5 to 8% pitch, volume 78% to 70 to 75% intimate. Without conscious thought, he dropped Judith's hand and crossed behind her to put his body between hers and the buildings rather than the street. Instincts were everything, and he didn't question himself, he simply reacted. "Let me go in first," he ordered, as they neared the small lane between the buildings where Old Bill made his home. "Stay behind me until I clear the gallery." Judith frowned at his grim face and taut, very domineering tone, but she didn't argue with him. As they passed Bill, she paused. The veteran was lying under his blanket, covering his head with one hand, shivering a little in the thick fog. "Bill, do you need another blanket? What happened to your sleeping bag?" The world was gray and somber, the sea crashing angrily against the bluff where Ivanov's car had gone over to the rocks below. Stefan took a long look around while Judith talked to the homeless man, aware, even as he studied rooftops and towers, that Bill made an attempt to sit up, coughed, and lay back down. "Do you need a doctor?" Judith asked. Bill shook his head and waved her away, clearly as independent as ever. Judith frowned at him. "If you aren't better tomorrow, I'm bringing Lexi, Bill, and you know what that means. She'll be making some horrible-tasting potion for you to drink, and you'll do it because no one can resist her, not even you." Bill made a muffled sound that could have been a snort of laughter or agreement. Stefan urged Judith forward toward the gallery by taking her upper arm and tugging with commanding strength. She shot him a scowl, her concern for Bill overriding her good sense. His radar screamed at him, his muscles coiling, ready to spring into action. The weight of his gun was reassuring. He had a knife strapped to his calf, one in his boot, another up his sleeve, and a small throwing knife taped between his shoulder blades where he could reach and throw in less than a second should there be need. With all that, he didn't like Judith out in the open. "Now, Judith, something's wrong. I can feel it." He hissed the warning into her mind. Judith flashed Bill a smile and lifted a hand toward the older man, clearly still torn that she should insist on getting him medical attention. "He hates doctors," she explained, but she began to stride toward the art gallery. They'd gone no more than 5 feet when 2 shadowy figures stood up on the enclosed porch where they'd been sitting in chairs. Stefan's heart sank. He recognized the couple immediately. Inez Nelson and Frank Warner waited, both looking distressed. Inez clearly wrung her hands, twisting her fingers together in agitation. "What is it, Inez?" Judith stepped forward, compassion in her voice, on her face, and in the hand she put out to touch the older woman's arm. Stefan's natural inclination was to shield Judith from the couple. His warning system was so loud he could hear it booming through the blood thundering in his ears. He crowded close to Judith, his body sheltering hers protectively as he reached around her to shake Frank's hand. "Is something wrong?" "I went into the gallery this morning to open up before you came," Inez explained, and she trailed off. "You'll have to see. I've called Jonas." Stefan swore softly to himself.
The last thing he needed was a meddling sheriff around. He followed Inez and Frank into the gallery, keeping Judith in front of him so that anyone on the street with a gun didn't have a chance to shoot her. Once inside, Stefan saw the damage immediately. Someone had dragged paintings off the wall and thrown them carelessly on the floor after taking canvases out of the frames and removing them from the stretcher bars. "Who would do this?" Judith asked. "We don't get this kind of vandalism here. If those canvases aren't stretched soon, it will ruin the paintings. Most of those are oil, but a couple are acrylic, and those will be more of a problem." She pressed her fingertips to her eyes. All that work destroyed. Stefan stepped closer to the paintings strewn around. Each of them was a painting Judith had done. He went still. This was deliberate. Ivanov sending a message? He took a quick look around at the banks of windows. He suddenly felt as if Judith was very exposed. He took her arm and pulled her away from the paintings, back into the shadowy interior where it would be more difficult for a sniper to get a clear shot. "Inez, they look like they're my work," Judith said, one hand going to her throat defensively. "Are they all my paintings?" Stefan thought she looked very vulnerable, and his heart turned over. He curled his arm around her waist and pulled her tight against him. "We'll get to the bottom of this, Angel." "They didn't destroy the artwork," Inez pointed out hastily. "They removed the canvas from the stretcher bars. You can fix them, can't you, Judith? After Jonas sees them, take them back to your studio and fix them before they're ruined. He'll want to keep them for evidence," Judith pointed out. "Well, he can't. He can photograph them, and if that's not good enough, too bad. Well, we'll let it go, because the gallery can't afford to take that kind of loss," Inez said heatedly. "And we're not losing all of your work." "Could the vandals have been looking for something?" Stefan said, watching Judith closely. "What could they possibly be looking for beneath the canvas?" Judith asked. "I stretched the canvases myself. They're just wrapped around the stretcher bar and stapled with oversized stainless steel staples to keep the canvas taut." "Where do you get your stretcher bars?" Frank asked. He cleared his throat, glanced at Stefan, and then at Inez. "Remember, Judith, the trouble I got into a few years back? The Russian mob had gotten their hooks into Frank and had run stolen treasures through his art gallery. He'd gone to prison for his part in the smuggling operation." Judith shook her head. "The stretcher bars can be picked up anywhere, at any art supply store. There isn't anything special about them." "The canvases?" Inez asked. Judith frowned. "Like most artists, I stretch my own canvas, so I purchase rolls of canvas from an art supply store. Sometimes I reuse canvases, but again, there's nothing special about them." Stefan could feel her mind working, puzzling, trying to figure out why her work was chosen to vandalize while all the other artwork remained intact. On high alert, he felt the twinge of power that seemed to precede Jonas Harrington as he entered the gallery. Keeping his arm around Judith, he observed the sheriff, who immediately put his arm around Inez to comfort her. But his sharp gaze went to Stefan and the way he was holding Judith so protectively. "Have you heard anything on Levi?" Jonas greeted Judith. "I meant to check on him yesterday, but time got away from me." "He's back home," Judith said, "limping around, but he's fine." Jonas kept his gaze steadily on Judith. "That storm the other night, Hannah said it wasn't natural. The surge of power was outrageous, and the combination of wind, water, and even earthquakes didn't make sense. Some people reported seeing a tower of flames." Stefan tightened his arm around Judith. "Be very careful, Angel. He's fishing." He felt the hesitation in her. She didn't like to lie. She pressed her lips together and then sighed. "You know Ricky has an affinity for water. Levi was in danger. I think emotions were running high, and for a good reason. That man had been here before, hunting Levi. We found a mess inside the small house Ivanov had rented," Jonas said. "Blood everywhere. Too much blood, and it was human. Someone died in there, and it wasn't pretty. There were shreds of material from a down jacket, very old jeans, and a sleeping bag." "Oh no," Inez said in horror. "Has anyone been reported missing?" Jonas shook his head. "Not so far. And Danny and Trudy Granite's dog was killed as well the same night. Their son, Davy, was devastated." His piercing gaze jumped to Stefan. "You wouldn't know anything about that, would you?" "How would I know?" Stefan countered a little belligerently.
He was Thomas Vincent, an American businessman about to buy an art gallery that had been vandalized. Just being thorough, Jonas said. I'm about to make an offer on this gallery, Stefan said. I think it's fairly common knowledge in this town that I'm here for that purpose. Quite a lot of property is involved. This art gallery and building, but Frank also is thinking of selling the entire next block with those buildings as well. Maybe someone here doesn't want an outsider to make that purchase. Inez gasped and clutched Frank, who leaned into her, his arms circling her waist. I can't imagine anyone would want to sabotage the deal, Frank said firmly, more for Inez's benefit than from conviction. Something like this wouldn't scare me off, Stefan assured. Judith can stretch the canvases again, and the paintings will be fine. I intend to make an offer as soon as I'm finished going through the inventory and books. Judith glanced at the two acrylic landscapes. I need to work on this artwork fast, Jonas. I'll have to take all the damaged paintings back to my studio with me. I'll get to work photographing everything, Jonas said immediately. Why don't you go get some coffee, Inez? This shouldn't take too long. Stefan had to hand it to the sheriff. Inez was not a young woman, and she was truly distressed. He guessed that, financially, she and Frank needed the gallery to sell, and they were both afraid, in spite of his assurances, he'd back out of the deal. Come on, Judith said, taking charge. Let's all go down to the coffee shop. We can visit while Jonas is working on this. Frank, I can fix the paintings, so no worries. She flashed a smile at the couple, but Stefan could feel anxiety. As always, in public, Judith hid her emotions, refusing to allow them to spill out and affect others around her. She kept that control very carefully. He ran his hand lovingly down her spine just to remind her he was there and knew how concerned and distressed she was that someone would do such a thing to her work. He doubted Ivanov had vandalized the paintings. It wasn't the exterminator's style. He'd never even think about such a thing, unless it was bait to draw everyone into a building to blow it up around them. And that meant only one thing. Jean-Claude Larue had made his way to Sea Haven. He hadn't wasted any time. If he was searching Judith's paintings, removing the canvases from the stretcher bars, that meant he'd hidden the microchip in between the canvas and the stretcher bar. Judith must have taken the painting with her when she left. Why? Why, if she was running for her life, would she take a painting with her? That made no sense to him. If she'd known about the microchip and had deliberately taken it with her, why hadn't she tried to sell it on the black market? His life was about to become very complicated. Judith had to be questioned, and she wouldn't like that he had misled her, failing to admit he was working for the Russian government to recover the microchip. The four of them left Jonas to his work, stepping outside onto the covered porch. The fog had come in even thicker, turning the world into a thick gray mist. The outline of trees and buildings were shadowed and vague. The knots in Stefan's stomach hadn't let up, and the tension in him coiled tighter than ever, knowing he was going to have to get Judith home and find the microchip. Aside from the threat of Ivanov, Larue was lurking around. He was certain of it. Judith drew her sweater closer around her. It's definitely cold today. And a little dreary, Inez added. I don't mind the fog as a rule, but when it's like this, you can't see anything. It can get depressing. Frank wrapped his arm around her shoulder and smiled down on her. Not if we're home watching an old movie and eating popcorn. Inez brightened immediately. That's true. And on a stormy day, we can find the old-fashioned scary films like Hitchcocks. I love those. She turned a smile on Stefan. Do you enjoy old movies? Entertainment films weren't shown to the boys and girls training in the camps he'd grown up in, and his job didn't exactly send him to the theaters often. He gave a casual shrug. The movies I've managed to see, I've really enjoyed. Watching old films when it's foggy or stormy out sounds good to me. I'm ready to settle down and enjoy life a bit. It was surprising to him when he said the words, how much he meant them. He was more than ready to trade a life in the shadows for a life with Judith.
A real life. The home, the kids, the farm, traveling to kaleidoscope conventions, he wanted the entire package. Do you work a lot? Inez asked as they started down the sidewalk in the direction of the small local coffee shop. I travel a lot, Stefan admitted. It can get old. It's time I settled down. His radar refused to fade away. The fog was a definite problem when he needed to see an enemy coming toward him. He didn't like the closed-in feeling the blanket of heavy mist gave him. Every step he took added to that coiling tension. He was missing something important, and his warning system was screaming at him to heed it. Judith and Inez chattered away, and he tuned them out, listening for telltale sounds, running footsteps, anything at all that might tell him there was danger close. Ivanov had been wounded. There was no doubt in his mind that Stefan's bullet had taken him down, but there was no way he'd gone over the cliff with that car the way the cops thought he had. Stefan didn't believe it for a moment. He'd escaped and slipped away to another lair, shedding his skin and growing a new one in the way he'd been taught. His mind began a rapid assessment, fitting pieces together, all the while his warning system shrieked at him. "Where's your sleeping bag, Bill?" Judith's voice. Shed his skin, grow a new one. A soft sound penetrated the thick layer of fog, muffled, stealthy. Found material that could have been a sleeping bag, Jonas' voice. Instincts shouting to be heard, Stefan shoved Judith and Inez backward hard enough for them to fall to the sidewalk in a heap, even as he flung his body into the small opening between the two buildings. The sound of a gunshot was loud, reverberating through the narrow passageway. Far away, he heard yelling, a high-pitched scream, even as something smashed into his chest, driving him backward. He refused to go down, refused to black out, refused to let panic take him when he couldn't breathe. He dug his heels in and dove forward, tackling Old Bill. Stefan and Ivanov crashed together, the sound of their bodies like a clap of thunder there in the tiny alley. Stefan's chest burned intensely. It felt as though he'd been hit with a train, but the only thing that mattered, the one thing he focused on, was keeping Ivanov's gun from firing toward Judith. He managed to catch Ivanov's gun hand and apply pressure backward against his wrist. Even as he did, the assassin whipped up his left hand, the razor-sharp knife rushing toward Stefan's neck. Judith scrambled to her feet, yelling frantically for Jonas, rushing toward the two struggling men. The only weapon she had was her oversized purse, and she smashed Ivanov over the head as the two men grappled for the weapons. Stefan clamped down like a vice on Ivanov's left hand, driving him backward and away from Judith. The two men crashed into the side of the building so hard the building shook. Both grunted, Stefan bringing up his knee to take the exterminator down to the ground. Ivanov's breath left his body in a whoosh of air, and he went down, but his grip on both weapons remained vice-like. "Out of the way," Jonas commanded. "Judith, get out of there." He reached out and physically removed her by yanking her away from the two men struggling in the close confines of the two buildings. Out of the corner of his eye, Stefan could see the sheriff, gun drawn, trying to get a shot at Ivanov. Deliberately, he tightened his grip on the killer. "Get off me."
Are you crazy? Playing the part of the innocent American businessman struggling for his life required a little drama. He smashed Ivanov's gun hand into the ground while retaining an unshakable grip on the knife hand. He used a burst of strength, turning the knife toward Ivanov's chest even as he writhed as if Ivanov was getting the better of him, forcing the killer to roll over and sprawl on top of him, giving the sheriff a target. Using the thick fog for cover, he grunted a lot, repeated his plea for Ivanov to get off of him, and forced the gun hand to turn slowly, relentlessly in the direction of his own head. "Drop your weapon," Jonas said. "I'm a sheriff, and I'm giving you an order." Ivanov broke out in a sweat, making him slippery, breathing his vengeful hatred into Stefan's face. Stefan had him in a death grip, fingers digging into tendons and pressure points, fully controlling Ivanov's actions. "Drop the gun," Jonas commanded, stepping closer. "Drop it now." Stefan renewed his grip on the knife, forcing it closer to Ivanov's chest under cover of the struggling killer's body and the thick mist. They stared into each other's eyes, Ivanov recognizing Stefan's superior physical strength. His eyes widened in horror, in the recognition that he was about to die. He could try to surrender to the sheriff, but the grip on his gun hand, turning the weapon on Stefan, would preclude any talk. "Very much. Drop the weapon," Jonas said, resolve already creeping into his voice. Deliberately, Stefan turned his head to look at the gun slowly turning toward him, forcing a look of fear onto his face. He shoved the knife upward into Ivanov's heart simultaneously as the sheriff's shot rang out. Blood and brain splattered across his head and shoulders. Ivanov's body slumped heavily over him. Stefan shoved Ivanov to one side and lay there, breathing hard. Judith ran to him in spite of Jonas's restraining hand and biting command. Wedged between her, the building, and the killer, Stefan used the cover of her body and the fog to transfer his knives and gun into her oversized bag, one careful move at a time, all the while making a good show of gasping for breath and seeming to pat himself down for wounds. Judith ignored his actions, although he saw her glance once to his hand sliding into her bag. She was too busy examining him for injuries. "He shot you. I know he did. I saw him." Her anxiety spilled over, the emotions spreading to the gathering crowd. "I'm wearing a vest, honey. I knew Ivanov was still alive, and I figured he'd come at me. I had too much to lose not to take a few precautions. Let's just keep that to ourselves." Jonas had already stepped forward and kicked Ivanov's gun away from the dead man's outstretched hand. Following every precaution, the sheriff quickly cuffed Ivanov's hands behind his back. "I think he's dead, Jonas," Judith said, her voice gentle, filled with compassion. "I've seen men still alive after taking 6 or 7 bullets. You never know." He reached to check for a pulse, but with half of the back of Ivanov's head gone, it was a moot point. He spoke into his radio, answered a couple of questions, and turned his attention to Stefan. "You all right?" "I don't know yet," Stefan said, managing to look very shaken. "Give me a minute, and thanks. You saved my life." "You hit?" Jonas persisted. "No. Yes. I was wearing a vest because I didn't have my bodyguards with me." Jonas' gaze sharpened. "You wear a vest often?" Stefan nodded. "More than I'd like." He appeared to work hard to control his breathing. "Judith, go sit on the steps of the art gallery," Jonas ordered. "Inez, if you'd sit on the porch there, I'd appreciate it. And Frank, please go sit in the patrol car until the others get here. I just shot and killed his man. There'll be an investigation, and we want it by the book." Inez raised her chin. "I'll sit in the patrol car," she stated firmly, reminding Jonas silently that Frank had already suffered that indignity and didn't need to do so again. "Judith, honey, you take the porch and get out of this wet fog." The sheriff waited until the other witnesses had done as he asked. "I've got my recorder on," Jonas advised Stefan. "Can you tell me what happened?" "It all happened so fast, I honestly don't exactly know," Stefan continued, making a show of allowing the sheriff to help him into a sitting position. "Maybe Frank or Inez can tell you. I just saw the old man come up out of his blanket with a gun. He was muttering a lot to himself when we stopped earlier. Judith spoke to him, but he really didn't answer her. He must have been ill and thinking he was in the war or something." Stefan ran a shaky hand through his hair, pulled it away covered in blood, and visibly winced. Jonas pulled open Stefan's bloody shirt and whistled. "Good thing you were wearing this. That bullet would have killed you. We'll have the EMTs take a look at you. Just hurts like a jerk. Man, I'm sorry you had to shoot him, but if you haven't, I don't know how much longer I could keep him from turning that gun on me. I could see it inching around, and there wasn't a very thing I could do about it. Can you get to your feet?" "Yeah, I'm just a little shaken." Stefan stood up. He managed a wan grin, flicking a quick look toward Judith on the enclosed porch of the gallery. She had her tote bag next to her. "I haven't done this sort of thing since I left the service, and that was far longer ago than I want to admit to. I've got to pat you down for weapons. You have any on you?" Stefan made a quick assessment, but he was certain he'd gotten all them transferred to Judith's tote bag. He submitted to Jonas' quick but thorough weapons sweep. In the distance, sirens could be heard. Stepping back away from Jonas, he shook his head, looking down at the dead body. "Thanks again, man. You definitely saved my life. I only spoke to the old man a couple of times, gave him coffee once, and a few bills I had in my wallet.
I don't know what any of us did to provoke this. Judith noticed he was acting sick and talked to him about going to a doctor. Maybe that's what set him off. He let the words tumble out fast, as if he couldn't stop talking. Jonas crouched beside Ivanov. This isn't old Bill. Have you ever seen him before? Stefan took a good look at Ivanov's face. He frowned and shook his head, shrugging. If I have, I don't remember. I travel a lot, and I make a lot of enemies. You thought he was trying to kill you? Stefan shook his head again. I just saw the gun and don't remember too much after that. He touched his chest. He got off the one shot. I remember feeling like I got hit by a truck. To be honest, I don't even remember hearing it. I just felt something slam into my chest very hard. We'll need your clothes and the vest. Jonas waited a moment, his eyes never leaving Stefan's face. The knife is yours? Stefan frowned and looked closer at Ivanov, as if for the first time noticing that a knife had gone deep into the chest of the deceased. He shook his head. No. When I grabbed his gun hand, the knife came at me fast from the other side. I never touched it, just his wrist. All I did was hang on. All I really remember was hanging on and thinking he was very strong for such an old man. He must have fallen on it when you shot him. I can't even tell you where that hand was. I was more worried about his gun. Officers showed up, taking over, removing Jonas immediately, taking his gun, and separating him from Stefan. Stefan had to repeat his story to another officer, reiterating that the sheriff had saved his life. Someone taped off the area while another led him into the gallery to change from his clothes to a paper zip-up jumpsuit. His clothes and vest disappeared into evidence bags. He could see officers talking to Judith and others to Frank and Inez, all separately. Where is the bag? Judith's head went up, and she looked at him across the crowd of officers. In the gallery, I put it behind the counter. I can just see the corner of it sticking out a little.
Mid-low alto. Intimate, 5 to 8% pitch. Volume 78 to 75%. Intimate. She was still inside the large enclosed porch and looking through the windows inside the art gallery. I put it inside when I saw Jonas searching you. Keep looking at it. Like the lock, he just needed the picture in his mind. But still, utilizing his greatest gift while police officers surrounded him required tremendous focus. Stefan took a breath and pushed the large tote far back behind the counter out of sight. Judith's eyes widened. When you stopped the kaleidoscope in midair when I threw it at you, I knew you were capable of telekinesis. I have to say, that's a rather sexy talent. He flashed her a wan smile. Keep that in mind when you try to run out the door on me. I don't plan on doing that anytime soon, she assured. Stefan wasn't so certain of that. He was going to have to talk to her about Jean-Claude Leroux. She'd thought he'd made a full disclosure to her, admitting he was Lev's brother. She'd agreed to keep his real identity a secret and live with him as Thomas Vincent, but he couldn't imagine she would be so accepting of his part in her past. He shook his head when an EMT insisted on examining him, but allowed an officer to photograph the huge purple bruise blossoming across his chest over his heart. The man raised an eyebrow at the myriad of scars, but nodded his head when Stefan murmured something about serving in the military. The body of Ivanov was put in a special body bag and tagged with a blue coroner's seal before it was taken away. All the while, he kept his eye on everyone inside the art gallery. Even with the bag safe behind the counter, he still felt vulnerable. So far, no one had gone near it, no one really paying attention to the gallery with the dead body outside. A crowd had gathered around outside the gallery, walking around the crime tape and talking all at once. He was grateful for the heavy fog that seemed to have worsened instead of lifted. Inez waved Blythe through the crowd and indicated to the guard at the door that she could come in now that the police were finished questioning the witnesses. Stefan could see that Inez and Frank looked exhausted. He motioned to Judith and indicated the couple as Blythe hugged them both. Judith responded immediately. "We've all given our statements. Can you clear out the gallery and let us recoup a little?" she asked the officer at the door. He nodded and waved everyone else out, stepped out onto the enclosed porch and closed the door.
effectively sealing out the chaos and noise in the street. "Mr. Vincent," Inez said, turning to him, "thank you. If it wasn't for you, we'd probably all be dead. I still can't believe you reacted so quickly." He shrugged it off and caught her arm gently. "You're hurt, Inez. You should have the EMTs look at this." "I'm old," she said with a wan smile. "I don't bounce so good. It's a bruise, nothing more." Blythe handed Stefan a package. "Hannah, Jonas's wife, called me and told me what happened. She suggested I bring you clothes. They took Jonas's uniform and everything else from him, and he's at the hospital. They always take blood in an officer-involved homicide." "Homicide?" Inez protested. "Jonas had no choice. That man was trying to kill Mr. Vincent. He would have killed all of us. Jonas wasn't given a choice." Blythe hugged her. "Jonas will be fine. Anytime someone is killed like that, whether by an officer or someone else, it's considered a homicide. They'll investigate, they have your statements, and Jonas will be fine. Don't worry about him, Inez. Hannah's worried enough for all of us. You might want to drop by and see her later, just to check on her." Yes, that's a good idea," Inez agreed. Her shoulders sagged and she sank into a chair. "This has been such a terrible day. First, someone vandalized the gallery, and then that horrible man tried to kill us." She looked around the room, a look of worry on her face. If he had Bill's sleeping place and his things, where's Bill? There was a small silence. Blythe sighed. "I'm so sorry, Inez. I know you went to high school with Bill. He really was a good man." "He lost his way in the war, that's all," Inez said. "He belonged to the village. We all took care of him. I don't understand any of them. Why would that man want to hurt Bill and then take his place?" "We may never know the answer," Blythe said. Stefan took the clothes Blythe brought him into the back and changed. He would never consider himself modest, but a paper jumpsuit didn't give him a lot of confidence in its ability to stay together. His only consolation was the thought that Jonas Harrington had to suffer the indignity of wearing one as well. Judith had stayed across the room from him most of the time, but he could see her need to be held and comforted even if she didn't know it. He couldn't go to her with another man's blood all over him, and he was very grateful for the small shower stall someone had installed some years earlier. It didn't work the best, with low water pressure and the water scalding hot one moment and then icy cold the next, but with a little time he learned the trick of it. He looked in the mirror. Very. He was tired, and it showed in his face. For the first time, he allowed elation to sweep through him. Petra Ivanov was dead. He could never be a threat to Lev again, or to Stefan and his relationship with Judith. He only had one more complication to get rid of, and his life was his own. He had to find the microchip and get it home to Russia where it belonged. But first, before anything else, he had to hold his woman close and see for himself that she was all right. Barefoot, he walked out of the back room and right up to her, uncaring what any of them thought. He pulled her close to him, fitting her snugly against his body. They came together in passion. Judith melted into him, sagging against him as if in relief. She turned her face up to his, dark gaze moving over him. He bent his head and took her mouth, his lips moving over hers, shaping hers, teeth tugging at her lower lip. His tongue swept inside, and he kissed her as if his very survival depended on her. And for him, it did. He pulled back enough to rest his forehead against hers, his hand bunched at the nape of her hair. "I might have to wrap you in cotton and put you in a safe," he whispered. "I was thinking the same thing about you," she said, her hands sliding to the back of his neck while she lifted her face for another kiss. Stefan took his time before he turned to the others, sliding his arm around Judith to keep her close. "Frank, I'm definitely interested in purchasing the gallery. Give me a little time to look at the books to make you a decent offer." Inez beamed at him. She shot a quick, pleased look at Frank. "Judith knows the inventory better than anyone else and what the real value is, but we're both happy to help you in any way possible." "You're planning on settling here permanently then?" Blythe said. Stefan couldn't tell whether she was pleased or not. Blythe was very reserved around him. "Very permanently," he announced firmly. I've asked Judith to marry me, and she said yes. Judith's hand tried to slip from his, but he held it tight. You didn't exactly ask me. Do you need me to show my devotion? Because for you, I could manage it. Judith blushed. He'd shown his devotion in her kaleidoscope studio, and there was no way to forget it. No. Her eyes went wide. Thomas, I have to get back to my painting studio immediately. Otherwise, all this artwork will be ruined. The paintings are insured, Inez said soothingly. It's such a terrible desecration of your work, Judith. But if you're worried about Frank and me, that's the one thing we made certain of, that we kept up the insurance. I don't understand, Blythe said. What happened? Someone broke in and vandalized the gallery, Frank explained. They took all of Judith's artwork out of the frames and off the stretcher bars. I have to put them back on or the paint will be ruined, Judith said. Are you really going to marry Mr. Vincent? Because if you are, I'm calling him Thomas, Inez said.
She's going to marry me, Stefan said. She's just being a difficult person because I haven't found the perfect ring yet. He carried Judith's left hand to his mouth, his thumb pressing into the center over his mark on her. I don't care about the ring, Judith said. It's just that you've swept me off my feet so fast I haven't had time to think. Always the best way with a woman, right, Frank? Stefan looked for help. Frank reached over and took Inez's hand. I'll have to agree with that. It took me quite a few years to reach the point where I realized if I was going to get my chance with this woman, I was going to have to just take it. Inez blushed. Silly man. But she sounded pleased. I'll get Judith home so she can work on these paintings, Stefan said. His hand slid down her spine to rest on the curve of her hip a bit possessively. I don't know how you're going to get to your car without everyone mobbing you, Blythe said. Give me your car keys, and I'll bring it around for you. When he'd stripped off his clothes, he tossed his wallet and car keys on the desk. He kissed Judith's hand and moved around the counter to the other side of the desk. His wallet was in plain sight, but the keys had fallen between a stack of papers and a book. He reached for them, his gaze running a quick scan of the desk. It didn't seem right to him. He'd looked at the books with Judith a few nights earlier, but when they'd left, everything had been stacked neatly. None of the officers had come around behind the counter. Frank, did you or Inez touch anything on this desk today? Frank shook his head. When we came in and saw the paintings, we checked all the inventory after we called Jonas and the safe, but we didn't have money here and there isn't anything of value in the desk. I just glanced at it. Someone's gone through the papers since I was here the other night. Are you certain? Judith asked, coming up behind him. She wrapped an arm around his waist and peered over his shoulder. Yes. He pushed her hand away when she reached for a paper. Let me. After what happened earlier, I'm not taking any chances with you. Using the end of a pencil, he pushed the papers around, separating each one. In the middle of the pile of invoices was a single photograph. Judith and Stefan were locking the door of the art gallery. Stefan's body only inches from Judith's, looking every inch possessive. Across the picture was a single line, written with a black fine-point marker. Who is he, Judith? Stefan felt her shock. Her body stiffened, fingers curling hard into his shoulder, nails biting deep. Oh gosh, Thomas, it's him. I know it's him. Her voice trembled, and stark images of her brother's death pushed into his mind. At once, the room filled with overwhelming sadness and sheer terror. Judith had gone pale, but Frank and Inez actually staggered, reaching out for chairs. Easy, Angel. Take a breath. Focusing and breathing through that sudden violent storm of emotion was difficult. He palmed the photograph and casually turned, pulling her into his arms and sliding the picture into his pocket with practiced smoothness. Jean-Claude's in France, in prison. Who could have done this? He can't be here, can he? Judith pressed her face tighter against his shoulder. It's him. I know it is. I can feel him. What is it? Frank asked, pressing a trembling hand over his heart. Angel, I'm here. This man is nothing. He can't hurt you or anyone else you love, not with me standing in his way.
Stefan had to find a way to calm her down before the art gallery filled with such dark horror that the elderly couple had heart attacks. "I don't think it's anything, Frank," he assured as he tightened his hold on Judith, his arms a steel cage, his body fiercely protective. The vandal most likely leafed through things on the desk looking for something of value. He didn't know artwork, or he would have taken your most valuable pieces. He could feel Judith desperately trying to regain control. Jean-Claude was a monster from her past and had grown into such a demon over the last 5 years, he wasn't certain Judith could get a realistic perspective on him. "Judith," Blythe's voice was pitched very calm, cutting through the thick sorrow and horror. "There's nothing we can't face together. We're stronger than our pasts, all of us. Thomas is here with you, and so is Livy. Whatever you're afraid of, you aren't alone this time." Stefan felt his warning radar rise. Blythe, the mystery woman, she was far more than she appeared. It took control and power to push through the surge of emotional energy Judith was throwing off. Her emotion had amplified even more as Frank and Inez reacted. He felt power coming at him in waves, battering him like the sea, continually and without mercy pounding away at his emotions. He managed to stay above it all and at the same time work to shield the others in the room. But Blythe, although clearly feeling Judith's influence, remained unscathed by the surges of power. "Maybe it's a kid," Inez ventured, her hands shaking, obviously trying to appease Judith. "I know most of them, and I can't think of any who would want to hurt Frank or me, but maybe I've had to talk sternly to one or two when they've come into the grocery store during their lunch break. They don't try to steal, I've never had that problem, but they are smoking pot and they reek." "Whoever it was," Stefan said firmly, "he or she didn't take anything of value, and if I get Judith home, she can stretch these paintings before they're ruined." He held out the car keys to Blythe. "I would greatly appreciate it if you would bring Judith's car around and then reassure her sisters that she's fine but needs to work." Blythe's eyes met his over Judith's shoulder. She slowly reached for the keys as if she hadn't quite made up her mind about him. "Thank you for saving Judith, Inez, and Frank," she said quietly as she took the keys. "All of them said if it wasn't for you, that killer would have probably shot them all." "I don't know about that, Blythe," Stefan replied in the same calming, quiet voice. Already, Judith was managing to pull her emotions back from the others. "But I can tell you nothing will harm Judith while I'm around." Blythe nodded. "That's good to know. She's very loved by all of us." "I can see that." He wrapped his arms more firmly around Judith, the knots in his belly tightening. There was no way he wanted to have a talk with her about Jean-Claude Leroux. It would be so difficult to explain that he'd not come to Sea Haven with the sole reason of warning his brother. The sin of omission was beginning to loom large, and there was nothing left to him but the truth. He dropped his head over hers, his mind racing. He'd been cornered 1,000,000 times in his career, life, and death, kill or be killed. It was his way of life. But this was entirely different. Losing Judith was unacceptable to him, and he had a feeling this was one of those very important things about relationships he was only beginning to understand. She trusted him, she believed in him, and she'd given him every chance for disclosure. "We'll be fine, moi pachi Tanji. I clipped your wings and put them in my kaleidoscope. I'm not going anywhere because you're mine." He knew his murmur of reassurance was more for himself than for her. Judith lifted her head and blinked up at him. His heart nearly shattered at that love in her eyes, the absolute trust. "I believe you, Thomas. Jean-Claude isn't going to take any more of my life from me." He nearly groaned in despair. He wanted that kind of trust, but now he knew he had to confess. How understanding would he be if the roles were reversed? He had a suspicious nature, never trusting anyone. How many times had it crossed his mind that she was involved in the theft of the microchip and that it had driven Leroux's obsession with her? He'd even considered briefly that her guilt and shame for her brother's death stemmed from the fact that she'd taken the microchip and Leroux had sent his men after her to get it back.
Mid-low alto, intimate, 5 to 8% pitch, volume 78% to 70 to 75% intimate.
Stefan waited until Judith was safely buckled into the passenger seat, and he was behind the wheel of her car. She'd given him a little frown when he'd handed her inside, putting the tote bag with his weapons within easy reach, but she hadn't protested when he'd taken the driver's side. She pressed her lips together as they drove out of Sea Haven. The fog was still heavy, and darkness was creeping in as well. "Thomas, if you want out, I'll understand. My shady life seems to be catching up with me." He reached for her hand, tucked it close to his heart, and shook his head. "Don't be silly, Judith. I have no intentions of going anywhere. He's got to be out of prison, or he sent someone to do his dirty work, but this feels like him. That, 'Who is he, Judith?' is so like him. He always looked at me as if I was the beginning and end of the world for him." She looked down at her hands and sighed. "Which is probably why I fell so hard for him. There's such a lure in that, you know?" She trailed off, her breath catching in her throat, her gaze jumping to his face. He was so connected to her in his mind, he could follow her sudden reasoning, and he nearly groaned aloud. He needed her like that, so close he could feel her breathe. His world, the entire world, was this woman beside him. Without her, there was no reality. Stefan Prakenskii would remain forever a shadow, slide in and out of danger, taking lives like death itself, and eventually he would cross a line he could never go back from. Like me, Judith. Just say it." A touch of anger edged his voice, because her sudden insight wasn't going to make his confession any easier. If she could reason that out, she would know a man like him studied a mark and figured out how best to insert himself into his or her life to get what he wanted. Judith nodded slowly. "You do make me feel that way, Thomas, because I feel as if you are my world. There will never be anyone else for me, Judith. I love you. I don't know how it happened. Gosh, I didn't even know it could happen." He turned down the road leading to the farm. "There's more to this John Claude mess than you know. I came here as Thomas Vincent for a reason." He glanced at her, judging her reaction. She frowned at him, her long lashes fanning her cheek. "I'm well aware of that." He waited while the gates opened automatically and drove on through, pausing just long enough to assure himself the gates had closed properly behind him. In his life, there had been so many times when he felt on the brink of a precipice, but nothing like this. His heart was actually pounding, and he knew he could feel sweat beading on his forehead. He parked the car and helped her out, carrying the tote bag for her up the stairs into her house. "You know, Judith, about my coming here to warn my brother, but I was working for my government at the time. I had another assignment." Judith turned slowly to face him, there in the middle of her living room, surrounded by the serene beauty he'd come to associate with Judith. Very carefully, she set the canvases down on the low-slung, black-lacquered table. "I don't understand. You said you came to Sea Haven to warn Levi that Petrov Ivanov was still hunting him." He ran a hand through his hair, rubbed the bridge of his nose, and nodded. And that was the truth, but not the entire truth. He set the alarm on the house, more to give himself breathing space than anything else. "Just say it, Thomas." A little over 5 years ago, a very important man working on a new defense system for our government was attacked. His wife had been compromised, and she helped by providing extremely sensitive information to the man who was behind the theft. One of my brothers, Gavriel, was one of his bodyguards. Gavriel is about 18 months older than me, and we were closer than a lot of young kids when our parents were massacred. He was severely injured. In our business, that's a death warrant. We don't get nice retirement checks. Men like Gavriel and me live without real identities. Sorbakov, the man who came up with the idea of taking the children of his country and training them. "Using brutal force to turn them into killers and spies," Judith corrected. He nodded. "He has too much to lose if any one of us starts talking. We're ghosts, and he can't afford for any of us to surface." The moment I knew Gavriel's wounds were serious, I made my way to him and helped him escape the hospital. I took him to a doctor I knew was safe. He disappeared after that, although we have a way to get in touch with one another to indicate we're alive and well. He watched her face closely, knowing he was starting the story with his injured brother because it would appeal to her compassionate nature. He couldn't stop being who he was. His training had given him the ability to read every expression, to adjust quickly if he was losing a battle. So far, she was looking at him with soft eyes, not really understanding where he was going with it all, but willing to understand. The information stolen was on a microchip, a tiny little speck really. It had been sewn into a coat, and the thieves had known exactly where to find it. They cut it out of the coat and disappeared. That chip is extremely important, and I was sent to track it down. He studied Judith's face. She'd gone very still, and there was a very small frown forming on her face, as if she was puzzling something out in her mind. I found the wife and her lover, and they led me straight to Jean-Claude Larue. Her head went up, her gaze jumping to his. The breath left her lungs in a rush, as if he'd sucker punched her, and he probably had. He took a step toward her, but she backed away, shaking her head, raising one hand palm out to ward him off. I don't understand. Before I could get to him, Larue was brought up on charges in France and was sent to prison. The chip was never offered on the black market, and we knew he hadn't had time to sell it. We tried diplomatic means to get him transferred to Russia, but France refused to cooperate. In the end, as a last resort, I was sent to the prison to assess the situation. We needed to know if he still had the chip, and how were we going to get it back. Judith pressed a hand to her stomach. You didn't come here to retire as Thomas Vincent. You came here because you think Jean-Claude gave me the chip. Her dark eyes went stormy. Did you think I let him murder my brother rather than give it back to him? Judith. He took another step toward her, but she backed away again, this time putting the counter between them. That's not true. I shared his cell. The walls were covered in photographs of you. I believe he's obsessed with you, but wasn't certain why. I spent 2 months in that cell with nothing to do but look at those pictures of you. Oh, God, you want me to believe you fell madly in love with me because of some pictures in a prison cell? Do you really think I'm that stupid? She looked around her as if desperate for a way to escape. What do you want, Thomas? Or is it Stefan I'm talking to now? Just tell me, and then go. I don't know when I fell in love with you, Judith. I wish I could tell you, but I realized that first day I met you, when you came toward me, that my life was going to change. She shook her head, rejecting his admission. Tell me about you and Jean-Claude, and why you're here. The real reason. I knew, after meeting him, the only way to get the information we needed was to get him out of prison and take him to a place where we could interrogate him ourselves. That was the plan, and then Sorbakov stepped in. He ordered other agents to aid Larue's escape and sent me here. I knew it was a setup. I'm too valuable to babysit an ex-girlfriend on the off chance that Larue would somehow manage to escape our agents. He had to be planning to use me as bait to bring Leave out into the open. It was a measure of his distress that he called his brother by his given name.
So you were really sent here to babysit me? And your government helped Jean-Claude escape? Wow, you found the perfect way to keep an eye on me. All those times you admitted you'd been trained in the art of seduction? You weren't kidding, were you? And I was so easy. All you had to do was study my personality, and I was easy pickings. You're very good at your job, Stefan. I had no intention of babysitting you or seducing you. I'm telling you, Judith, I'm in love with you. The rest of it wasn't supposed to happen. Larue had his men waiting. They killed the agents, and he's in the wind now. How handy that you're right here, in the exact place that he's bound to come. Judith, Stefan began. She shook her head and gathered up her paintings. I don't want to hear any more. I'm going to work. You can leave. You know I'm not going to leave. Well, work this out. She looked him up and down, a long, slow perusal of distaste. There isn't enough time in the world to work this out. Abruptly, she turned her back on him and went downstairs. Judith refused to cry in front of Stefan. She just wouldn't let him destroy her hard-won poise. How could she have let him into her life, into her heart so fast? She was so stupid. Tears blurred her vision as she hurried down the stairs, carrying the paintings with her. It was growing dark, and she flicked on the lights to better illuminate the canvases, to see how much actual damage there was to the artwork while she stretched them.
Unlike the happy chaos of her kaleidoscope studio, this room was where she earned money as a conservator of old paintings, and she kept it immaculate. Closing the door firmly, she contemplated whether to bother locking it. A man like Stefan Prakenskii could get through a security system. He certainly would have no problem getting through a locked door. She stood there, in the middle of the room, wanting to throw a childish tantrum, to hurl the canvases around the room and scream out her anguish. Instead, she stayed in perfect control, tears running down her face as she placed each of the paintings on the table. She breathed in and out, pushing pain away. For a moment, she covered her face with her hands. She was so shaken, all the way to the very foundation of her existence. Her hard-won faith in herself, built inch by inch, piece by piece over the last 5 years, was gone, shattered. She pushed back an anguished cry. She wouldn't go back to darkness. Stefan might have been a fraud, but he had shown her the way out of the dark. She could do this, survive without him. There were millions of women who fell in love with the wrong men, and they lived happy, productive lives. She just had to make up her mind that she would be one of them. Her track record was perhaps going to go down as one of the worst in history, but she wasn't going to let a Russian agent destroy her. The temptation to call her sisters and cry on their shoulders was huge, but she resisted. She didn't want to face Ricky right now, and Ricky would be hurt if she wasn't included in the circle of support. But gosh it all, Levi had betrayed her. He had to have known what his brother was really up to. They'd counted on her compassion, her loyalty, so ingrained in her that she would never consider betraying either of them to anyone. They'd played her so perfectly, and did that mean Levi was playing Ricky? She brushed a hand over her face. She could barely breathe in her beloved studio. She turned on the music system to flood the silence with soft music, needing distraction. She just had to work, and she had plenty of it, enough to keep her up half the night. And if that wasn't enough, she could always invent more. After all, she was a pro at finding things to do in the middle of the night. She glanced out the double French doors into the night. There were no stars tonight, only a heavy fog, turning her gardens to vague, wet shadows. She wandered across the room, drawn by the misty gray veil. It was one of the things she loved most about living on the coast. When she saw the fog creep in over the surrounding forest, the atmosphere always reminded her of a Gothic novel. "Get to work," she admonished aloud, and shut off the alarm so she could open her French doors. Technically, she didn't need the fresh air. She wasn't painting, but her lungs felt tight, and the lump in her throat refused to dissolve. She wouldn't acknowledge that she wanted to scream and throw things, to weep until there were no tears left in the world. She loved him with everything she was. How could she have been so deceived? She stood in the doorway, staring into her garden, the mist on her face, in her eyes, dripping silver tears into her heart, until she was so weighed down with sorrow, she had to turn back to her work or succumb to the numbing cold. And she wouldn't go back there. Not ever again. Not for a man. She'd been so stupid falling for a man like Jean-Claude. All the signs were there. She just had been too naive to read them. So many people deferred to him, stepped out of his way, or froze when he came into a room. She thought him so commanding of respect, she hadn't paused to consider it had been fear everyone felt. She found him attractive and engaging, although very intimidating with his supreme confidence, so of course everyone around her had to have felt the same. Resolutely, she squared her shoulders and walked back inside to look over the artwork. Most of the paintings were seascapes. It was impossible for an artist to live in Sea Haven and not want to capture the beauty of the ocean in her most tempestuous moods. There were a few pictures of old buildings, and one of the bluffs with a long broken fence, worn with age and weather, which was a personal favorite. She looked at the paintings with a prejudiced eye. The wild sea always frustrated her a little bit. She never felt she actually captured the mood of it in the way she wanted. Grays and blues and swirling purples never quite gave the full effect of an angry sea, moody and temperamental. There was one with the mist veiling the trees so that the forest looked like a great army, shrouded in mystery, hidden in the vague, shadowy interior. Pressing her lips together tightly, she forced herself to pull out the first of the stretcher bars, to stretch the canvas, hoping the paint itself wasn't already damaged. She focused completely on the work, taking care to keep all 4 corners perfect as she wrapped the canvas around the bar. Using the stainless steel staples was much more difficult when there was paint on the canvas. One acrylic was definitely damaged, and she would have to repair it if she was going to save it. Had it been another artist's work, she wouldn't have hesitated. But there, in the privacy of her studio, she could acknowledge she would always associate these paintings with Stefan's betrayal. He'd broken her heart as no one else could ever do. He told her half-truths over and over while she'd bared her soul to him. Gosh him for that. And gosh her for being so stupid to fall into his arms because he looked at her with his soul in his eyes. She tossed the canvas down and shoved back the chair, too upset and restless to contain the bitter, sorrowful emotions welling up and swirling around like a dark whirlpool. The cool night air whispered to her, and she stepped outside onto the back patio where her flowers and shrubs could surround her with their bright colors and soothing beauty. Her vision blurred, tears swimming in her eyes, brimming over and trickling down her cheeks. She pressed the heel of her hand to her burning eyes. A hard hand clamped tight over her mouth as a large body shoved hers against the wall. The scent of expensive male cologne washed over her, throwing her back into another time. Her heart slammed hard in her chest, fear a slick taste in her mouth. Jean-Claude kept her against the wall with one hand while he thrust his finger under her nose.
"You ripped out my heart," he accused in a low hiss, his dark eyes boring into hers. Both hands gripped her shirt front and dragged her to him. His mouth pressed against hers, a display of ownership. She felt a profound violation. She tasted murder, blood, her brother's terror and her own hate. Bile rose, and when he broke away from her, she coughed it down, rubbing at her stinging lips with the back of her hand, her gaze never leaving his. She pressed herself against the side of her house, facing the man who had ordered the torture and murder of her brother. "Did you think I could just forget you?" Judith demanded. He took a long, slow look around. "I know you haven't forgotten me. I waited all these years and you never came. You never wrote to me. Why, ma belle, did you desert me when I needed you most? How can you ask me that?" She couldn't help the sudden flash of temper. There was no way to suppress the surge of anger. "You had my brother tortured, murdered. Did you think I would love you for that?" He shook his head, those dark eyes still boring into hers. "That was his decision alone. My men had orders to let him go the moment he told them where you were. That was all he had to do to gain his freedom and his life. Such a small thing I asked, and he refused. I will not have you put his death on me. That was entirely his choice." She opened her mouth, but nothing came out. She could see he had no understanding of why she didn't see his point of view. He considered himself reasonable. Judith shook her head. "You're not even denying that you had your men torture him." He pointed his finger at her again. "You ran from me. No note, no explanation. You just took off. What did you expect, mon amour? That I would just take something like that lying down?" He stepped closer to her, his breath hot in her face. "You are mine, mine. You don't end us. Not ever. That's not allowed, Judith. I won't have it. You were in that room, Jean-Claude. I saw you telling your men to hurt that poor man. He was pleading for mercy. He stole from me. You shouldn't have seen that. That was not for your eyes. And you should have come to me and told me. I was afraid. Of me? How could you be afraid of me?" He looked genuinely shocked. "I showed you nothing but love. I was careful with you, always careful. You were so young, and I understood that." He caught her arm and urged her back inside. "I have to remind myself that an innocent like you would have been overwhelmed by what you saw, that you should have come to me. It isn't okay to torture and murder someone because they cross you, Jean-Claude."
His face darkened with impatience. "You're coming with me, and this time, mon amour, you will do as you're told. I'll have you watched every moment of the day until you realize where your place is." Judith stumbled as he shoved her into the studio. She caught herself on a table's edge, turning slowly to face him. "You're so predictable," Jean-Claude said, looking around her studio. "My industrious little Judith, always doing the responsible thing. I knew you'd want to protect those paintings, and you'd rush to your little studio to put them all right again." He shoved one of the canvases. "And of course you did. You never paint without opening the doors and letting in the fresh air. All I had to do was wait. See how well I know you?" She winced at the triumph in his voice. She'd certainly done exactly as he predicted. Temper fluttered in her stomach, and she pressed a hand there as if somehow that would ward off the flaring rage beginning to bubble like a hot pool of magma. "What did you come here for, Jean-Claude?" "What did I come here for?" he repeated, biting out each word through clenched teeth, his smoldering anger beginning to catch fire. Judith knew she was the one fanning the flames. Her own anger was rising and feeding right into his, but she didn't care. She was very tired of being pushed around emotionally because she had to protect everyone. "That's what I asked you," she snapped back. "I came for you. You're mine. Did you think prison was going to keep us apart? Did you think it was safe for you to find someone else?" She shoved her hair out of her face, glaring at him. "Your little spy was a bit premature with his report to you, and it's not your business if I see anyone. You killed my brother, and I'll never forgive you for that. Get out of my house." He stepped forward, catching her upper arms to give her a little shake. All the strength she'd mistaken for suave confidence was really something evil lurking beneath the surface. He was a man who felt little emotion. Because her feelings were so strong, hers spilled over to those around her, including him. He wanted those feelings back and felt she was withholding his emotions from him by not allowing herself to love him. Judith understood now. Jean-Claude was cold and lacked the ability to connect with others. As a young woman with no experience, she had admired and loved the man she thought he was, a fantasy she'd conjured up in her head. He had basked in that love and admiration, feeling her projections so strongly. But once she was away from him, he'd gone back to that cold, emotionless man who had no moral compass whatsoever. "I'm not going to argue with you, Judith, not when you're being unreasonable. Where's our painting?" The question caught her off guard. That was so like Jean-Claude. She had never realized all the times he'd abruptly ended a conversation and made her feel young and stupid. Just how often he manipulated her to get his way. "Painting? You took our painting, the one of our meeting. I loved that painting, and so did you. It was the only thing you took. Even your clothes were left behind." For a moment, that horrible realization came back. That moment of truth. She was in love with a killer. She had taken the painting because she was young and silly and so in love with such a wealthy, sophisticated Frenchman. The tragic end to her love affair would always be remembered when she looked at the painting. And then he'd had her brother murdered. That painting had become her nemesis. She poured her hatred and anger and sorrow onto that canvas over the last 5 years. "I painted over it. I couldn't stand to look at it. You heartless, difficult person. That painting meant something to me." He slapped her hard, sending her sprawling on the floor. The attack was so fast and so unexpected, Judith almost didn't understand what happened. And then her cheeks seemed to explode, a blossoming pain that wrenched her teeth and eye, and she realized he'd hit her. Fury burst through her, shaking her to her very core. She kicked at him as he bent over her. Her foot connected with his shin, and he spat out angry words. Judith rolled, trying to get under the protection of the table, but he swung his booted foot at her, slamming into her ribs and driving the breath from her body. Before she could recover, he gripped the back of her hair in his hands and yanked her up. "Stop it, Judith," he hissed. "Do you understand me? You stop or I'll beat you senseless and then tear this house apart until I find that painting. Regardless, conscious or unconscious, I'm taking you with me anyway. You can choose." She nodded, fighting for air. Judith forced her body under control. "Tell me what's so important about that painting, Jean-Claude. I put something there and I need it back. Something very important. Where is the painting?" Judith closed her eyes briefly. She knew exactly what he was talking about. Even when Stefan had mentioned a microchip, it hadn't clicked, but now she knew. Her brother had been the one to stretch that canvas for her. He'd been the first person to ever show her how, and she'd taken the canvas with her when she went to Paris, intending to give him her very first painting as a tribute. She'd met Jean-Claude, had fallen hard for the handsome Frenchman, and had painted their portraits, one of the few she'd ever done. She'd put all a young girl's love of the fantasy handsome prince into that painting.
Mid-low alto, intimate, 5 to 8% pitch, volume 78% to 70 to 75% intimate. Jean-Claude had hung it on the wall of his bedroom. She'd grabbed the painting, and at the first opportunity, Paul had helped her ship what little she had home so they could make their way across Europe, hoping to stay under Jean-Claude's radar until they could get to Greece, where a friend of Paul's was waiting to take them back to the United States on his ship. "I told you, I painted over it, but it's in my other studio. You'll have to let me get it. Going in there is dangerous." She honestly didn't know how dangerous, but Jean-Claude had already shown he was very susceptible to her emotions, and anything violent would be extremely strong. The buildup of 5 years of pent-up rage lay in that room, just waiting to find a way out. "I'm not letting you out of my sight," Jean-Claude declared, grabbing a handful of hair and yanking her toward the door. "Do you think I'm stupid?" She kept her feet under her somehow as he dragged her down the hall. "Where is it?" he demanded, turning around and around, looking at the various doors. "It's that one. It's locked." Should she lie and say the key was upstairs? Stefan might not have left. Did she want Stefan brought into this? Her heart fluttered, and then went still as realization dawned. Stefan was the perfect killing machine. He'd been raised to be a killer. Jean-Claude was a criminal and cold-blooded, but if she called Stefan back, she had no doubt that Stefan could do exactly the things she'd thought about and had planned for the last 5 long years. He could be the instrument she used to destroy Jean-Claude. He was more than capable of killing the Frenchman. Her right hand crept toward her left hand, to that mark itching in the center of her left palm. Elation swept through her. She could finally punish Jean-Claude, exact revenge, see him tortured and killed, just as he'd done to Paul. All she had to do was call Stefan back, and she knew she could call him. He would come for the microchip, and she knew where the microchip was. Jean-Claude wouldn't find it, but she could use it to get Stefan to do what she wanted. She took a deep breath, her thumb pausing over the center of her palm. She just needed to press down hard and call to him telepathically. If he had already left and was too far away to hear her, he might still feel her. "Gosh, Judith," Jean-Claude thrust the bedroom door open, "I'm getting impatient." He yanked at her to drag her farther down the hall. "Where is the painting?" She was filled with so much hatred for this man, she hadn't been able to see straight. She was tired of living that way, with so much anger and rage. She'd been happy with Stefan, genuinely happy, and she had pushed the memories of Jean-Claude's sickness away from her, refusing to allow it to taint her life. She'd be very upset if she allowed it to taint her love for Stefan. And she did love Stefan, whether he returned the emotion or not. Her feelings for him were very real, and she would not give in to the temptation of using him for revenge. Instead of pressing down on that mark, already faded until it was just below her skin, she brushed her fingertip lovingly, even protectively over it. "That painting is in the studio, right there," she said quietly. "I keep it locked. The key's on a chain around my neck." She pulled out the thin chain so he could see she was telling the truth. Jean-Claude let go of her hair and took the key from her with a quick smile. "I knew you'd come to your senses, ma belle.
He bent his head to kiss her. She turned her face away and his kiss landed on her sore cheek. He laughed and patted the blossoming bruise before turning to insert the key into the lock. Stefan stood in the middle of the living room, almost frozen. Judith had completely, utterly shut off, closing him out so effectively he couldn't reach her. For one moment there had been a flare of anguish and pain. The emotions had burst through him like a rocket, settling into a jagged knife through his heart, and then nothing. The feeling of dread had been building for some time, settling around him like a heavy cloak. He'd felt doom in the air the moment he'd gotten out of the car. He felt as if he was drowning. She believed everything he'd said to her, everything he'd done with her, including their intimate connection, had been nothing but a pack of lies. He'd been waiting for her, holding his breath for her, all of his life. He just hadn't known it until he found her, and now, just like that, he'd lost her. He was alone again, in the dark and shadows with pieces of his heart scattered all around him. He had no idea how to put it all back together. Relationships were something he had no clue about, no experience to fall back on. She'd looked so shattered, so utterly devastated. He knew what she thought of him. He'd been playing games, seducing her to get close to her in order to find the microchip. His life suddenly seemed so wrong, everything he'd done to get his work accomplished. She lived such a different life. She'd gotten touched by evil, brushed shoulders with it, but she hadn't immersed herself in it. She wasn't covered in it. He muttered in Russian and stood there, feeling helpless, something a man like him couldn't stand. He was a man of action. What was worse, waiting it out, let her have a little space to realize he'd stood there with his heart in his hand, telling her the stark, ugly truth of his life, admitting he loved her, or going to her and demanding she see the truth. His brother's advice to tell the truth, quite frankly, was terrible. Evidently, drugging her wasn't as bad as omitting certain facts. She'd forgiven him that mistake, but not this one. Not when he was standing there trying to do the right thing. He was at a loss, a state he'd never thought he'd ever find himself in. He closed his eyes. He wanted to marry her, to have her as his wife, and not as Thomas Vincent. They could live with that name, but he wanted to know she was his, a part of him. How could he show her he meant every word he said to her, every touch, every caress? He couldn't imagine going through the rest of his life without her laughter and her light, without her kisses or the flash of her dark eyes. He knew one thing: he wasn't going to give up. He loved Judith Henderson with every fiber of his being. He might make a million mistakes, but the bottom line was he loved her, and he knew he could make her happy. With John Claude in the vicinity, Judith was in danger. The man was a ruthless criminal. So if he couldn't fix his relationship with Judith, then he needed to do what he did best, his job. That was the one way he could keep her safe. He might not be good with women, but he was very good at his job. The microchip had to come into play somewhere. Stefan had carefully followed the trail the killers had left, and the chip had ended up in John Claude's greedy hands. He had been arrested before Stefan could get to him and retrieve the chip. There was no way he had time to hand the stolen microchip off, and he clearly hadn't done so from his prison cell. Stefan would have heard it was for sale if that had been the case. It had to hear. A painting? Was that the reason the art gallery had been vandalized? Was it a message to Judith? No, Judith would have told him had she known about the microchip. She'd been so hurt and angry, she would have flung the information in his face. So she didn't know. Could LaRue have hidden the microchip in a particular painting? Over the last 5 years, Judith's paintings had been sold in galleries all over the world. She'd earned a certain reputation, and particularly in Japan, her name was growing. LaRue could easily have slipped the microchip in between the stretcher bar and canvas of a painting. But why would Judith take a painting with her when she left him if she hadn't known about the microchip? And if she had known, wouldn't it have been easier to just take the chip? No, she hadn't known about the chip. So if it was behind a canvas, what painting had it been? And why had LaRue been so certain she'd keep it? A ribbon of unease slipped into his mind,
and he glanced at the security system. The green light was off. Gosh, it all. The woman really hated that system. He should have known if she went down to her studio, she'd open the doors. But she wasn't painting. She was stretching the canvases over the bars, and she sure as anything could keep the door closed. He actually took a couple of steps toward the hall leading to the stairs, but stopped himself. This was Judith's house, and her pain. She had the right to deal with it in any way she saw fit. Uneasiness was growing in leaps and bounds, tying his belly into knots, but she had him so very messed up he couldn't think straight. Was his radar going off because Judith was making up her mind to reject him for good? Or was John Claude prowling around? They needed dogs. That was all there was to it. He went to the door and stepped outside, intending to circle the house, just do a slow search to assure himself the Frenchman hadn't found his way to her home. He looked up at the night sky. The stars and moon were completely obliterated by the gray veil drawn so thick around them. The trees were vague outlines, and all sound was muffled by the dense mist. He was reluctant to leave, even for a moment. His left palm itched, pulsed. He felt love brush across it, a soft caress he couldn't mistake. Jean-Claude turned the key in the lock and pulled the door open. Judith held her breath as savage power rushed out, pulsing through the hallway in search of a target. The energy was so strong when it hit the Frenchman, he felt the impact like a physical blow, although she could tell by the look on his face that he had no idea what happened. He pressed his hand to his heart and stepped back, waving her inside. "This room is dangerous, Jean-Claude," she warned again, knowing he wouldn't listen, but feeling as though she needed to at least give him that much. He pushed her inside and stepped in after her. The inside of the studio was nearly pitch black, making it impossible to see anything. The light in the hallway was too dim to illuminate the interior of the room. "Where's the light switch?" he demanded, turning toward Judith. Already she could feel the ominous pulsing of power surrounding them. She cleared her throat. "I don't use light in here, just candles." "Well, light them. Open the curtains," he snapped impatiently. The door swung closed of its own accord, a hard, final sound that boomed like the thud of drums at a funeral. The room was instantly plunged into absolute darkness. Judith felt the swirling emotions gathering strength, and she hastily stepped forward, intending to light the candle closest to her. It was black with a red center, and she knew the approximate position. The room groaned and creaked, and soft footsteps padded across the floor toward them. Jean-Claude jerked her in front of him, fumbling for his gun. "What in the world? Judith, light the gosh candle!" Before she could do so, another surge of power ricocheted off the walls. Candles sprang to purple life all over the room, macabre pinpoints of light there in the sea of darkness. Smoke rose, blossoming out to slowly spread across the ceiling. The dancing light followed, slowly illuminating the twisted, gnarled branches and the weeping, sorrowful splashes of purple on the walls and overhead. Crystalline tears dripped from the branches and ran down the walls. The walls creaked, and something dark moved in the shadows. A sound much like a branch cracking had both of them spinning toward the far side of the room, where she'd painted a large, dark trunk of a tree, twisted and misshapen, a grotesque apparition of a living, breathing tree. Even while they watched, the trunk seemed to split open and weep thick, black venom. "What in the world is this?" Jean-Claude demanded. "I told you this room is dangerous," Judith answered. Her heart accelerated, and she tasted real fear in her mouth. She had no idea how dangerous the studio really was until that moment. Jean-Claude's presence had awakened the darkest of spirit weave. Here, where her every ugly thought, every dark emotion had been about him, revenge, rage, sorrow. Everything she had ever considered doing to him in the name of revenge had been conceived in this room. Spirit had bound those dark emotions together, and now Jean-Claude was present, a living key to unlock that very lethal dark power. He showed her the gun.
Don't think I won't use this if this is some kind of trick. Where's the painting?" She pointed to the middle of the room where she'd draped a cloth over the easel. "Under there." There was little point in reiterating her warning. He wasn't about to listen. Judith looked around her warily. Dark, blood-red wax bubbled from the centers of the candles and cascaded down in streams. She took a breath, and the room pulsed, the walls breathing in and out. Jean-Claude's fingers closed over her upper arm in a vice-like grip, taking her with him to the center of the room. He reached out to grab the cloth. Vines stirred overhead like great snakes lifting their heads to watch. The air in the room seemed denser, harder to breathe. The Frenchman jerked the cloth from the painting and dropped it onto the floor. His hand slid across one of the jagged pieces of glass embedded in the canvas and came away bloody. He mothered under his breath and glared at her, lifting the side of his hand to his mouth. Drops of blood splashed onto the painting and hit the floor. Beneath their feet, shadows moved, stretching across the dark tiles, reaching toward the liquid, greedily absorbing the fluid. Shapeless silhouettes emerged from the twisted trunks amid creaks and groans. Power pulsed like a heartbeat. Judith caught Jean-Claude's arm. "We have to go. Let's go now." "Not without the microchip. It's behind the canvas." Shaking her off, he reached for the painting before she could stop him. He dragged the canvas from the easel, turning the shifting symbols and her brother's name away from him, but she caught a glimpse of those dark shadows rising like wraiths from the layered painting of jagged, painful emotions. The rocking branches overhead picked up the pulsing drumbeat as if a heart had come to life, born there in those swirling, darker spirits. Judith pressed her fingers into her palm, her own heart following that ominous, ghastly rhythm. Silhouettes began to take shape, rearing back as the candles leapt toward the center of the room, toward Jean-Claude. The man with no emotions was empty, and energy sought to fill that vacuum. She could see his skin change subtly under the play of purple light, turning his perfect color to a mottled ash. She tried to project happiness, but fear radiated through the room, and the apparitions expanded, coming out of the running black, venomous sap and growing as her fear swelled. He didn't notice the shadows running up his arms, his blackened fingers, or the subtle changes in his skin. Every time he turned the painting, trying to rip it from the stretcher bar, the jagged pieces of glass embedded in his skin. Blood fed the phantoms so that they took on monstrous shapes. She grabbed at the canvas, trying to get it out of his hands. Jean-Claude growled, ripping the painting from her, nearly tossing her to the floor, cursing as he stumbled himself. Blood dripped steadily. "It isn't there," Judith whispered. "Jean-Claude, please, let's go. It isn't there. We have to go." Jean-Claude tossed the painting against the wall. The crash reverberated through the room, his anger growing in direct proportion to the building violence of swirling emotions. The energy spun madly, like a terrible twister forming from the ceiling to the floor, shooting through the room, seeking a target, seeking Jean-Claude. He backhanded her, sent her flying, her body sprawling across the shadowed floor. Droplets of blood showered down around her. She tried to crawl toward the door, hoping he'd follow, hoping to lead him out. How could he be so oblivious? How could he not feel the swelling demons reaching for him as the purple lights of the candles stretched toward him? Everything in the room, above and below, the cracking branches, the venomous tree trunks, the crystalline tears, all of it extended toward him with greedy delight. He kicked at her several times, following her just as she wanted. His face, in the purple light, revealed a vicious, building anger, slowly boiling until rage erupted and he caught her legs just as she reached the door, dragging her back to the center of the room. "Where is it?" he hissed, his lips drawing back in an ugly snarl. His teeth looked sharper, his lips thinner. The outer shell of the man, always handsome, seemed to be dissolving right before her eyes, and the inner man, dark and ugly, emerged, as if those dark spirits were giving birth. "You treacherous, difficult person, you sold it." She shook her head. "I didn't. I found it, and Paul had worked for a computer company. I thought he'd put it there when he stretched the canvas for me. I had no idea there was anything on it. I thought it was his good luck symbol for me. I put it in a cell for my kaleidoscope. His head whipped around, a hound on a dark scent. He stepped in the middle of the canvas, right on Paul's name, those weeping Japanese letters, the only beautiful thing on the work of hatred and destruction. Glass crunched beneath his boot, and the crimson letters layered over with blackened soot, as if the burning candles had spread a filmy layer on the floor, and it had collected on the sole of his boot. Jean-Claude waded through the spinning energy as if he didn't see it. The room hissed in triumph as he stepped up to the large kaleidoscope and jerked off the cover. Judith used her heels to try to push herself to the wall, making herself as small as possible. "Don't," she whispered. "How does this work?" he snapped, frustrated when the cell remained dark. He looked around the room and then glared back at her, raising his gun menacingly. Judith shook her head, but pointed to the portable ultraviolet light sitting on the table just within his reach. He snatched up the light, shoved it into the space built into the cylinder, and switched on the light. At once, images burst toward him, dark and hungry and filled with powerful energy. He saw himself there, as he was inside, and he couldn't look away, held by the whirling emotions, so tightly woven, so alive and strong, they gave birth to the true image, matching the outside shell to the inside substance. Judith covered her face as the walls streamed black venom, and overhead, the weeping tears dripped blood. The door splintered. She hadn't realized the shadows had locked it. Stefan shouted her name, and his shoulder slammed into the door a second time, then his boot. The door cracked, and he reached inside and thrust it open, rushing into the room, taking in everything. He bent over her, looking like the very devil or an avenging angel. He scooped her up, and she closed her arms around his neck, burying her face in his neck. "I've got you, Judith," he murmured, raining kisses over her face as he raced out of the room. "Ya tibia yeblu. In case you didn't understand me, I love you. I love you with all my heart. I can't believe you came for me. Always, Judith. I wasn't lying when I told you that you're everything to me. I meant every word." He turned his head to look into the dark room with the strange flickering purple lights, a little diminished now. "I have to get him out of there." She clutched his arm. "Don't go back in there, Stefan. It's too dangerous. We can't leave him in there. I'll bring him out. My defenses are strong. I'll get him, Angel, and nothing will prevent me coming back to you." Judith reluctantly allowed him to step away from her. She slid down the wall, pressing trembling fingers to her mouth. She believed him. There was nothing evil inside of Stefan for those dark emotions to devour. His life had been shaped by the circumstances of his childhood, but he had not been born, nor had he developed twisted. He came running out of the room, carrying Jean-Claude over his shoulder. He deposited him gently on the floor beside Judith, removing his gun with that sleight of hand so familiar to her. Jean-Claude's hair was streaked white, his eyes sunken, and his skin wrinkled and mottled with dark spots. His eyes appeared vacant, staring straight ahead, pupils dilated in a kind of horror. Judith passed her hand in front of Jean-Claude's face. He didn't blink. Stefan squeezed her hand and raced back into the studio to rip down the curtains and throw open the French doors. "Don't! What if?" He shook her head. "The emotions have nearly completely spun themselves out. I'm going to air out the room. There's nothing we can do for him right now. He'll need a doctor, and I'm not certain that will do much good. The microchip is in the first cell I did for the kaleidoscope. Don't look in there. Just grab that first cell and we can open it. I thought my brother had put it there. It's been floating in heavy mineral oil this entire time, and I doubt you'll be able to get much off of it after 5 years in oil." She frowned. "But I suppose it might be possible, although not the best odds." She knelt up beside Jean-Claude and wiped at the saliva dribbling down his chin. "I don't have to get the information off it, just return it to Russia," Stefan said. He pocketed the cell after he'd opened up the room. As long as no other country can steal the information, I don't care whether it's destroyed or not." He helped her all the way to her feet. Judith sagged against him, rubbing her face over his steadily beating heart. "Thanks for coming back for me, even when I was angry with you and told you to go." He wrapped his arm around her and dropped a kiss on her upturned face. "Next time, Angel, there's no breathing room for you when we have an argument. We're making a rule right now that you stay in my sight at all times until it's resolved." Very gently, he picked up Jean-Claude as if he weighed no more than a child. "We'll have to call an ambulance. We'll have to say we found him wandering in the yard. He's unrecognizable, so if you say you don't know who he is, it will make sense. They'll identify him through his fingerprints and take him to a hospital." "Stefan." Judith held her breath until he looked down at her. She drank him in, a tall Russian with blue-green eyes and scars. He was so gentle with Jean-Claude, it turned her heart over. Hers. She gave him a shaky smile. "I love you." His smile reached his eyes. "I know that better than you do." "You're certain you want to do this?" Judith whispered to Stefan. She tightened her fingers around his and glanced over her shoulders at her sisters and Lev. "You don't have to do this for me. The civil ceremony we had together is enough. I don't mind being Mrs. Thomas Vincent. I'll keep my name Henderson for my work because my name's established, but seriously, you don't have to take such a chance just to prove something to me." Stefan settled his arm around her shoulders. "I have always wanted to give you my name, and this is a way for us to be married as Stefan Prakenskii and Judith Henderson. It is legal in the eyes of both our countries, although as I don't exist, I suppose our civil marriage is more binding. This man is a friend of mine, and he'll make certain this is done properly. Lev wants to marry Ricky the same way, and we have arranged for it to be done." San Francisco in the dead of night was not nearly as busy as during the day, and the cars had easily maneuvered up and down the steep hills. The small church was set deep in the middle of the Russian community. When they had parked their cars, it seemed as if they were the only ones there. But as they approached the steps, the door creaked open and a man in robes stood waiting.
"He is a holy man, a priest, and he's traveled a great distance to come here to America to marry us," Stefan whispered. "We did not use the local priest because if the paperwork is discovered, we don't want it traced back to him, and this man is a ghost, such as Lev and me." She understood what he was saying. The priest had been raised like his brothers, a political orphan ripped from his home and sent to those schools to shape them into killers. Like Lev and Stefan, he'd found a way to escape. Different, but still, he'd found a way out. "We're not putting him in any danger." She needed reassurance after what happened to Jean-Claude. The man was still incoherent, locked in a mental hospital. "He wouldn't have come if he'd thought he'd be discovered," Stefan said. "And if I thought he was followed, we wouldn't be here. I wouldn't risk you or my brother." He glanced back at her sisters, following in a tight knot. Lev brought up the rear. Both men were armed to the teeth, and this time he'd followed his brother's example, taking care to openly prepare for a small war should there be trouble, right in front of Judith. She had watched him in silence, sliding knives and guns into various hidden compartments in his clothing, but she hadn't protested. "For your wedding present, ma facie Angèle, I will get you a protection dog. Each one of your sisters should have one. Lev and I have agreed upon this." "Don't think you're going to get all bossy on me," Judith warned. "It isn't happening. We have rules on the farm. All of us have a say." He laughed softly. "2 Russians versus the 6 of you Americans? You are beautiful, my wife, but you don't know how hard-headed we can be. Is that some kind of warning? You should have told me that before the civil ceremony." He laughed as they approached the priest. Only a single light burned low in the church, and it didn't give off enough light to illuminate the priest's face. Stefan greeted him in Russian, but didn't introduce Judith to him. Rather, she noticed, he kept his body between hers and the holy man at all times. She wasn't certain who he was protecting, her or the priest. Stefan stepped aside to allow the women to follow the priest inside, while he and Lev took another slow look around before following. Blythe walked beside Judith. "I've been here before," she whispered, her voice uneasy. "And I'm certain that's the same priest who performed the ceremony." "What ceremony?" Judith asked. Blythe frowned and shook her head, twisting her fingers together tightly, pressing her thumb deep into her palm. "Are you certain you want to do this, Judith? Ricky, I know, is so deeply in love with Levi, she would do just about anything he asked her to, but you still have time to get out of this. Now's the time to back out if you have any doubts." "I have doubts about myself, Blythe," Judith admitted, "but not about him. I can be myself with him. He gets me. I don't have to hide, and I need that in my life. He gives that to me, that freedom, and I feel loved by him. He wants children right away, and so do I. I've never thought I'd have that chance, and he's giving me so much." She looked at her oldest sister. "I need to know that you can accept him in our lives. He swears it's the life he wants. He's buying the art gallery from Frank and Inez, and he'll go with me to the art shows. But mostly, he wants us to live on the farm with all of you and lead a quiet life." "Quiet?" Blythe said with a small smile. "With how many kids did you say he wanted?" Judith laughed, the tension draining out of her. "I have no idea what he'll do after the first one is born. We'll see." Stefan took her hand and leaned down to brush her mouth with his. "It's time, Angel. The ceremony will be entirely in Russian." "And you're certain it's legal?" Blythe asked with a small frown. "Of course. This will make our marriage undeniably legal." He pulled Judith close. "She won't be able to officially use my Russian name, but she'll have it." He glanced at his brother. "As will Ricky. I have to say, my brother looks very happy." "So do you," Blythe admitted, stepping back. Judith listened to the priest as he spoke in low, firm tones, the language magical to her. Her entire wedding seemed surreal, her sisters close, Ricky and Lev standing beside her, and Stefan's hand tight in hers. She murmured the appropriate responses when the priest prodded her and listened to Ricky doing the same. At no time did she fully see the holy man's face. Stefan slipped a ring on her finger, and she turned into his arms so he could fasten his mouth to hers. Her heart leapt, happiness blossoming through her as she wound her arms around his neck and kissed her husband thoroughly. New Age Bookshelf.